be done about the place of women in African society. My Minister of Gender and Development likes to tell the story of a kindergarten child who was recently asked what he wanted to be when he grew up. And she urged him to aim for the highest that he could think of. He responded, "I want to be the vice president." Puzzled, the teacher asked him, "Why did you just say vice president?" "Because being a president is a woman's job." At the very least, this young man will grow up in a society where it is considered normal for a female to be president. However, we must still work to address the attitude that makes him think that if it's a woman's work, he can't do it. Up to the latter part of this decade, only 19 countries had achieved 30% women's representation in national parliaments.
Hello. The junta governing Niger has revoked the military agreement with the US. The spokesperson for the government decries Washington's condescending attitude towards Niger. The US presence on the territory of the Republic of Niger is illegal and violates all the constitutional and democratic rules which will require the sovereign people to be consulted on the installation of a foreign army on its territory, the statement said. This statement came after last week's meeting between a US delegation and military representatives in Niger's capital, Niamey. During the meeting, the US accused the government of Niger of planning to supply uranium to Iran. Last December, the military leaders kicked France's military out of the country and have since been forming a close alliance with Russia. The US has about 650 personnel in Niger, from where it runs a global anti-terrorism operation. Last week, ECOWAS made a U-turn by lifting sanctions against Niger and the military leaders. As part of the ECOWAS deal, Nigeria's president ordered the reopening of its borders with the West African neighbor. The World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report shows that countries on top of the world's most gender equal ranking also featured at the top of the world's happiest countries. The UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the organization behind the World Happiness Report's annual list, has Ireland, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and New Zealand on top of the world's happiest countries. The same countries are on top of the Gender Gap Report. Researchers conclude that the world's happiest countries are also the most gender equal. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. March is Women's History Month. Women's groups from around the world held conferences at the United Nations in New York City. Representing the Nigerian network of women exporters of service at one of the UN conferences is their national coordinator, Barrister Nkiru Joy Okpala-Perkins. Dr. Mrs. Chinwe Nduka, a medical doctor at Greater New York Health, also spoke at the conference. They are now joining us to discuss issues of women empowerment and gender equity in African societies. Please welcome to the show, Barrister Nkiru Joy Okpala-Perkins and Dr. Chinwe Nduka.
Thank you, Rudolph.
It's,
We're glad to be here.
it's nice to see you and Dr. Chinwe Nduka. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
You two look wonderful. Yeah, smiling. Why is it that Nigeria is not on top of the list of happiest people in the world?
Oh,
Do
that sounds funny. First of all, we have to ask ourselves what generates happiness? One major thing we have to think about is when you're sure of where your next meal is coming from, you'll be happy.
Mm,
When you're sure of your economy, you'll be happy. When you're sure that when your government says it will do something for you, they will definitely do it. If you're sure you step out of your house, you're coming back safe, you will be happy. All these things I've mentioned, are they obtainable in Nigerian situation? You can agree with me that the answer is a capital no.
mm,
Poverty is like it's enshrined and is growing more and more in Nigeria. Insecurity is one of the biggest challenges we're having right now in Nigeria. You're not even sure that if you step out of your house, you are coming back safe. Your family is not sure that if you go to work, you will not be kidnapped. So everybody is like, oh, everyone is tensed. There's tension everywhere. So those are part of the things you don't find in those areas that you have what they regard as happiness. You're sure that if you're sick, you can go to somewhere and you will get treatment. But in Nigeria, ordinary malaria can send you to your grave. You know, these are some of the things that are on daily basis disturbing Nigerians. But I have to give Nigerians one good thing, one big plus. No matter how hard the situation is, their resilience, they strive as much as possible to be happy. They create areas to make themselves happy, despite the fact that the basic amenities are not provided for them. So
mm.
let me stop for here. For now, here. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much. Dr. Chinwe, you spoke at the UN. What did you tell them about the Nigerian situation?
Thank you so much, and I'm glad to be here this afternoon. At the UN, it was quite an interesting day that day because it was more of CSW conference on women issue. So we brought it home to developing countries. The main topic that we were trying to get across is the problem with water and contamination. We all know the importance of water in the body and the health issues associated with that. So, but at the same time, we want to bring out the points, improve the perception of the people here and back home or other developing countries, what unhealthy water system and unhealthy sanitary conditions can bring out in the society at large, stemming from issue of on women. We the women are the core in the society, no matter where they place us as. We have the reproductive power. We are the ones that bring forth the newer generations. It's what we eat, it's what we give to the children. If we don't have anything healthy to bring up to the offsprings, it affects the generations to come. So it was more of like improving the perception that there are problems out there with water contamination. And of course, we expanded it to what we eat, the pollutions around us, environmental health, and definitely brought it home to women empowerment through understanding the health concerns in women and ways to help and improve that.
Thank you so much. Let me go all the way back to Beijing Conference of 1995, where the fourth Women Conference, UN-sponsored Women Conference, and they talked about the rights of women and ways to achieve those rights. It's been almost 40 years. Where are we, Barrister Nkiru?
Well, yes, we have to reiterate the fact that the Beijing.
Sorry, you're muted. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes. We have to reiterate the fact that the Beijing conference was a very critical conference for women. It was a landmark conference. Um, and based on that, a lot of countries began to reshape and redirect the ways they were handling issues on women's empowerment. And then in that aspect, if I have to narrow it down to Nigeria, or if we have to go across the globe, first of all, we'll say that we are advancing, but a whole lot still needs to be done. Then when we come down to Nigerian situation, well, we have to give it to ourselves. We are going on. The awareness is there. The partnerships are being created. The institutions that are supposed to handle certain things are being set in place too. Strategically, we are setting up the good things in Nigeria and across the globe, following the world agenda. However, we still have a whole lot to go, a whole lot of things to do. Talk about poverty. It's like the woman carries the face of poverty, and that has not been properly addressed in Nigeria. Talk about the issue of patriarchy, where we talk about the rights of the woman. Nigeria still bears that issue that the man should be on top of the woman. That is not right. We are talking about equal opportunities, equal rights, equal where the man and will see the woman as complementing his efforts. But up till today, the Nigerian man still sees the woman as trying to compete with him. And this is one of the things that had slowed down the achievement of equality and slowed down the bridging of the gender gaps that we have in Nigeria. On the health aspect of it, a whole lot still needs to be done. The woman's health is still there. It has not been properly addressed in Nigeria. The issues of early marriage, that has also been there. And then there's one major thing that we talked about in Nigeria recently. The National Human Rights Commission chairperson or the commissioner went again to advocate before the National Assembly, asking for a quick passage of the Gender Equal Opportunities Bill in Nigeria. Since 2021, that bill has been before the National Assembly. The Senate will bring it up, they will throw it back because they are seeing some rights that are in there as going to favor the woman, without remembering that when a woman is properly placed, the entire nation advances better economically, politically, socially, educationally, all in all aspects. So I say that Nigeria still has a whole lot to do when it comes to issues of um, handling the issues that came out from Beijing conference. If we look at the 12 points of the Beijing conference, it was talking about equality on the education, equality on health, equality on economy, equality and reducing the violence against the woman, having the woman fully participate in political and decision-making arena. But all those things and much more are still hanging in the Nigerian scenario, and it's still a problem across the world as well.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chinwe. Let me come to you. Looking at Africa in the last few years, we've had women head of states in African countries in Liberia, in Tanzania, Malawi, Mauritius, and Ethiopia. But has that translated into changes in those countries?
I could say it has. It has created a lot of awareness that women can do it. I don't know if you know of that popular story where three men were trying to cross a river. The first man came across the river, was looking at the river and was like, how do I do it? Where do I get to cross this river from? So he used all his manpower, swam, and it took him like few days, couple of days. And at the end, he crossed the river. The second man came and said, how do I cross this river? Then he looked out and saw a paddle. He had to enter the paddle and then swam and then paddled with all his energy. Then he came to the woman. The woman looked across and said, how do I cross this river? And she looked up and saw the narrow stairways on top. You just go up, there's a step that you cross. You don't have to paddle, you don't have to swim. What am I trying to point here? That women has wisdom, inborn wisdom. They don't have to use that manpower that male chauvinism has created. They just have to sit down and then think it through. Women are at the center of this virtuous circle of growth. Look at those countries, they have come to realize that yes, women has something to offer and they are growing. Once you give them chance and opportunity, bring out what is endemic in them. We are so empowered with so much knowledge. It's unfortunate that male chauvinism, the way the culture has brought it, has suppressed a lot of people from bringing out what they have, and is still slowing us down. It is so hard to see a woman on top on the rank. It's like a celebration. When a woman is like a chief captain, a captain, or in the aviation, it's a big celebration. But when they become that, it's like a go through, everything passes through. It's so
Yeah.
easier because they see what the children need, they see what the youth need, they see what the adults need, and they bring it together and things work well.
Okay. There's this proverb that says that if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a family.
Yes.
So, but most education happens at home and women lead that. But some of these issues about relationship between men and women, why is it, people ask that question, why is it that the mothers who are educating the kids when they are growing up, they are not teaching these things on the male child to be what you want them to be? Is it the society that is influencing what the male child is becoming, or is it the mom? Where is the power in educating the family?
I think it cuts across the society and the mother. First of all, the woman has that cultural fear that you have to go based on what the patriarchal man has decided. It is like the man wants it to be this way. And out of fear, because a lot of women face violence in the house, out of fear of what will become of them, they limit some of the things they ought to have done. But then in recent times, the issues of awareness had made the modern woman understand that she has to let this boy know that the girl beside him has some rights as well as he does. So they're trying to bridge that gap. So it's not just about the society, it's also about the woman. It's also about creating awareness. And that's why, in the issue of calling for women empowerment, calling for gender gaps, bridging the gender gaps, women have come to realize the fact that they cannot do it alone. That's why, when it comes to issues of the global um, platform, we have what we call the he for she. The he for she means the men standing for the women. So we're trying to say that no matter how the woman advocates for equality in the house, equality in the society, equality across board, if the man doesn't understand the need for that equality, we can never advance. So that's why we're trying to create awareness, not just amongst the women, but also to the man who stands above all in decision making, in creating laws, in rebuilding the society, in making others understand the fact that this woman also has a right and needs to live in the same um, arena with equal rights with the men.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Dr. Chinwe.
Yes, I'll piggyback on what she said. She mentioned like creating the laws. It's like a big issue that yes, this commandment has to be a woman following a man. We're not trying to transcend that. We're not trying to say that it's not the issue. Of course, there should be order in the society. And we know that men come and then a woman is created out of the rib of a man. So we give that ownership to the man. But when there is order and a woman's place is known, it's just to bring better awareness to the family, to the society. Most mothers train their children, especially the feminine or the female, because they are preparing them to get married. From where we come from, the culture is just get ready to be in your husband's house, to maintain the kitchen, to maintain the household, more of like a kitchen support, cooking, training your children. But I'm glad that the awareness has been created that education on top of that is the well-rounded way to go. No matter what, it doesn't mess up the society, because when you bring out what is inside from the woman and from the education, couple that with the kitchen support, the whole society will grow.
Now, when you look at the political arena, especially in Nigeria, we've had women who were ministers and who got to that position. We've now had a president or vice president who is a woman. But recently, people have raised the issue with a woman like Betta Edu. You may know her, under this current administration, appointed Minister for Humanitarian Affairs. And immediately she was involved in scandals, embezzling of money, funds. We also know people like Alice Madeke and other women who did things that we thought initially, people who support women grow in government, that they would be different from men. But it appears as they are just as the same thing as men. What do you think?
Okay, let me make a little comment on that. Like I said earlier on, once a woman does something, it gets celebrated. How many men do the same thing and doesn't make the news? We are looking at it because it's a female that did it. I know it's not acceptable, but it's like the end thing. So many ways, so many societies, especially where we come from in Nigeria. Some of them are political, some of them are trying to endeavor and then, of course, pocket enrich themselves and share the wealth among the people they are with. But being that we are seeing a woman differently, that they're not supposed to go through the same route, it made the news, it became publicized. But a barrister will help out in there too.
All right, Barrister Nkiru.
I agree totally with Dr. Chinwe. She's right. Once a woman commits a crime, it goes all over, and the same man is all over there committing the same crime. However, we are never in support of what Beta Edu did, even though I heard she's been cleared to come back. I don't know how true that is, but I heard.
Not yet.
I was okay. I heard the case is still under considerations. Nobody supported what she did. We were all disappointed, and then we were all disappointed at the magnitude of wealth amassed by Alison Madueke. However, let's talk about other women. Okonjo Iweala had been there. She's a world figure. Amin Ahmed, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, is also there as a woman. So what we are doing is that we are trying to tell people most times the women are better off in handling positions. We can't just use because somebody has, maybe they say when a finger touches the oil, it generates and draws across all. So the man is always looking for something to make that woman, to suppress the woman, to tell them that they are not good enough. So we can't use the case of Edu or the case of Alison Madeke to come and say, okay, women are not good. No, a lot of women are very wonderful. Look at the countries where women are presidents. Let's go to, is it France or something like that? Let's go to Liberia. Let's go to even the country that just came out of war um, in Africa here. Look at what is happening there. And when you look behind, the people who are behind those things, those successes, are women. So we know that women are better handlers in terms of managing the family, managing the society, and managing political offices. There's no doubt that most times they are pressurized by the men. They are pushed a whole lot by the men, but a lot of them are resilient. They stand on their feet and say, no, we are here for the society. We are here for the good of mankind. And women always make better leaders. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to specific issues concerning women, and then we talk about the work you do, each of you do, like in your practices and everything, and then we let our audience join us in this conversation to mark Women's Month. So the first thing I want to talk about is the issue of education. People have said that education is very important. It's one way to get women out of poverty. We know that in some parts of Africa, women are still not, young girls are still not sent to school. The parents prefer to send in the boys to school instead of the women. How is that playing out in Nigeria and other parts of Africa at the current time? Is it still so bad?
The situation is improving.
Okay.
Even though within the interiors of Nigeria, it's still bad. But before, most times they send the boys to school and say the girl should stay back. But because the primary education has been made free, in as much as you still need to have some finances for you to go through, people have been going down to the places advocating for people to get to school. There's school feeding program going on in Nigeria, and a whole lot of people are encouraged to send both the boys and the girls to school, and that is improving on the primary level. Secondary level too, there's an improvement. But when it gets to the tertiary area, that is where the discrimination is still very prevalent in Nigeria. Because they tell you that the money to send the boy to school or the money to use in sending the girl child to school in the tertiary institution, it's not there. So they would rather prefer to send the boy to school and tell the girl that she's of age to get married, which is wrong. So that way, we are still having a huge gap in the tertiary institutions. But in the primary level, there's a huge lot of improvement. In the secondary, it has come up a bit, but the number of boys in school still outnumber the girls. But in the tertiary, we have very terrible gap.
Mm. Dr. Chinwe.
Yes, definitely. I believe it's improving, and I know so many charitable organizations that are advocating for that to stop this early marriage, getting our children being married off early as young as 11, 10, 12 to the men because there's no money to educate them. Some are being sponsored. A lot of scholarship is being given. Even so many people, some people in the alma mater or alumni are donating to their past schools. I can say for sure from where I come from, just to help the girls, to help women to get back to school. We were at the United Nations Convention, one of the parallel events yesterday, where we saw another foundation partnering with Mozambique. They found out that in Mozambique, another part, Southeastern Africa, the girls, they get married off as early as 8, 9, 10, because there's no resources to send them off to school. So they are helping, they are getting support from the Western world, and they are building schools. They have girls' schools that they built just to encourage them and to show them that it's doable. And the result is very outstanding. The girls are very happy. They're still in the community, they're still helping the community. So they're showing that even if you educate the girls, it's not just to make them wayward or to make them run off. They come back to the society to help too, and then to improve the environment and to improve the society at large. And it's very, very important because it helps also to get off the mindset of girls being married off, and then the man will have ownership of them. I trained you in school. You have to be under me. You have to do whatever I said. I'm not saying it's not a right or wrong thing to do. That's another topic for discussion. But if a girl comes prepared, comes ready, comes educated, it will support the family and not just answering sack or to the family. So I believe it's improving, but we need to let people know it's doable and there's advantage in that.
All right. Let me go back to you, Barry Nkiru. This early marriage and forced marriage, what are the differences and where are they prevalent in Nigeria? In the southeast, south, the northern part of the country, and what are the contributing factors?
Well, if we talk about where they are prevalent in Nigeria, they are prevalent in the northern parts of Nigeria, early marriage, because they believe that a girl as young as 12 is mature enough to get married. And once you're married, you're regarded as an adult. So imagine regarding a girl of 12 as an adult. It's really a terrible situation. That is one horrible thing. Then on the other parts of Nigeria, it's still practicable. Why? Because when a family checks its financial resources, it begins to think that the girl child should be forced into marriage. They take a girl of 10, 12, 15, and give her hand in marriage to a man as old as 50, 60, even 70, just because little resources will be coming from the man to the family. So it's still a huge problem across Nigeria. But prevalently, in the northern parts of Nigeria, they believe that it has been done. It's part of the religion. A girl as young as 12 is good enough to get married and get into a man's house. And the unfortunate aspect of it is that most of these men are educated men. They are men in the timber and calibers in the society, and they pride in it. They pride in having a young girl as young as their granddaughters as a wife. So it's really a terrible thing. When you want to advocate on issues like that, they come up with reasons. They come up with religious reasons. They come up with societal, cultural reasons why it is doable, why they should be allowed to get married to them. However, others amongst those societies are joining in the campaign, in the crusade, that is a very wrong thing because of the health issues attached to it. Most of the time, you have them having VVF, because of all the problems they go through after childbirth.
Dr. Chinwe, you are a doctor. You understand these issues about the consequences of early marriages. Also, there's this other issue of female genital mutilation. What is it? Why is it still happening across Africa? You're muted. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I'm still surprised that in this day and age, this century that we're in, that is still a big thing. People believe it's a way to curb waywardness. That's like a mental situation. It's not fair to the women, to the woman. It's not fair to the girl. There's no any evidence medically supportive that female circumcision helps to result in curbing waywardness or making a woman to be homely. It doesn't work that way. It's I call it mutilation. That's not circumcision in it. The side effect arising from that is ongoing. It's chronic. Not to talk of the dangers of getting the child or the girl mentally smeared for life. What about the physical effects? There are infections going on, there are damages, there are excessive bleeding, and so many times the women do not recover, even when they become an adult. They are there just to be a reproductive channel in the family. There is nothing that will help a woman continue to be acceptable in the society when she's already been mutilated if you do not do counseling. So it's something that I know is still endemic in so many African countries, especially West Africa, that they do that because they believe a woman's role is in the kitchen. Even if you get married, you're supposed to contribute to the enjoyment of life with your partner. When you are circumcised, is the libido is already gone. You don't even have to reach menopause to even lose your libido. It's gone already. There's no more nerve innervation in that sense of area. I don't want to go into details with what goes on in feminine mutilation and circumcision, but it's still ongoing because people are not aware of the psychological effects it brings on girls. It's not fair to the women, it's not fair to the girls, and it should be stopped immediately.
Barrister, one issue that is of importance to women is that of inheritance. I know there are many judges and judgments in Nigeria, but in most parts of Nigeria, people still ignore that, and things are basically given to the male siblings and nothing to the female. Where are we with that, and how do we change that mentality?
I'm glad this is coming up because in recent times, Nigeria has come to realize the economic gap this is creating between the male and the female child. And on this, there had been judgment even in the eastern part of Nigeria, where it is said that both the boy child and the girl child have equal rights in terms of inheritance. And it also says supporting that women, widows, are entitled to their husband's property, which they had amassed together with the man when he was alive. So this is something that is good. But one problem we still have in Nigeria is the fact that it's one thing to make law because when a judgment is delivered, it's as good as being a law. However, it's one thing to make that law, it's another thing to get it implemented. So there's still an issue, a problem with the men believing that the woman has a right to the properties of the man. But in the northern part, there's this issue culturally in the Islamic religion that says that the woman is entitled to a percentage, even though it's lower percentage of inheritance, that's of the assets of the man when he dies. So it's even better off with them when we think about that. But in the eastern part, it's like entirely no. The woman is out of it. Get to your husband's house, whatever he has, share with him, enjoy with him. And when he dies, the other ones, you see the family of the man coming to say, he is our brother. All those things belong to us. And they want to throw away the widowed woman. So that is still wrong. So a lot of awareness is going on that area, a lot of sensitization, and then we're advocating extensively for it to be enshrined in law that a woman has equal rights to inheritance, because that had been a very huge problem towards financial inclusion of the woman, where you expect a woman to compete in the same business environment with the boy or the man who had come out. A man is born in a family with wealth. A woman is born into that same family with wealth. The man inherits all the things and he's doing very well with that in business. And the woman comes out empty. She has nothing to present for loan. If she goes to bank for loan, there's no access to present. She has nothing to present as her own, no finances, no support. So all these things are limiting her economically. So the very moment we begin to act more proactively on the issue of letting the woman inherit alongside with the man, then it makes it better off economically for the woman.
All right, Dr.
I want to
Chinwe.
add a little bit on that too. As long as they're making the law available, also in the family, a man's supposed to be open to the woman on what they have. If you're married to a man, you're supposed to have open connection, open access to what you have. Not saying you can share your accounts, whatever way you decide to do it. But once you're married, there should be what we call like a living will. Especially in this country, people make that living will. People designate beneficiaries. So if that should also be supported back home or in other developing countries. So this issue of inheritance or whatever you have shouldn't even transcend to that far, because by then the woman has already has like supportive evidence or court. I know a lot of people are doing that. That when somebody dies, the lawyer comes to read the will. It helps also to alleviate the issue of, oh, this inheritance being happening. I know of a friend that was married and both of them accumulated the wealth. Unfortunately, the husband died in an accident, and the family asked her to marry the husband's younger brother that was living in their house, calling her uh, like, madam, how can you marry somebody like half your age just to get the wealth of your family? But if the issue has been already alleviated by opening up to what you have, both of you have been amassing this wealth or getting involved economically, is for the family. It shouldn't have come up. A lot of people lose so many things that they have, even when there is like domestic violence, when there is separation, the woman gets kicked out or leaves the house with nothing after suffering in the family. It shouldn't be happening these days. That's the main reason why there should be awareness. I know there are a lot of NGOs, even in Nigeria, in other countries, that are helping women to know that there is support. You have to come out. You can have 5 children in the family, 4 children in the family, and you get kicked out because the man decides today that he doesn't want you anymore, and everything that you've been working for, you leave it for somebody else. Or when you die, the family that hasn't even come there to support you comes to take over. So there are NGOs that are supporting the women, human rights and women's rights, that are out there to help too.
Hmm. Let me throw this to any of you. Elderly women, how to protect them. They're Most of them, when they get very old, people call them witches. Why is it that elderly men are not witchcrafts or something, which are not involved in this witchcraft? What is going on here? Why is it this way?
All these are parts of stigmatization against the woman. And these are some of the things we are calling to come to a stop. There's no, we don't just justify that allegation by mercy. How can you just come up in a society because a woman, is there and then probably the man dies and then she's elderly, because you're eyeing some of her things, you're labeling her a witch and coming up with a lot of things. So that is one thing that is really bad. And I know in FIDA, which is the International Federation of Women Lawyers, we are doing a whole lot on that, trying to tell the woman when things like that come up, speak out, because this culture of silence is one of the problems we're having with that. A lot of women had been labeled in societies and they are afraid of speaking out. They don't know whom to confide in. They go there and they die, gradually. And then they are molested within that community because they are labeled witches. They are prevented from joining up with others and doing things that are supposed to be done by them. They are prevented from going to the regular markets. A lot of things go on with them. So if they are able to speak out and come to organizations like FIDA, we support them. They come up with issues. We advocate, but you don't know where most of them are in the interior parts of the country. So you just hear. And then the social media is also helping out, because recently you find a lot of things going on in the social media. If a thing like that is videoed and put out there, people begin to, NGOs, the Ministry of Women Affairs, they all begin to look out for the woman who is going through such, and they come to her aid, they come to her support. And then families, when it comes to such things, if a family is pinpointed, because sometimes we even find that a woman within that same family is also amongst the people perpetrating that wickedness against the woman. So when they find out that such things are happening, they try to bring to book whoever is involved in it. But Nigeria is such a large society, large community, large country, that getting to everybody is a whole lot difficult. However, I keep on saying, nobody will know your problem except you speak out. And if you're able to speak out, there are people who can support. We're agitating terribly, tremendously against such. And then we're also advocating that people should learn to take care of their elderly. In foreign countries, you find out there are places for them to go to, for them to get themselves, involved in certain things. Then Nigeria is beginning to learn such, but due to lack of institutionalizations, due to lack of funds, it's not really getting to the people it ought to have gotten to.
All right, thank you. Dr. Chinwe, let me come to you. So we wake up some days, especially in Edo State, not just Edo State, but most of the time it's Edo State. You find a woman on top of a roof. They said that the woman was flying from Ueli to, to somewhere, ended up on. What is going on there? Is it mental? Who is wrong? Is it the society? Why do we hear this in Africa? Why? Is that a medical issue? You have to...
I don't think there's a medical issue. It's all this hype. And I'm sorry to say, there's also religious involvement. A lot of people want quick fix. If you're having problem issue pertaining to yourself, you want to point finger who is causing that problem. And the best way to look for the problem is you go to a man of God, you go to somebody who will give you a quick solution. And most of the time, because there is no solution or there is no problem that you're supposed to have looked around you to find out is, they, in quest of money or whatever it is, will let you know that it's your neighbor, especially those widows, like Barrister said, who don't have any advocate. They are in their houses by themselves. And then mentally, you're already looking at that widow as the source of your problem. And you hear bells ringing and you hear birds chirping on top of your roof. And you believe it's that widow that turned into a witch and then is attacking you or disturbing you. It could be supernatural forces out there happening, but it's also labeled as women. In the beginning, we said that a woman is looked at and equated as poverty because we're in the minority. And imagine a poor woman who doesn't have anybody to advocate for her or to bring out her issues, will be already looked as that poverty poor woman, and then as the devil itself, the devil incarnate, that is the source of the problem in the family or the source of the problem around you. And of course, the issue of the mother-in-law, if you have like somebody you say, oh, is the mother-in-law causing the problem? Mentally, you're already saying that the mother-in-law is the source of your problem and not able to have babies, not able to make it in your family. You put that mother-in-law, whether she is or she's not, and you see her as the witch. And of course, you'll be seeing the birds flying. I haven't actually seen a bird. I've seen it in social media that the bird was captured and they believed it was one of those women or maybe a neighbor that decided to fly at night to come and attack. It couldn't be real. If any of this should be happening, we need to really be very careful about it. Stop labeling poor women as that, especially elderly poor widows.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I wanted to support what she said, because most of these things arise due to belief. Some of the problems come up from churches, where somebody stands in there and begins to give you prophecies of people who are against you and people who are attacking you. And then sometimes again, it comes again as a form of appearance. You see a woman who is poor, highly impoverished in the society. The neighbors are already labeling her a witch because of her physical appearance. Then again, you also see the issue of maybe culture, like you mentioned, they do, because they had believed so much in the existence of witches and the powers of the witches. the issues concerning witchcraft. But the issue is that all these are unscientific, they're unproven. They could happen, they could not happen. Because we've not proven them, you don't have a right to come and label and beat up somebody and kill the person, sometimes even burn the person, burn her alive, all because you believe she's a witch, all because you believe she found you found her on top of a roof without trying to find out how that happened. I don't know if somebody could have taken her up the roof, or if actually she flew herself to the top of the roof naked and they're standing there. So many things happen within the African society, but we have to call most of our churches to order because a whole lot of pastors out there are not helping issues.
Mm. Dr. Chinwe, let me come to a medical issue that I encountered while I was in Nigeria in November. So it appears, I didn't notice, that some women, especially in the Southeast, consider those women who were pregnant and they decided to have an operation, C-section, to deliver their babies. So they are considered not women enough because they didn't give birth through the natural way. How did we develop that kind of ideology, and what is pushing it?
The same way I'd say some awareness. We need to educate our women that there are so many complications that could arise, and then you don't have any other option but to have your baby through the C-section, through surgical procedure. Even here, so many people elect to have their baby through surgical procedure. It's not an issue of not being a woman enough. It's just the mental, it's just the education, not ability to understand that a woman has rights over her body. Of course, we all want the natural way. We all believe that we should have our babies, even biblically, like the Hebrew women, that you're supposed to have natural babies, and it allows you to have multiple births, many births, like 4 or 5 children without complications if you have it naturally, as opposed to C-section, where after certain amounts of cesarean section, because of health risk, you're limited to stop having babies, like up to 3 or 4, so that you don't have the risk of damaging or rupturing your uterus. That being said, it shouldn't be considered as not being woman enough. Like I always said, there are complications. There could be umbilical cord issue. There could be like placenta previa issue. There could be excessive bleeding or even breech baby that could make you to go ahead and have cesarean. The best thing is to save life, and the best thing is to make sure that the mother and the baby are safe. But I also believe that back home, having C-section poses a lot of risk because the hospitals are not fully equipped. Most of the time with the C-section, the surgical or the theater has to be ready. The oxygen has to be ready. The woman has to be ready in case there's like complication arising from the C-section. And then the cost of the C-section is more. That's why people would rather have it naturally, and they will pray. They will fast and pray to have it natural way. That I could understand that medically and the economic reason is okay, but you shouldn't label a woman that elected to have C-section because of issues with medical health and health for the baby, having C-section as less of a woman. That idea should be eradicated from our folks' minds.
All right. This other one, which I think is coming to you too, as a medical professional, this idea of blaming women for not having a male child. After studying biology and everything, why is it that, whose fault is it that that kind of idea is still there? Is it yours? I mean, people like you who are educated, and why is it that people still imbibe this idea and support this kind of thinking?
We should know this already. Everybody should be aware of this, that it's not a woman's fault. It takes two to tango. The man brings the XY chromosome and the woman has only the X. So whatever the man brings is what the woman will regenerate, will procreate. So the man has to bring out that chromosome to make a baby boy. That awareness is very, very important. A lot of people said, oh, maybe because you've been having girls, you're a witch, you're not a good person, you should leave the family. We need to advocate for women's rights here. Come on, it's like 21st century. Nobody should be blaming the woman. They should also look at the man. And I'm very sorry to hear so many women who undergo even IVF just to get a male child, putting their health at risk. If you're looking for babies, fine. But if it's just primarily to have a male, it's an understanding between you and your husband. If you're able to do that, fine. But you shouldn't be forced because the society is saying that you must have a male child and then you put yourself at risk. Can it interest you to know that so many of these hormones that they take, the supplements to get you prepped for this IVF, has after effects, and that as another awareness people have to create. There are risks of hormonal problem because it's like almost taking hormonal replacement therapy. There are risks of breast cancer, risk of ovarian cancer after all these hormones that are being imbibed, and risk of blood clots, cardiac issues after all this. So if it's not necessary, don't do it. Let the man bring out what he has, God has given him, and you make the baby. If not, take what you have. Children are gender equality. Every child is important, male or female. Thank you.
All right, barrister, anything to add? I mean, is there any legal reason why they are still looking for male child and instead of accepting whatever child you have?
It boils down to the same reason of inheritance. The woman is afraid of what becomes of her when the man goes. If he doesn't have a male child, the family is out there to fight her. But if there's a male child, she has a louder mouth to say, yes, this is the son of the man. He's entitled to the inheritance, to all the properties and access of the man. So that is just the major reason why every woman is seeking for. And this issue of name projection, who lives after you, because they believe that the girl child is born to get married and leave the family and go and answer another man's name. But it's only the boy child who will stay back in the family and procreate and continue to, bring up the name of that very family, as the years go by. So these are the two major reasons why women go extra mile, even put their lives at risk just to have a child, a boy child. Those are just it.
All right,
That
we
is
are
what.
going to thank you so much, Barrister. We're going to bring in our audience who are already waiting for to join us. But while we do that, Dr. Chinwe, one last question for you. Why is it that the husbands are dying before their wives? What is going on? What are you women doing? Why are they killing the husbands before the wives?
Nobody.
I like the way you say, why are they killing the husbands before their wives? Nobody's killing, is the stress, is the awareness. The men are waking up in shock, like why the women are getting up where we are. The men had to understand that we're in this society, everybody has to live. They should allow the women, whatever they are, allow them to express themselves and enjoy them. They shouldn't be so stressed about it. They are not dying because the women are killing them. They are dying because they are afraid of losing the power, the control in the family. And of course, some women have vocal. Some women are, I wouldn't say they are bad. Some women will rub it in their husbands' faces, especially if they are the better ones or the ones more economically empowered or making the money. And that could put a lot of stress on the men. If everybody bring together what they have, it shouldn't be an issue. And then one supportive wife, the better the man. Thank you.
Barrister, how do we protect men from dying early? Because they suffer, they do all these things, and at the end they just die, and the woman will now be the one that will take
Well,
the kids will take care of.
the woman is always there to support the man. The only thing is that the woman is also asking for open mindedness from the man. Let him not just get himself shrouded in pride that he is the head of the family, and for that reason, he's bottling up a lot of things against the woman. The woman is able to speak out and tell the other women some of her problems, but the man may prefer to bottle up everything and bear it alone because of pride. So all those also weigh down on his sustenance, on his life, and gives him the high blood pressure and increases his stress level. So those are some of the things. But when he realizes that the woman is there to support, in as much as some women they do have terrible mouth, if he learns to at least listen to the woman, let her talk all the rubbish, and then he doesn't respond. When it is time for him to talk to her, he calls her back at her sober period and begins to let her understand some of the things that are wrong within the family. Communication issue. If they're able to understand one another and communicate better, it gives him a better life, and that prolongates his life too.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Dominic, welcome to the show.
Hi, Rudolph.
You're not married yet, so you don't know what men are
You
going through.
you can't give me the privilege of skipping people who came before me.
Oh, no. I didn't know that.
I know I'm your co-host, but I think there may be people who you put in first before me. So.
Oh, okay. I decided to go down.
And there's a woman here too.
I know. We'll get to her. She'll get everybody. But Dr. Dominic, you're not married yet. You don't know what men are going through who are married. But
I was actually going to give that disclaimer before saying anything. But go ahead, Rudolph.
All right, go ahead. You have an opportunity to talk to our guests, Dr. Chinwe and Barrister Nkiru. Any question, any comments? And go ahead.
Well, I was surprised when I saw this topic, but I was like, Rudolph is doing what he should be doing. I think it's important to highlight what our women are doing. Thank you all for coming on the show. Thank you, Barrister Okpala, for coming on the show, and Dr. Nduka for coming on the show. I had a little bit of a talk because I had to go to work and then come back real quick. I think for me, whenever I think about Nigeria, I think about the political aspect, because that's one thing that if you can solve it, a lot of other things sort of start to become better, right? The culture is going to be there, but at the end of the day, what is going to make the culture, because culture is always going to change, but what is going to push things to a better way is, politics. For example, things about inheritance, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the courts are good, right, the customary courts or whatever courts are good, then they can be able to, treat those cases in a way that is proper, and so the woman can be able to win the case, right? They don't look at culture and things like that. So when you're able to build a society where the politics and the government are respected and are straightforward and things are done properly, the woman should be able to go to court and say, this is my late husband's property. These are the, these are the things showing that I should be able to inherit this, and goes to a court of law. The court is supposed to, be totally independent and blind, right? Lady Justice is always blind, and be able to, do the case properly. But if you have a system that is very corrupt and people, and whether it's the brother-in-law can go and bribe this person and do a lot of things, shady things, then you can never be able to affect the change that we want. The one woman that I always think about besides my mom is Dora Akunyili, and the amount of change that she brought to Nigeria. And so I'm always proud of what Nigerian women are doing. And left for me, I would root for a Nigerian woman president. Not the kind of those ones that okay, you already know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Let me beg the indulgence of Nigerians who are here. I don't think it's fair. I know I've seen certain issues where people do this. I don't think it's fair to judge Nigerian women from the few who've messed up. Because guess what? How many men have ruled Nigeria, and how many, what percentage of them have messed up? Or do we ever say, oh, because this man did this and that, another man should not get into power? But I hear such comments, every once in a while, misogynistic comments, and it's very disheartening. Anyway, I'll stay and keep watching the show. Okay.
Thank you.
One more public service announcement I wanted to make, and I think you alluded to this stuff, or was I think you've mentioned why are men dying early. I think the big part of why men are dying early is because they don't listen to their wives. That's number one. Two, the ego, right? You have a man who has high blood pressure, is stressed out. You have a lot of non-communicable diseases. That's the main thing that are killing Nigerians now. And there's that pride, right? And rather than listening to their wives, all they care about is drinking. They don't take care of themselves. When their mental health is in the gutters, they don't say anything. And how do they deal with the stress? They go and drink. They eat junk food. So there's a lot of toxic masculinity that is out there, that I think a lot of that will be solved if men listen to women and listen to their wives.
You hit it right there in the nail.
But then I'm not married, like Rudolph always remind me.
I was just laughing. Someone who is not married is telling us what's wrong with men who are married. They don't listen to their wives. I'm waiting for your wedding. I will come and we will repeat this in 3 years after that.
Don't worry, Rudolph, you'll be the master of ceremony at my wedding. Don't worry.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dominic. That's something I wanted to pinpoint. Screening. Don't just go to the hospital when you're sick. Most of our men don't even go for routine checkup, what we call routine checkup here, annual physical. I see a lot of patients that come in, especially African, when their sugar is 800, that's when they present. And they might have all these symptoms at home, but they don't want to imagine back home too, how it's gonna be. They don't do any screening, like you said, they use drinking to suppress whatever they are feeling. They never have any kind of checkup, even the simple routine prostate exam, colonoscopy, something to get you ready before the sickness even dawns on. They don't until they are already sick or they have all the symptoms that they will lead them to the hospital. And imagine what type of hospital environment that most of us can afford. And it becomes a disaster too.
One more thing, Rudolph, because I have to leave. I don't know, Dr. Nduka, what your specialty. I'm internal medicine, so I can't really speak much about this. But if you could maybe speak on vaginovevular fistula and like girl child marriage and how that increasing the propensity of these little girls carrying babies that are not that their bodies can't handle, and they end up having this horrible disease which brings shame and even makes them to not be out there in society to try to be educated and things like that, mostly in the north.
That's number one problem with early marriage and early childbirth, and also the circumcision. There's damage to the urinary tract. A lot of women, a lot of girls end up having like recurrent or chronic UTIs, and they develop also inflammation inside. And when you look at the pelvic girdle, the development, menarche age is supposed to be 11, 12, even though with all this hormone replacement that we eat, we see girls that enter menarche at the age of 8. Yeah, but the pelvic girdle, the pelvic muscles are not fully developed. And imagine having a child being married off at the age of 10, 11 to carry a baby, 10 pounds, baby 9 pounds, to go through the birth canal. Everything gets prolapsed. Before you know it, there's rectocele going on, cystocele, uterovaginal prolapse, and at the end up having a lot of incontinence. And at the same time, if there's complications, there will also be issues having delivery that will affect the genital tract area and affect the urinary tract. And there will be leakage. So many girls end up with recurrent infection. There will be leakage of urine. There will be vaginitis, ongoing vaginitis, PID, infection in the pelvic inflammatory disease infection. And what's the consequence? Also, a lot of them lose their reproductive health. A lot of them end up being infertile after at the end because of those infection and inflammation that they were exposed to at younger age.
All right.
Thank you very much. The reason why I brought this up is I think as this talk goes on, I hope a lot of men on this show who keep an open mind will come to realize that feminism is sort of like a coat of many colors, right? There's the one that's always out there that people see that may seem a little bit abrasive and seems to be anti-masculinity. And a lot of men will shy away from. But if you expand your mind, there are actual ways that you can support women, and all of that falls under the umbrella of feminism. So if you're someone who's pushing against girl child marriage, you're a feminist without you actually labeling yourself as that.
Yeah, it's a he for she.
I'll hit you up later.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You, all right, Mborie.
Don't go yet, doctor. Wait.
Oh, me?
Yes, please. Hello, Dr. Konkwo, Dr. Nkiru, Dr. Chinwe. When doctor said menarche, for us that are not in medicine, that's just the beginning of menstruation. The beginning of menstruation. Now, other than all the other problems that are physical, what kills those women is psychological trauma. Most of them, in the first place, their husband would not have anything to do with them, ostracizes them, and marry many, many, many more wives. And this woman is thinking with urine, whether it was vesicovaginal fistula, which is the abrasion of the bladder that makes the communication of urine from the bladder outside free, or recto-vaginal fistula that brings both parties to play. And this woman is ruined for life. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely. You hit it in the nail. That's the issue. We're having so many complications, physical complication, mental complications, and there's no counseling. Like you said, the woman is messed up for life. That's why I use that word, mutilated. Physically, mentally, it's not, and you can't even come out and talk to people about it. It's like sometimes it's a taboo to even tell people what you go through in the bedroom because you're also opening yourself to so many criticism. And then to have to wear diaper, to have to wear this, and imagine the sanitary condition already out there, and with all this incontinence going on, urinary fecal incontinence, how can a woman survive? And from that young age up until when? It's totally not acceptable.
Thank you for actually mentioning this, and I crave your indulgence, the women on this panel. This is where cultural change is important, right? Not only young women, older women can also have this issue. And I'll give you a couple of scenarios. One scenario is a scenario where a woman, gives birth to two girls, right? And then the husband sees that, she's having, prolapse issues, and it's not quite encouraged. It shouldn't be encouraged to keep trying to get a boy. But then him being the man and then feeling like, oh, this is shameful, my family's name that has to be carried on. He's pushing and pushing and pushing for the wife to keep having multiple pregnancies, and she keeps getting worse and worse. That's something to also to think about, culture. Because guess what? If the man is in tune and understands what's going on, and the male and female gender, so the female gender are respected, then he would realize that the wife's health is more important than him trying to get a male child. And also, I like how you drill this down. It is the man that gives the woman what to produce. It is not the woman. I think most of us have studied some level of biology, right? The man provides the Y chromosome, right? If the man provides an X, the woman always has an X.
Yes.
So it's the man that is to blame. So if you bring 10,000 women, if you're always giving the woman X, you have 10,000 female children.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dominic. Let's go to Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, Barrister Nkiru and Dr. Chinwe. Dr. Dominic, he already left. I was going to say there is also some, I believe it's kind of like a myth when they say probably you have to go in the morning, do it in the morning, probably to become a male. And then when you do it in the afternoon, it becomes a female, whichever way. That just, that's what it is.
What part of Nigeria are you from? Let's start with of your locality,
Okay, so I am basically from Delta State, from Oko, Asaba. When it comes to female, pretty much, as much as I don't want to exaggerate things, we really give them, that chance. We believe in 50-50. We believe in equality. We believe in the fact that women are also important, just as the male are also important. A little bit of, I'm asking a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going into. Okay. So my question goes into the fact that we were just talking about VVF or whatever they call it, the fistula thing. And yesterday I was reading something online, and I saw a senator opening his mouth to say, this is a senator that have several wives, to say that for him, that he only marries women who are virgins. And I begin to razzle my head. I said, okay, at what age? I was just saying, if I were there, I would have asked him what age. And this person I'm talking about is in his 70s. And he's still not stopping. I think he's still going for women. So Probably he still will be waiting for the 15-year-olds or the 16-year-olds virgin. This is directly to Barrister Nkiru. Is there no way we could, even if it means those in diaspora helping, let's help in fighting this early marriage of a thing? If there is a bill to sponsor or something to sponsor, early marriage of a thing, I believe sometimes it's not nice because what comes out of it is not a good thing. Just the way I look at it. Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
question for now.
thank you for raising that. You remember I had mentioned the Gender Equal Opportunities Bill that had been lying before the Senate since 2021. This is the biggest problem we have in that. And it is these senators that we are talking about who are sitting on this bill because they don't want them to be stopped from committing such crimes, heinous crimes. Up till this moment, this is 2024, and that bill is still there. If that bill is passed into law, it becomes a way forward for us to at least have a legal document, a paper, a protocol to say it is enshrined in our constitution that you should not marry children, within that age limit. But they are still the people who are holding it back. And that's why we keep on sensitizing and even are calling for more participation of women in decision making. Because if you come to the National Assembly, we still have less than 6% of women who are, within the national parliament. So how can the woman speak out to get these laws into being passed as a bill, being passed into law? It's very difficult. So if we can come together as one, if we can have the support of the people in diaspora for advocacy to keep on trying to convince them on why such bills should be brought back and then be passed into law, it can really help a lot. It's a collective fight. It's something that everyone will have to come together, partner together to push forward for. Because if we don't do it, they tell you that it's their right. A girl of 12 is as good as being a woman to get married to. A girl of 10, there's nothing preventing them from doing that. No matter how you shout, no matter how you advocate, they still go ahead and do it and tell you that in some books, there are people who did that in the past. So they can't be stopped from doing that. That's it.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Niger is a scam. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, my gorgeous women and mothers. You guys are powerful. You guys are doing a great job. Yeah, but I want to take it to a different angle because this new generation of women, I think they are quite different. They call themselves the Gen Zs. So, but I don't understand what that means. It's something I don't understand. So I've been seeing a lot of women on social media. All they do, I mean, of them, all they do is just open up their body, shaking their backside, saying they don't have no impact to the society and to the new generation. So what can we do to cover up all these things, to stop them, channel them in the right direction? Because the social media have in China and other countries is not the same with the one we have in Nigeria. I mean, it's the same thing, but what they do, is different. They don't teach people what the younger ones what they should know. Just my question: what can we do, to stop all these things?
I'll just answer one little and then leave it to Barrister because she is. I believe all this body makeup that women are doing is a cry for help. They want to be seen. They want to be heard. Our young people believe the more they look beautiful, the more they look figure 16 Kardashian, that they will be able to get into the society, especially financial. A lot of them are doing it for financial cry, and a lot of them are doing it to be acceptable. And it's almost like with the social media, they believe that Barbie shape is the best way to go. If you don't get your body into that shape, you're not going to be anything. But definitely education is what you have up there that will bring you up the ladder no matter what. Being born pretty or trying to look pretty is very acceptable. Definitely you have to get yourself acceptable, but don't overdo it because there are health consequences, especially with the Botox implantation, the BBLs that they do, the breast augmentation. Some people overdo it and health consequences risk of infection, vaginitis. I see a lot of women with double booties that they are always coming back to the clinic for infection. And that is something that if we have another time to go into, I would love to talk into women's health for another show, another time. But definitely, I believe it's more of cry for help and then being conformed into what the society is being looked at. You have to look at certain way, have to look certain way to get into job, to get into certain places, to get into certain offices, to get accepted in the society. And then forgetting the education and the knowledge and the economic impact is what is also driving people to do this.
Yeah, thank you. Added to what she has said, it's all about value system. The Gen Z, Generation Z, these young people, what value are they seeing? They are seeing all those people where, all these young celebrities, and they think that is what should be valued. There's no problem in valuing somebody or valuing something that is good, but must you put yourself at risk? So in this aspect now, you see that it's not just the girls' problem, it's a societal problem. Who are the girls doing it for? They are doing it for the boys. If the boy feels that this is what he should accept, the girl goes extra mile to go and kill herself just to come into that very shape. Like she just mentioned, for you to get that job, you have to appear in a certain manner. This is wrong. The value system is going wrong. We are coming, valuing something that is wrong above something that is right. Most people are not thinking about their education, thinking about something they can add to the society. They're just thinking about what is on the social media. And you see somebody, you're talking to the person, she's carrying a phone, going through rubbish that will not generate or will not add something to her life. So what is the value system? The family needs to do something. The mothers need to look into what their daughters are watching, even what their sons are appreciating as being good. The society needs to at least understand that this is not what should be valued. That you have all this shaped like this, the other one shaped like that, at the risk of your health, it's not something we should be clapping for. So when the society says a big no to it, the girl realizes that who am I doing it for? The boy I want to impress is not even appreciating it. So it's a general call. It's not just for the girl, it's for everybody to come together and reshape and redirect and reorder our value system. When we get it right, then it spreads across board.
All right. Let me come to you, Dr. Chinwe. There are issues about medical issues that Africans abroad they encounter or they deal with. What are the major ones that they should be concerned about? Because sometimes we talk about home and things going on at home. We don't actually spend time about our life and our well-being abroad. What should African, especially African men, be concerned about?
Thank you. Definitely awareness is the key. The main health issue that I see and that is also out there is high blood pressure and diabetes. Those are the two biggies, and they cut across span for every human being, especially the men. The male, we know that there is stress. Everybody is concerned about how to make it in the future. There is economic stress. There is worldwide disability going on. There is so many things going on, the fear of the future, wars and rumors of wars, and it's impacting. And then coming to the smaller nuclear family, a lot of stress in the family is increasing the stress in the men, in the women too. I believe that being aware of the diet, what you eat, exercising, taking time out for yourself, even little walks, a little bit of walk a day helps also for the body circulation. Don't wait out there without being checked. A lot of people don't even know their baseline blood pressure. A lot of people don't know what their sugar has been in the past 3 months. I'm talking about just simple check of the sugar, not to talk about checking the chronic diseases or the lipids or your kidney value. Like I said before, I've seen a lot of people coming in with blood pressure, like in the 160s over 100, and then even up to 200. If it's something familiar that you cannot help, fine. But if it's something stress related that you can easily understand what is precipitating it and help yourself, it's doable. And then monitor the health, what we eat. We have all these GMOs. A lot of the food we eat are no more organic. They're genetically modified. And there are so many things that are put in the food that we eat. Like I mentioned earlier, some girls become reach puberty at the age of 8 because of what we're eating. And also the women too, they have to learn to understand themselves, to understand their body. We all go through changes in life, stages in life, but it impacts women a lot, starting from simple breast screening, self-breast examination, going for your mammograms, going for annual health checkup, and especially for issues with women with menopause, a lot of mental issues, psychological issues. This is not a time to have like taboo. You can't say something wrong with you. You don't have other people to talk to. Speak out. There might be an listening ear. A lot of people are well into health now that they can give ideas of what to do. A stitch in time saves nine. I believe that. But especially diabetes, sugar, it can be controlled with diet and exercise and nutrition. Cholesterol can also be controlled by what we eat and making sure that we check eating healthy. If you can't get it enough, take some supplements and having time out, not just time to go to parties, stay up late nights, eat very, very, very late at night. Use that time to go for vacation, cool your head off, have quiet time for yourself, do yoga, breathing exercises. They help a lot in health.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chinwe. Barry, thank you. This issue of domestic violence, we talk about it in the concept of home, but it's also happening abroad. And there are a lot of instances with African men abroad, some killing their wives. What is your take on the solution to that problem?
I think it's about understanding. It's just about coming together as a one mother, and that's a husband and wife. Because most times the women, I believe their mouth, they have the mouth. Some of them, when they come in there, when things are better off, they realize that there are some things that they are entitled to or that they can get when they misbehave in certain manners. And then, if care is not taken, they go overboard in such behaviors. And some men are not really there to support what they are doing. And the man begins to see himself as being, trying to be overburdened by the woman. Sometimes the man, out of fear of what the woman will become, begins from day one to maltreat the woman and wants to bring in the culture of you are under me and you have to be under me. And when the woman begins to agitate for her rights, he sees her as being too outspoken. So this issue of suffering in different ways, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, all of them, they all contribute where two people cannot come together to iron out issues and they fight. And then it ends up, the one we know most of the time talk about is the physical violence, where you see the physical evidence, but we don't know the psychological violence the woman had been going through all through in the house. Sometimes it could be the other way around. Maybe the man is going through it, because when it comes to the issue of violence, it's something that goes between. But the fact remains that women are more violated than the men. So when we check the percentage, it could be like 70% of women going through violence and 30% of men see that. So I think it always has to do with two individuals coming together as one, understanding one another, speaking to one another, ironing out issues. But where that could not happen, we always advise the woman, please speak out. Nobody will come in to know what you're going through until it becomes too evident, until it becomes too late. Probably you've lost your life in the course of it. But if you're able to speak out, if you can't talk to your friends, talk to maybe your whom you trust, your leaders, religious leaders, or even go to associations, NGOs. They are able to help. They are willing to support. They are willing to advise. Talk to psychologists, talk to counselors, so that something could be done as early as possible before it becomes too bad. So if they don't come together as one, or if the other person who is being violated is not speaking out, nobody will know. So we advise, speak out. If you can't handle it within yourself, don't keep it to yourself.
All right, we have 6 more minutes left. I will allow Mbore to ask another question if she has one, and Maze Prince, and then I will ask my final question. Mbore.
Wow, thank you. And I am so thankful that you all came, both Nkiru and Chinwe. I choose not to go with your doctors and misses because Nkiru and Chinwe is what you are to me.
Very
Yeah.
well.
And
Agreed.
I don't need to say hello to doctor anymore because, hey, Mazi Prince. Well, initially, you know, when I spoke after Dr. Chinwe, it was just to bring in that psychological aspect. In fact, sometimes as time goes on in life, they end up becoming psychotic. There's a woman I followed. I didn't know what it was because I was in my first year secondary school. And then by the time I finished in those days that it used to be 5 years, she has become psychotic. So when I now went into nursing and midwifery, you know, when I did my midwifery and found out this is what her name is Ogori in Ututu, where they call Ututu in Abia. Wow. Well, to also buttress what Chinwe said, if you don't mind me calling you that, yeah. We in America, as far as what we eat, hurts us bigger time than any other thing. If you share with your friends here, for somebody to eat what we used to call a cigarette cup of Gary is suicidal. And some can still finish 3 here in America. For somebody to eat, I mean, it's not, when you see the heap of rice somebody scoops to eat, you know, now, for somebody to, okay, with what we are doing here in America, for you to not take your life and the quality of life you're living, I think it's Oprah that calls it, instead of lifespan, she says, how about health span? So if you can be mindful of what do I eat? What is this doing for me? I am telling you, my mother was here for almost 30 years, never had a fever or flu for one day. And what I was following her with, I went to Nigeria and continued that. For the 2 years, I went to Nigeria 2021 and I stayed until last year. I was bit by mosquitoes, but there was no malaria.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before then, I was still going to Nigeria. Whenever I go, I will be rushed to the hospital. I am either having a total liver shut down from mosquito bites and stuff. So there are few
Typhoid.
things that I really think. I also had thought of it, Okonkwo, that I will come and share it here. When my mom came here, the first night we arrived, she said I was pregnant. Then she said, so which is in Igbo language, go and look for medication that I should take now. So I said, Mama, why do you want to take medication? She said, back home every night, I take medication. So I said to her, Mama, let's try doing something different. So for us here, no offense, doctor, I in particular, I am not all that in for orthodox medication. It must be that I need it real. But when we come over here, how much medication we put into our system, not minding how much we are eating, that's the first killer. When I saw when I saw the caption for today, I canceled everything, woman empowerment. Please, let us disseminate that information. yes, we have seen that the way it was woven for girl child is such that for you to survive, especially if you are not from a very, good standard of social status, your parents are not, that you live is a miracle. Right from that mutilation from the day you were born, that can form scar tissue throughout your vulva area and leaves a little thing for you to pee if you can pee. And it's on and on and on. Oh, for the question you had asked about why do men die before their wives, doctor will tell you from the womb. Women know how to, girl children know how to be patient. They can come with big head that is called hydrocephaly, spinal bifida when their spinal cord are broken, exomphalus where there is nothing covering the abdomen. They just come with, but that if it's a girl child, she will come out breathing and crying. But if it's a boy child, that boy had died eons of months before delivery. Doctor can attest to that. So I think it's something that has to do with whatever geneticism or genetic thing in their creation. Now, when they want to be Omo Niger and Niger men, I don't know about what kills them then. But a lot of things that will help our girls, whether you are from a privileged family or you are from where I came, which if there is life again, I want to come from where I came because it got me to be ready to face anything. Yeah. But what we should tell them is be the pilot of your life. Do everything you can to be the pilot of your life. Most human beings live 70, 100 years here and die. They just live a programmed life. You have to live it so that the society wouldn't die. You have to live it so that and you have to. For a woman, like the gentleman that asked, why are women like this? Why do Gen Zs dress like this? In 90, okay, let me be fair. Let me pamper them. 89% of marriages, if you come in as holy, 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 they'll put you in the house and go after those people dressing like that outside real fast. And if you want to still continue with the girl will come and say, you can keep the ring and I keep the man. So tell the girls. I also want men to also be the pilot of their lives. Cook what you eat. If you are health conscious, you will want to know what you put together to call a plate of food. Because that is you. It's either you eat your food as your medicine, or you will end up eating medicine as your food. It's a whole lot of other things, but I give others time to talk. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Mbori. Dr. Chinwe, you have anything to say about what she said or no?
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. And I'm privileged I did my PhD on integrative medicine. I'm focusing on Western medicine based on what we've been asked, but definitely integrated medicine is the key to go. Knowing your body. I take out time, not minding the insurance policies and then rushing patients in and out to get billed and billing. I take out time to educate my patients. Once you know your body, you'll be able to heal your body. And I let them know that the key thing is, like you said, what you put, what you eat, what you surround yourself with, and especially the energy around you, the energy you create and the energy you receive. You don't have to be in a negative situation for anything. You can be better off anywhere you want to be. You don't have to dwell in a negative situation. And at the same time, like I always tell people, smiling, laughter is number one medicine. No matter how bad the situation is, it could be worse. It could be worse. So think about it like as long as you have life and you're breathing, you're in a better position. And start with whatever you put in your body. We here in New York, we don't get sunlight every day. Most people don't even understand that vitamin D is very essential in immunity, in reproductive, in mental health, everything about that. So it's little things like that that I let people understand. And of course, you gotta get paid. Western medicine is still good, but definitely starting basic life is number one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mazi Prince.
The question I wanted to ask, which has been kind of like I've been having it in mind, is there a way that an awareness could be created, some even if it means some kind of like an advert? What am I talking about? I'm talking about the C-section of the thing. To some people in Nigeria, they feel it's kind of like a taboo, and this is something where we are. It's even, we even crave for it. We love it. We want our women, that other side to be intact. Go for that and all that stuff. But as much as it's expensive, I will always tell people who cannot afford it, go the natural way, which is fine. But there is this thing in Nigeria where they look at it as the woman is kind of like either that she's lazy. They talk about, oh, she's supposed to have it through the Hebrew way or whatever it is, and then if it's not that, they say, oh, people from the village are coming after the family and all that kind of a thing. These things, for real, it's just, to me, it's, I don't know how to put it, but to me, it's not right. It's not right. Some women, the only solution they have is to have that. But being the fact that they are in Nigeria, where their husband will tell them no, the doctor, probably, and then in some cases, some doctors use that to extort money from people. They will just tell you, oh, yeah, that's the only thing that they can do, because by the time they do that, they increase the amount that you're gonna pay and all that later on and all that stuff. But yeah, so if there could be a way of creating an awareness, let people know C-section is not a death sentence. It's even the one of the easiest way and a better way to do things. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mazi.
Yeah. Okay.
Who wants to take it? Barrister?
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm in line with what he said. Creating awareness is really, really important in this aspect. And how do we create such an awareness? Nigeria, there are basic ways of creating awareness depending on the particular issue. On this particular issue, we will think about how do we create awareness using organizations, women organizations. You create opportunities for pep talks, which will be centered on health. You also use the churches because we are so much we believe so much in religion, and you find out that the women of Nigeria are always in the church, probably 4 or 5 times in a week, and they believe so much in what is said in the church. So if we use them, if we're able to sensitize the leaders of the churches, the women leaders as well, and then they create time, part of the talks that they give to women within the churches will be centered on this. It will really go a long way. Then in the offices where these women do work, there are times when we have conferences in those offices. If health conferences could be centered on topics on this issue, it will also help. Then there are village or community meetings that they have so that those people in the interiors in any part of Nigeria could be reached as well. We can sensitize them. All this will boil down in partnering with people to support whoever is going to do the sensitization for them. And then again, the women go through antenatal. Part of the things they learn during antenatal in Nigeria are things like this. If we're able to sensitize the nurses who run them through and all the health workers who are with them within those periods, give them such counseling, let them understand that there's nothing like a taboo in it, especially using the village leaders, that there's nothing like a taboo in it. So it's really, really going to work out in a great way. So what I'm saying is that it boils down to awareness creation, sensitizing them using the right channels. When we're able to do that, we get it done to an extent.
All right, thank you. I'm looking at Al Eisen. Are you with me? Welcome to
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome to the
Thank
show.
you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question for guests.
Yes, my question is for the doctor. So recently there was a big fuss about Nigeria receiving food from Ukraine, but no one talked about the nature of the food, whether it was GMO or it was organic or whatever type of food. We just talked about the fact that they were sending us food and it was embarrassing. So from a health perspective, I wanted to ask you, I know you had mentioned the fact that there's an increased use of GMOs. There have also been studies that have shown that there's an increased cancer diagnosis in Nigeria, not to mention some other diseases. So we know there's a high use of fertilizers, and synthetic fertilizers have been proven to be unsafe for human consumption, but that's being used across the soils all across the country. That combined with GMO foods, do you know anything about that? Have you taken a look into that area of society, and do you think whether that's impacting the level of, cancerous diagnosis that we're seeing in Nigeria, particularly?
Wow. You were not there at the United Nations convention that we just had. I had almost the same question somebody asked me from another part of the world. The same question concerned about all these fertilizers, the pollutants, because we were basing more on the contaminants and then the water issue. And of course, this GMO together with the pesticides, the herbicides, are part of what pollutes the water that we drink. And everybody, we don't even know the water purification processes. We know that the natural processes that we have in Nigeria, mainly the boreholes. The tap water, I don't know what type of purification, because the cities do not, from my own understanding and knowledge, do not provide the water quality like is mandated here in the United States to provide the water quality that we drink over there. And of course, all these elements, these traces, there are a lot of perchlorates, a lot of nitrates, a lot of organophosphates in all these fertilizers and pesticides. And imagine together with all this hormone consumption, what is cancer is just excessive cell replication. And it's going to overwhelm the oncogenes that we have, no matter what type you were born. There is no more like family history of cancer, especially in Nigeria, because the environment is polluted. Nobody is taking account into what we're eating or drinking. All these suppressor tumor cells that we have that's supposed to combat or be the gatekeepers to cancerous cells or cell damages in the systems are being overwhelmed. Together with lack of screening and eating and drinking all this polluted food, uncontaminated food, because the population is too much. You buy whatever you see out there. The support that they gave us from Ukraine, of course, we were getting grains from all these people. And then with the war in Ukraine, the prices of rice skyrocketed. So if they bring out, the population is demanding excessively for all this food that is not going to be tested in the lab before we consume. And then whatever we have and all the pollutants that we have overwhelms the body, because there will be increase in cancer in humans. And of course, in Nigeria, it's an unfortunate situation. I wish there would be something that would be done, even in a small scale, just making awareness, pre-screening. If you find it early, there might be ways to combat it. Just simple screening for HPV and cervical cancer helps too. Imagine screening for other types of cancerous cells that will be out there. The thyroid cancer is another big issue in Nigeria. The lack of iodine, the lack of disinfectants in the water has been a big problem in developing countries. But thank you for bringing it out again. Like I said, it's awareness and education. That's the number one key. And then letting the government get into it too, to help us too.
All right. Thank you so much. We have so much topics to touch, but I think we have to come back another time. But before we go, let me ask you about noodles and kidney failure in Nigeria. No, it's not. It's not funny. People are linking kidney failure to drinks, a lot of energy drinks, and a lot of drinks that people take in Nigeria without knowing what's in there. Also, the idea that people now basically make noodles and egg or whatever they call that thing they sell, that is very common now. That's the food that most people eat. What is
Indomie.
Indomie, yeah, that's what they call
don't go there.
Indomie, yeah, Indomie from China. So what is responsible for this increase in kidney failure across Nigeria? Do we know? Has it always been like this, or is it a question of that we were not getting that diagnosis before?
Yeah, apart from not knowing what the baseline health issues are in Nigeria with the blood pressure, with the diabetes, they are number one biggest in kidney failure. What we eat, the energy drink, the hormones, the testosterone, they're all loaded with proteins. You overwhelm the kidney no matter what. You cannot filter but certain amounts. You increasing all these glomerular filtration rates in the kidney. At the same time, you're letting all these chemicals that they use. Of course, they know those are just done in the lab. They are not natural. They're not grown. They're all manufactured. And there are a lot of stuff that are put inside it, even some plastics that the body can never digest. No matter what you do for it, it can never be digested. It has to, it's almost like taking inulin. It has to be filtered out somehow. You take it out through the kidney and you overwhelm the kidney cells. And at the end, the kidney becomes porous. They become failing. If you catch it early in the stage 1 or 2, you can stop it, suppress whatever is happening. But by the time we catch it, it's already on CKD 3 or 4, and now we're into failure. And also in Nigeria, a lot of people, once they're sick, they go to the chemist, they mix up the medications. Some of these medications are too strong for the kidney. They don't even ask you what you're taking before, and they add another thing. And there is so much injection, so much intramuscular medications that are being given to people. Some people don't follow the dosage. Some people do the IV in their homes. They put the solution, or they are sick, they have diarrhea, or I'm going to mix up some IV in the homes. And they mix it up and they overwhelm the body from filtering it because they are doing it, they're self-medicating. It's unfortunate, but most people cannot attend or have the means to get to the hospital or the money to be treated properly in the hospital, where they check you, where they do the baseline chemistry before giving you all this medicine. You come out from where you are and then you load yourself with all these things. And you're giving your body so much overwhelmed toxins, because now they are toxins. They are no more food. They are no more chemicals. They become toxins that the body cannot digest. And they become, some of them are heavy metals. We also talked about the radiation exposure, the cadmium, so many things that the body cannot filter. And where are they being filtered else? Nowhere else but the kidney. Imagine putting all this back and forth. Just check your counter, your sink in the kitchen, putting all the junk without having a way to grind the junk that goes through the pipelines. They're gonna clog the kidney. Eventually, it becomes a problem, and the kidney will fail no matter what you do. That's why the kidney failure rate is so high now, from young people not even having chronic disease, from young people to elderly, and not to talk about the drugs being used. So many of those drugs, the crystal meth, those things they use in the street, they lace it with so many things. It affects the kidney, it affects the liver. You can never overwhelm the body that much. They should have a slowdown. So all the food, I know, is easier accessible because it might be cheaper. They get it in large quantities, but at the same time, the natural way is the way to go. But slowing down on taking all these chemicals and self-medicating is another better way to go.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chinwe. Barrister, one last question for you. And I know we are going to bring you guys back. We have to talk more about things concerning things like raising children in America or abroad for those Africans or Nigerians who live in the West. Marriage age for children, when the kids get to the marriage age, what are the issues that people are thinking about? But I want to ask about retirement, because eventually most of us abroad are going to retire. I don't know about Master Prince, but I know that Ambori, they're all in California. I don't think they are planning to retire in California. But what is the thinking? What are you thinking about when
I've been retired for 15 years.
And you are still in California?
Great grandma.
Oh yeah, that's true. I remember that you said it. Yeah, that's true. So, Barrister, so for Africans or Nigerians abroad, when they think about retirement, there are some situations, and I've had this discussed in some other platforms, where most of them are in a family, find everybody abroad. Nobody's at home. they have these homes they built, they had this, and they plan to retire home, but they ended up not retiring because they're sick, or they have to see their doctors in America or in England, and then they die, and they are taken home, and the kids don't come back, and then the relations at home start fighting over who now owns the house that was left. What is going on? What is the law in these situations where you have kids that are not going to go back home ever, and you have parents that left big houses and own plots? And what is going on in that legal aspect?
Well, you can't say what is the law. Nobody is holding somebody back from where you decide to live, because there's freedom of association, freedom of movement. You have your freedom to live where you want to live, provided you're welcome as a legal resident within that area. But the issue is that Nigerian government has come to realize that it's like one brain drain, moving our people at young age to foreign countries, and by the time they settle there, have their families there, coming back home is an issue. So in recent times, they are calling on everybody, to begin to think home. There was a time Anambra State had it as a think home philosophy, trying to encourage people to come home. You have houses built and they are staying there as economic waste because nobody is living in those houses. So you're being called back to please come home. And then people began to respond, coming back home, coming to invest in the homes, coming to set up businesses that could run them through retirement. And then the people back home too, some of them began to welcome them. But incidentally, the issue of insecurity arose again, and it went up in a very high scale, that even in those areas you're thinking are safe for you are becoming like very unsafe havens, and nobody wants to go back. When you want to retire, you're going back to go and submit your life to people who don't even value it for anything again, due to insecurity, or somebody who thinks you're coming home with money and feels you're the new bank he needs to capture so that money will come. So that is a very huge problem towards thinking about retirement and settling in your home country. And we can't settle that except we have what we call the real willpower, government willpower. It's not just something about talk of word of mouth, promising people I'll get you home, I'll make it comfortable for you to come, and then not even people there are not seeing the evidence of safety. So we need that government's willpower to put things in order, and not just putting the security in order. What about infrastructural development? We also need that willpower, strategic performance of what we say. It's not just about saying we'll put light, we'll put this, put water, and put everything, put healthcare. If you retire and you're now coming home as a baby, because life is like when you are a baby at the onset, you become an adult later, and then towards the end, you're becoming another baby. And there's no good hospital to take you to when you retire, when you're sick. It's also an issue. So these are some of the things that we keep on, the government itself needs to wake up. It's not just making budgets to put this in place. It's also about making sure that those budgets are properly utilized and those things are put in place. And then we begin to encourage people, because there's nothing, sincerely, no place like home. Home is always better off when we think about it. But if all the necessary things that you need to have you accommodated with are not in place, then that home may not be the best place. But then, in all sincerity, Nigeria is a good place to go home and retire. However, we need to do a lot and
All
put the
right.
environment safe.
All right. Thank you so much, Barry Nkiru Joy Okpala-Perkins and Dr. Chinwe Nduka. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate you being here and joining us and enlightening us on these issues. We will invite you again a different time to talk about life in America and in the West, especially for Africans, Nigerians in particular, because there are so many issues that we tend to avoid talking about, but we deal with that every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and the
Thank
panels.
you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, we will take a break, and when we come back, we will review what we just had. Thank you all for joining us. I know there are so many people who want to, they're just coming back from
Yes, so
I,
we're allowed to put in one or two words, but it's okay. We enjoyed listening to
let me ask our guests. Do you have 2 minutes who can get KJ?
Okay.
They are really very important members of our community, and they're just joining us now. Do you have a minute?
It's all right. Let them go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
KJ,
Thank you so much, Dr. Uh,
Wait, I thought
Chinwe, sorry, and Dr. Barrister Nkiru. I really appreciate your comments. I had prepared the questions for you people, but in the course of the discussion, you guys answered it all. And what was it? It was about this, the new world order that they're trying to establish by all means through the women folks. Sometimes it goes by the name of trying to be fashionable, trying to be culturally advanced, and then we're taken away from the Asian landmark that the God will have laid before now. And my question would have been, will you agree with the school of thought that the advancement of women, there's so much push for women to come into a place of equality with men is also one of those agendas to try and break down the family values, even to a further a point where, parents, men especially, will no longer have a control of the family so that everybody can do whatever they want. The children, the wife, and the man, I mean, the family value as such is totally taken down. Will you agree that that is part of what is being aimed at here? Not necessarily because they want an advancement of women.
No, I will say a big no. That is not what is being aimed at. When we talk about equality, we are talking about putting the man and the woman on equal basis. And it's not as if we are trying to put the woman above the man. No. And then equality also is making the man realize that there's no competition between him and the woman, that the woman is only there to complement the man's effort, whom the society has already recognized as being on top. But when you have the complementary support of the woman, it makes it a better world for everyone to live in. It's say that educate a woman, you've educated the entire world. But let's look at it from this angle. The population of the women of the world constitute more than half of the entire population. Women are placed at about 58%, while the men are like 42. So when you have a higher population, or at least half of the population of the world being looked down upon because of gender, then it's not making the world a better place for everyone. So it's an issue of calling for inclusiveness. Let everybody be included in the policies that we make. Let everybody be included in the governance that we run. Let everybody be included in the political situation, political environment, economic environment, whatever it is we do across board within the world and within our societies. Let everybody be thought of as a human being on equal basis. And by the time we do that, we are giving everybody equal opportunities to work together so that poverty will be at least reduced to the barest minimum. We may never eradicate it, but at least we can reduce it and put everybody on the same table. So that's what this issue of women empowerment is calling for. It's not saying that women are above men. No, it's saying that we should all be treated with equality, with equal considerations, so that at least the whole people within the environment could have a better life.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Chinwe, you want to add something?
Yes, like she said, it's just to complement the efforts. Remember, it's gender equality, not gender overpowerment. It's just to supplement. When two gather together, the woman is in the hem of the society. They're in the virtuous circle of growth. They see differently. Men can contribute their own side, women contribute their own side. Like one of the panelists said, we have very high tolerance for patience. We are very patient human beings. We see things in a different way, and we can always calm that male ego so that they can see the world differently and help better the society. And at the same time, bring it back home to the children, the growing society, because a society with children that are not being looked at, it's not going to survive. If the women are not educated, if they are not given that opportunity to make changes in the laws, in the government, how would they educate the children? The women are the ones that will go out there to the offices and still come back home and look at the homeworks for the children, and still come back home and talk to the children, and still come back home and teach the children how to grow. So it's just bringing that equality in the house back into the society. That's all this gender equality is all about.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Eagles Air. He's joining us from India. Eagles Air, any question for our guest?
Yeah, I have a question to ask. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I hope you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Good morning from India. This is 12 a.m. here. Please, I want to ask a question because I heard when Doc and the barrister were saying they are talking about equal agenda. Equality in agenda. But there's just something that I want to understand because I'm talking out of experience that I have in life. What I'm trying to say in effect that when I wanted to get married at that stage, so in my own home, I have a barrister, I have a medical doctor. So when I was discussing with the medical doctor, which is a female, so he said to me that please, I should bear it in mind that if I marry any woman that is of that level, then being a businessman and marry that woman, I should bear it in mind that the position they occupy used to enter their head. The position they occupy used to enter their head, especially when they find themselves they're more higher in the society than the man which they call their husband. I'm saying out of experience because I know all these things are in my home. Now you're canvassing a woman for better life, for them to be a helpmate, because I have to tell ourselves the truth. Women, according to what he say women are there to complement men, not to lead men. Now, how are you canvassing, trying to educate women that no matter the place you find yourself, bear it in mind that the man still remain the head, not the woman, no matter where you find yourself. Because sometimes you find out that in a society where a woman is a leader, men always get it at the neglection part of it, because sometimes they say, I'm the one taking care of this, I'm the one doing this, I'm the one doing that. But the one thing I know about women always have a reserved energy than men. Women always have a reserved energy. What I'm trying to say in effect that if they can go to their business, go to their work, and also come back and take care of the children and do the domestic work. That's why they have extra energy than men. But how are you training this woman? How are you trying to educate these ladies for them to know they are there to complement man, not to be the head, no matter the position they find themselves? That's the most important thing in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Eagles Air. Who wants to take on the question? Any of you?
Okay. I will say that first of all, your sister who advised you that the woman will see herself as being on top, that was a very terrible assumption. It's a wrong assumption and is a wrong insinuation. And sometimes this is what we call women against women, where the woman herself is also, talking against the other woman because of probably educational attainment, educational attainment. So that one we should at least first of all see it as a wrong assumption. However, I have to tell you that most times women associations do go extra miles to let the woman understand that what we are all agitating for is not competition, it's complementary kind of life, so that people don't see that the woman is trying to put the woman on top. And when we do that as a women associations, we first of all want to let them understand that for a society to be a good place, the woman has a whole lot to do based on their biological things, things that they had been created biologically, which the society had already seen them as being responsible for. It takes a whole long time for society to begin to see them from other angle. And if you don't get the man to understand it ab initio, that what you're trying to do is something that will help the family, he will begin to see it from another angle, from that wrong angle that you're trying to overbear it on him. So that's why we keep on saying that the communication aspect of it, how do you relate with the man to understand, is very necessary. And in most of these women's empowerment programs, women's maybe gender related programs, it's being encouraged that the men should come and sit with the women so that they hear it from the right source, what actually is being said and how it should be run in the families, in the societies, in anywhere we find ourselves. That what we are doing is that if the man doesn't understand what you're trying to gain or what you're trying to generate from women empowerment programs, he will see it from the other angle, that you're trying to build somebody to come and oversee him, to come and sit on top of him, and he will agitate and you end up not achieving your goal. So it's like bringing the man and the woman together on the same table and telling them, let us reason together. Let us see how the world could be a better place for us. Let us see how the boy and the girl could have a fair ground to compete, to not even compete, to at least relate when it comes to societal growth. That's what we are doing.
All right, thank you. Dr. Chinwe, any comment or should I go to someone else?
No, she said it all because somebody, I saw that cartoon or something. How can a man understand the woman when the woman was created when the man was sleeping? So the woman was created while the man was sleeping from the ribs. So women could appear like a complicated species, but all they are very soft-hearted in mind. No matter the appearance they put up, the communication is the key. They are not there to intimidate the man. If the man stays open, even just from individual family, if the man stays open, stop listening to what is outside there, the chauvinism outside there, the culture outside there, I believe that they can work well. They will complement each other. That's the
All right.
what I'll add.
Thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damagis. Thank you for having me, and special greetings to Barrister Nkiru and Dr. Chinwe Nduka, and greetings to the members of the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. See, this issue, there's so many angles you can go with this. There are so many areas, but from what I see of the way most of our women engage with most of these feminist movement going on from the West, I feel like they don't necessarily do a lot of filtration of some of the aspects that is coming from the West that could be harmful to our own societies. And that is one area. And I think women are very powerful. I think sometimes people underestimate the role of women because I keep hearing the idea that women are oppressed, women are this and that. People forget that women are extremely powerful. There's a reason why men have shorter lifespan. Men have difficult lives and they go through a lot of pressure in terms of societal pressures. But women, remember, they raise the children up to 3 years. They basically do it by themselves. They have a lot of influence over the family life and society, how the direction society goes. And I really think that there are women these days are beginning to sell themselves cheap to think that they want to be like men. Men work in construction sites, fall from roofs and die, and serve in the military and get slaughtered, and go through all kinds of stupid things that go on in their life because they are risk takers. Men take risks. This is why they have shorter lifespan. I think that for us, I believe that our society needs an element of conservatism to an extent because we are not the West. And I see that in China right now, and even Kim Jong-un in North Korea is begging the women to have children because they've gone so far now. Their population is beginning to drop. Schools are beginning to close because they are saying equality, equality, equality. And now what is happening is that what is actually going on is that they are disincentivizing people to getting together. That is what is going on. Here in the West, you can see there's a lot of pressure. Most men don't want to entangle themselves with women now because there's a lot of threat to that. And you can see that most of our people, when they go to the West, they break up. They're having a lot of breakups. And that's the thing that we don't pick up on. Before you know it, we start carrying the same culture into our own societies, and we will start building up the same problem. They are regretting now. They are trying to fight off. And I think that that's why the question I wanted to ask is that, are there any areas of originality in your approach to this feminist movement and empowering of women that is not necessarily recommended by the West?
All right. Thank you, Professor.
Well, first of all, when we talk about gender issues, we also put in cultural issues, cultural barriers that had been, among societies. There are some cultural barriers within our African societies that may not have been within the European society. So those are some of the things that we consider first when we now talk about issues concerning gender equality. And then, talking about the issue where you said maybe a woman cannot do this, a woman cannot do that. Those are some of the physiological things we attach to being a man, to being a woman. It has not been proven that a woman, when she tries to do that she cannot try it. It has not been proven that a woman cannot be an engineer and do all the things the man has to do. So when we are now doing all this, we're saying give that woman who wants to do it a chance to prove herself. It's not as if she's coming to say, if I do it, I'm going to push down on this. And then narrowing it down to culture. Culture within the African society has come to label the African woman, as a second-class human being, which we are saying is not right. You should not see her as a second-class human being because she has potentials. All you need to do is give her a fair playing ground so that she can bring out her full potentials and at least bring in the good things that she has to offer. Because if you're now limiting the potentials within that woman, you can't say your society will get to its peak. The society's growth will be reduced because half of the population already has been wasted because of the way we have limited them based on the fact that they are regarded as women. So those are the things we are now calling for. It's not just bringing out everything maybe that you see in the Western world, which will not be pertainable or which will not be obtainable within your society, which is the African society. And then again, religion has come to play a whole lot within our societies. So we borrowed some Western religion, but the way we practice the religion may not have been in line or in tone with what we had within our own cultural upbringing. So when you weigh these two things together, you find out which one is suitable for that society that can now help it to grow. And you come together and see how those ones could be enshrined into law, so that at least those protocols that we borrow, you see that when we go out and borrow maybe UN protocols that had been signed within the UN arena at the General Assembly, we still come back to Nigeria to domesticate them. You don't just borrow and then implement everything you borrowed. You bring it home and see how it will work within your society. And that is what we call domestication. So when we now domesticate it within our National Assembly, it becomes laws. Then it goes down to the states again, for the states also to adopt those things that we have domesticated within the National Assembly. So all these protocols, all these processes we follow are things that will help us sieve and eliminate what we feel are not right, and then the right ones will now be done. So that is the thing. But the major thing is trying to let the man understand that this is not a competition. It's about setting up a fair playing ground for everyone so that everyone can at least live together, have a good well-being, and then the whole society will be better off for everyone.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Chinwe, you want to add something or no?
Oh no, she really said it very well. What I wanted to say, she said it at the last minute, is to let everybody know it's a fair ground. And African woman is different from Western woman. African woman loves family. African woman is always gearing towards being married, having somebody to call like a husband. No matter how much they do out there, the difference will be that they will still want to have a family. So the power that they have will still be curbed in the family. So, but if a man understands that it's there to complement and it's a quality that they're asking for, it will be much better off. They're not there to supersede or take over because they still have the culture no matter what they are doing out there. There's still culture out there. They will go out, but they still want to come and answer Mrs. Somebody or Ajay somebody. So after that, the culture supersedes. And the Western world, unfortunately, things might be happening in this country that are issues because it's not covered up early enough. I don't think it will supersede that in Nigeria.
All right. We are so far away beyond our time, but I will just let Ovie and Janaba just ask a question and then we'll call it a day with our guests. They have to go. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it would be fair to say I missed the show 100%. I just started listening when our guests were explaining what they mean by equality, that just pretty much equal pay and equal work and all that. But again, I don't know, I'm taken aback when she was talking about. I mean, anytime I hear about the African woman, and they try to want to measure it equality and all that, I cringe because, or maybe because it has to do with my own tradition. I have never seen there's no point in our history that the African man see the woman as a second-class citizen or as not an equal person. I don't think until recent time when, as you rightly put it, when we started adopting the Western way of life, that we begin to see that, oh, women are this, women are that. Because where I'm coming from, women pretty much have equal right, if not more right than men. But I said that because if we look at the Western world, this is a society whereby the man never allows his mother, his sister, his wife. I'm not the woman generally never allowed to vote. He or she has no rights other than just I mean, these are foreign way of life that we are trying to force ourselves to equate with. The African woman that I know of, I don't think there's ever an issue and ever any time where in a family in an African family they are man and woman are fighting because the man is looking down, the woman looking the other way around until recent history of ours. I mean, I could be wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
All right. Barrister, whoever.
Okay, let me ask him one or two questions.
Questions.
In
I don't know where you come from. I see Ovie. I think it's Edo State.
You are right, correct. I'm from Edo
Okay.
State.
Okay. Let me ask you. In Edo State, in a family, who inherits the properties of the man, of the father, if he's deceased without
Well,
will?
from Edo State is very diverse in terms of culture. I'm from Ososo, and in my own tradition, I mean, everybody gets equal pay. Everybody gets equal share of the family inheritance. There's not either man or woman. If any
Okay.
inheritance, yes. I've
Good.
never seen anywhere they fight for because of that. That oh, she's a woman, she won't get anything. Not in my own.
Okay.
I mean, it does happen, but not in my own culture. I've not seen that.
Then another one now is, if a woman wants to probably open an account, do you realize that there are some communities or some places that even in our laws before, when it will now say before a woman gets to to buy a property, you must have a consent of the husband.
Again, that
Do you know that?
from my culture, that's strange. That's foreign to me.
Then let me now come again. Do you also know that there are houses or families where they have limited resources, and then the question of who should go to school arises because you're a woman, you are made to stay back in the house, and the boy is sent to go to school, and you're forced to go and get married and bring money from your husband to train the boy, and your life is just made redundant and pushed into slavery into the man's house who sees himself as the provider, the messiah of the family. Do you know that? Do you also realize the fact that
I
there
see
are
that.
families? You see, no, I am just trying to tell you what this issue of empowerment, equal rights, equal
No,
opportunities,
I
what
agree.
they derive at.
I agree.
Because
I
if
see
we
that.
don't
I'm
understand,
familiar with that from Nollywood movies.
no, you see, you're familiar, but this is prevalent in the communities where we live. Probably you're thinking of your own family, but the next family in that same Edo state where you come from, this is what is happening. And above 90% of people across Nigeria are seeing the same problem. And then how do you expect the woman who is deprived of education, deprived of family inheritance, deprived of owning property, deprived of even opening bank accounts just because she is a woman, deprived of, do you know that there are some works a woman will do, the man will do the same work, even lower, and the man is paid higher wage than the woman? Do you know that? So these are the things. It's like the woman is made a slave, a quiet slave, and she has no right to talk. Do you know the man can come back and say, "Where is my food?" The woman went to the farm, came back, and is preparing the food. The next thing she hears is a big slap, a big kick, and then the neighbors come and they are all men. What is wrong? He says, she has not given me food. And they join in beating the woman. That is violence against the woman, and they all run their mouths upon the woman, and she's regarded as nothing. These are some of the practical things of violence, practical things of issues that are, agitated this issue of empowerment, equality, you know. So if we don't understand the primary basis of where these agitations came from, we will just be seeing it as the woman wants to show power. That is wrong. So we're trying to break it down to the barest minimal, the lowest level, so that some of us will at least understand what we mean when we say the woman is that they are trying to empower women, the woman. That is just it. And this is happening within all our societies.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Barris. Thank you. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, you're next.
Thank you, young ladies, for coming to our show.
Thank you.
You're looking wonderful. I've listened to you guys. In the course of barrister saying that the woman have to get a consent to open an account, it's both of them supposed to have that consent. It doesn't have to be a woman don't supposed to do it without her husband consent. Neither the husband is supposed to do it without uh, her husband, his both sides supposed to agree on that. So it's not a general thing. Well, I can understand that our society and every home are different. Our upbringing are different. And I also understand that many women are facing those challenges of oppressions, and also few women also are oppressing men. And I think it doesn't have to do with gender in some cases. It's all about the value you are raised with. It's all about the culture and the value of direct parent impact on you. Like you said, my big sister, when she was growing up in my place, women and they give priority to the male children, but my dad did not do that. My dad said all of us can go to school and he would take care of it. Even the society was against it, that, oh, you are training somebody for somebody to pick as a wife. So but then we cannot generalize it. And in your pursuit of equality and justice for all, I hope you continue to make it clear that this thing happened for real. That is, you also speak to the female. Or I mean, I'm talking about the female side of it. That there also have to be a balance there, or whatever you guys saying. It happened for real time, but in this case, you are advocating for those that are being oppressed to come out of that, so that we can have a better world. But then all is for a better world. But it happened in a real term. But every home and every culture and every religion treated differently. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Like I made mention earlier, sorry, we are asking for equality for all, not just for the woman. It's equality for all. The man, the woman. Let us be on the equal playing ground.
All right. Dr. Chinwe, you want to say something?
Yes, definitely. He mentioned, of course, there's always moral support supersedes everything. Like equality that we're asking is just that the women will be well accepted into the society, given the rights to even be in the policy making. They will bring back that good policies that they made at the helm of the family. that will help also the society. That's the advocacy that we're all saying here. Everything is about making a betterment for the future. And then some people are opportune that they don't have to go through this. But looking at it generally, there are so many people that are suppressed and they don't know way out. So it's just awareness. It's just like reiterating the story that there should be help and there should be gender equality and there should be awareness, both politically, health-wise, family health, moral health. That should be the advocate that we're doing here. We're not saying it's on individual basis. Everybody has different ways of looking at it. And of course, the crusade should also go to women. The women are also being taught how to still continue to be a woman, no matter what the power the society or the government has given to you. You still have your issues and your roles as a woman, and that you have to help with the society. We're not going out there to overpower the men or to become who we're not supposed to be. So the preaching is across the globe. Thank you.
All right, Bumi, you have something to say before we round up? Bumi, can you hear me?
No, she's muted.
Bumi, can you unmute yourself? All right. I can do it from here, Bumi. All right, so thank you so much for coming, Dr. Chinwe and Barrister Nkiru. We really appreciate your time, and hopefully we will invite you again to talk more on some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We love
Thank
the
you so
audience.
much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we get a review of what happened. Stand by.
By 2008, women occupied only 18% of parliamentary seats, with only 13 women in the highest position of state out of 192 governments. Although this is changing gradually, women ministers tend to be concentrated in social areas rather than legal, economic, political, and executive sectors of their government. Rwanda remains an exception as a trailblazer, with the highest number of women parliamentarians, or women in Congress, as you would call them here, in the world. They have 55%. Right here in your own country, a continuing study by two professors from Stanford and the University of Chicago have found that U.S. congressional districts served by female legislatures, on average, do better than those represented by men.
When your master love you, I found one master love you. Max, if you have a look on the moon, no fube, nazo, olaga, ni piazigo. Mamulaga, doni piazigo. I found one willow chio, bikora puzo, kona bazia. When your master because Abamba water the sorry. If you never know, Lagado di Piazigo, Lagado di Piazigo, Abamba will a china, bigger apple. Mazi wako wapu Odogu na kwerezu naka Onyoma niga dele mwa Mazi ni bazi kama melody. You got to go with your phone. Odogu Nachala Noka. Is he one them nigga delemo? Olagado ni pesigono, ma olagado ni pesigo. Mama wilo chilo, bigora muzo, anabazi. Say, onyamazoro de, abama wazoro de sorry. Ibya muyano kwana mo ofube naru olagado. Mulagado ni piasugo, nasa boy. Mulagado ni piasugo, avama wilo chilo, bigora puzoro, anabazi. Ice. Odogu kanano mikechofo, ama kwa mnika kugogia. Waligwe kwelo. Get your mother back. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene, amago ninso. Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaji. Esi nwanne m ekene mi ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya m egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 Nkiru Joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you so much for hanging in here. Let's see. Bumi, what happened to your network?
To be honest, I really don't know. I was so sad because I could hear you guys, but I'm very sure you couldn't hear me. And when you literally told them that goodbye and I kind of changed my Wi-Fi, it started working, and I was so sad that I couldn't ask any question. So
next time, but I wanted to know what you wanted to ask them. You know, that would have been because we always think about a different every viewpoint. You know, younger people, their issues and their concerns. So, what was the question you wanted to ask if you had a chance?
I wanted to ask how they thought about how the patriarchy, but also how the patriarchy and also a capitalist system affects the traditional marriage value or like our traditional view on the family, because I think Mr. Eagle Square did ask about like how modern day feminists are very key to control, taking over, and want to like suppress men. And I want to ask, how does our present day society, in conjunction to us running a patriarchic system, but also a capitalist driven society, how that affects the woman? Because if I should think about it from my point of view, there's no way I could be a traditional woman or like a housewife in our modern day society. That's so hard because a man cannot provide for himself. So he can also provide for me, and he also cannot provide for our kids. So I have to contribute. I have to go and further my education. I have to get a job. So it's like, how does that work? Is it really the woman's fault, or is it because we run a system that forces a woman to put in? And I think like that's my question. I wanted to ask them that.
Now, if I should ask you, if you find a man that can provide, will you still want to be a housewife? Because there are still some men who can provide, like someone like KJ can provide everything that is needed. But if you find such a man, will you want to be a housewife?
In the society that we run, yes. Because it's so fast paced, like so many things that we do, it's not necessary. It's just so consuming that, to be honest, I'll leave it to the man to go figure that out, because the way we see life has just gone to another level. So I'm just like, I don't want to stress. If I could stay back and take care of my kids, if you really believe that you want to be the man and you want to continue in this life that makes it hard for you to even be a man, because like so many people have mentioned, men tend to die like faster than women. And the reason why your majority of them are dying so easily is because the society puts so much pressure on them. So it's hard for them to communicate. It's hard for them to take a break for a second. So why will I not want to be a housewife when I can take a break for a second? But if you want to continue. I'm not going to argue with you on that level. As much as I'm a feminist, I'm also someone who would advocate for like reason. Like, I'm not someone that say, oh, every woman should go and work. I want you to have the choice to work, but I also want you to have the choice not to if you don't want to. But it has to make sense. It has to be reasonable for our society.
All right. Thank you so much, Bumi. And let's go around and hear what people think. But let me start with X0. Relax. Are you at work? Okay, X0, go ahead, because you're at work. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can hear a bit noise at the background. Yeah, I just wanted to ask my question and leave. I'll be watching the program. Yes, I wanted to ask the women, because I see that they know their onions. They are women of high esteem, and I think such women, put in any sphere of life, they know their own. They will hold their own any day, anytime. But I wanted to ask them, further expatiate the discussion into leadership, because what they are discussing is gender equality, and this is what I and the community were about discussing yesterday. That was the event, the International Women's Day event. So I wanted to know why, in as much as we have so many women who are capable, Nigerians trounce. Yesterday, people were telling me Nigerians are doing well everywhere: music, sports, anything professionally, especially our women. Why have we not gotten it right when we have women in leadership positions in Nigeria? What kind of women is it that the women that are put in positions in Nigeria are corrupt, or is it that the system can never make any woman succeed? Let's also remember there are some exceptional cases like the Okonjo Iweala, the obvious specialists, but those were in a saner dispensation, the women we churn out today in leadership positions, why haven't they been able to live up to expectation? And these women have they have pedigree, but once they get into position, they just become something else. Why? That was
All
my
right.
question.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Eagles Air. I wanted to know, did you marry a doctor? Who did you marry eventually? Did you follow the advice of your doctor sister or your lawyer?
Rudolph, thank you so much for this question. It's not that I marry a doctor, but I come out from a home that is well educated. But frankly speaking, my wife is not a medical doctor, but she has up to 7 degrees, including masters. So you can find out that the level of education she acquired, both international and locally, she got all these certificates. But there's something that I want us to understand, because in my own home, in my own family, I have when you talk about barristers that they are, medical doctors that they are, including justice, they are also there. But when you look at the environment, you understand the event that happened within them. What is that event? Event that happened within them. Some of them, position they occupy used to affect their understanding and attitude. I know what I'm saying. I have seen it. Rudolph, if we can tell ourselves the truth, we know what I'm saying. Because sometimes when they occupy a position and they see that their man is no longer coming to that level of that position, it becomes a problem in the society, especially African women. That's the most problem they have. They began to neglect, because now they are associating with people in the same class with her, whereby the husband is no longer coming to that same class with her. It becomes an issue. So what my brother trying to advise me, who is a chief magistrate right now, as I'm talking to you, that my brother is a chief magistrate in Imo State. So because I'm from Imo State. So he tried to advise me that if you want to marry a woman and you want to enjoy the marriage, make sure that it do not go to the dark class of medical field or profession of being a lawyer. Because they miss a lot of people. They come in contact with a lot of people. And women are easily deceived based on what they see. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Especially sometimes there's something that you tell them, they're also deceived based on what they hear. But except you are at the same level, you're trying to make it outside, except you're at the same level with her, that's when you're going to earn a respect from her. But if you're not in the same level, that's why you use the illustration of being a businessman marrying a medical doctor or a judge. You find out that there is problem along the way. So he tried to let me to understand, if you want to marry a woman of that class, I should go further and study medicine or study law to make sure that I match together with the level that she is. But if I said I want to be an international businessman, that I should know it that to bring them to subjection, to understand they are there to complement me, it becomes a problem. For instance, when you go to the Western world, when you travel to the Western world, some women that they married that were educated, you married them and they came to Western world. Before you could know, the environment began to influence them. Environment began to change their understanding and their mentality. Before you could know it, they divorced their man. For instance, there's one that happened to my family friend. They are living in Maryland, US. By name, the man is a physician, Emmanuel.
Don't mention the name, please. We don't need.
Okay, sorry. Okay, the man based in US. Yeah, what happened? He came back to Nigeria after 15 years in the US. I came back to Nigeria. I married a woman. After marrying her, he trained her in the University of Osaka, and she got married, have a children. When they came back to US, before he could, the woman want to show the man that she has balanced. It becomes an issue. Before he could, the woman trying to tell the man that, fact, if you are not going to do according to what I say, this is a problem of gender equality. This is a form of gender equality. Women are first to tell a man his own duty, but they are not first to know their own duty in the, to do it. That's problem they have. Before it caused a problem to them. Today they're no longer married.
All right.
But when they're in Nigeria, they're married. Okay. So when you talk about gender equality, we have to understand the culture that we occupied. What is our own culture in Africa? What is our own culture in Nigeria? So that, because problem with Nigeria we are good in copy, but we don't copy original, we copy fake. Then when we copy the fake one, then we want to enforce it on somebody. When you want to copy original, so that when they want to practice, no, you practice the original. Don't go and copy a shadow. Please, so that's how the things goes. We need to be careful over what some things we do in life, so that we don't create problem by ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Igos. I will continue probably once a month. We try to bring people that we discuss issues that are impacting us, Africans abroad. Not just people are talking about home all the time. You know, we have issues within our own communities outside the country, whether you're in England or India or in America. Once you leave the continent, there are issues. So we get back to having that conversation. All right, Ovie, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I didn't really listen to the ladies from the beginning, so it's hard for me to, understand 100% where they are coming from. But I think, to me, anybody who want to make case in that direction, once you started using words like the African woman, to me, you've already lost. You don't have an argument, because that means you are comparing the African woman to some other race. And to me, that's wrong, because the reality is totally different. The reality of the African woman of yesterday to the Western woman, for instance, it's different. The reality of today also is different. So when you are making the arguments, start using those kind of phrases, for me, it's over, because when you have to start, say, looking at it from the power structure perspective, the woman that you are comparing the African woman with yesterday, what was her role in a society? And what is the African woman role in a society of yesterday? The notion that our women are king, we are pointing out to the Queen Nana and so many of them, those are reality. I don't think a second-class citizen will be talked about like that. But if you look at the woman that you are comparing it with, the man in that society refused a mother, his wife, his daughter, his sister, to even vote, to have a say on how the society should run. And it still goes on up to today. If let me use the America as an example. If you go and watch the first State of the Union of Joe Biden, after 250 years, the man was bragging that he has 2 women in his back, talking about the Vice President Kamala Harris and the then leader of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Just imagine if that kind of statement came from Obama or even Trump. That would be a different ball game. That is more than 200 years. The closest the woman has been in terms of leadership is a vice president, and it was just a couple of months ago. So when we are making comparison, compare the reality. And again, these are the same people that say it's a man's word. That one not be man, if you talking for my language. That's an English word, just an English phrase. But there's a fact to that. Whether you want to agree to it or not, they predicated that statement on the fact that the things that run the world are owned by men. Again, if you go back to yesterday, when land is the real deal, all the lands are owned by men. When the lands were converted to factories and machines, industrial revolution, all this stuff are owned by men. In today's world, that internet is the order of the day, AI is the order of the day, cloud is the order of the day. All these things, their founders are men. So when they're not telling you to narrow your argument to what an employer is doing to you in the office, that man is not helping your case. If I use the damage and his platform as an example, let's say damage have 5 employees. Unless damage put it in his law of that company that men should be paying more than women, whatever damage it does should be responsible. It should not be generalized. If you go a company that they are deliberately paying men over women, find out, is that the law of the company or the owner of that company is just being stupid? Because it baffles me that in 2024, that is what we should be talking about, like, that a woman actually had to come out and scream that I'm not getting paid for the same job that a man did or does. It doesn't make sense that we are still having that conversation and say we are civilized. So people who are encouraging our women to start arguing equality from family angle, they are getting it wrong, and the comparison. So that's why when she used the African woman, I said, no, you are getting it wrong. The African woman, I've never seen. Yes, today's culture is against the woman in terms of getting power. Even our religion that we're so proud about, where pastor that so carry Christianity as heaven and earth, the Christianity is #1 hater of women. Jesus Christ paraded 12 men as his disciples. The woman not there inside, but nobody's talking about that. So the conversation should just be narrowed to what the woman is doing. I never see anywhere in Nigeria say women they get it over, they say my house to do it. No. Now recently, Nollywood that's why I'm trying to tell her that me in my own family. That's why when they asked me personal questions, she lost it. In my own family, my father and wife back in the day, they go come up for house, go have a full-blown relationship, have kids, still come back, and they accepted. That is the norm. So don't narrow it to either my family or family issue. The family issue, that's different. That Bumi rightly put it. The family issue today is all about economy. It's all about consumption. We are bred, we are trained to go to school, get out, get a job, and start buying. Go learn work, come out, go there, start to make money, and start buying. That is the world that we are living today. Thanks to Christianity, we were able to infuse it into their capitalism way of life. And guess what? We are raising to be the #1 prophet of that way of that lifestyle. So if a woman wants to argue, not argue from say, oh, my family, how want this person treated it? No. If you are not getting equal pay, is it the law of that company? Is it the law of the land? Or those men who are paying men over women are just plain being stupid? Call them out. That's why when you tell our leaders are not competent, are lazy. No. They're living well. Somebody who is not competent cannot be living well the way they are living. So we are getting the whole conversation all screwed up. So wrong. There's a power, things that control the society. That's what you people should be going after. The most powerful government, the 3 powerful governments in this world have never been run by women. That should be a question. Talking about the United States of America, talking about China, talking about Russia. These are countries that run the world. They are not arguing say when woman will be their president, may they try them. So I will advise the African woman, have you settle down with your man and face the reality of the day when I will settle. They have never seen where a woman cannot approach a man, a husband in the house in any Nigerian. Even where in the north where we say, oh, they are not doing the primary for wife. Women see they stand up and talk to their man, not just in the family, but they have a role they played in the society. That's why you see women where they run some traditional homes, even where men are there. So our reality of yesterday to the people that they are controlling is different, and our reality today, the economy power of today that we all depend on, then is not reality. The Western woman don't even know, they cannot even relate to where an African woman they live in terms of suffer. Cannot even relate. It's two different games. One they cry for Bentley, one they cry for Keke no they tire. The reality are different, and you are expecting different things. So when they fight, everybody gets your own fight. You cannot be comparing your wife to your neighbor's wife, and that's another mistake. When they ask me, say, "Oh, yes, my family feel good, other family not good." It's a life now. When you want to narrow it down like that, it's like customized t-shirt, customized shirts. Me and my wife and my home is different from the next person. So if the argument should be what runs that community, because what runs the community translate with, I'm going to tell for your house. If your husband go month, no see money come, you fill up for your house. So the argument is upside down as far as I'm concerned. That's why I'm kind of like confused when they narrow it down to, as I said, once you use the African woman, That once you mention African woman, that means you are comparing her. There's a competition, and that doesn't make sense.
All right.
It's two different things. Thank you.
Javier, thank you. It's very important to, that's what we don't do enough here, which is to bring different people, different constituencies to air their view. We as men, when it comes to any issue with women, I think we do more of listening to them, because if you look at the history of the United Nations, even African Union, they've been having series of conversations around the globe, not just about African women, about how to elevate the position of women across the world. So it's not an African thing. The first conference, UN Conference on Women, was in Mexico in 1975. If you go and look at the objectives and what they aimed to accomplish and consider it today, you'll find out that most of those things have not been achieved. And one woman at the conference in Beijing in 1995 said that since the one in Mexico, that men went to the moon and came back, and women were still in the same place. So it's important to listen to women, not just because this is not really an issue that I think we can complain and talk about it tangentially, but the people who live that every day are the women, and we need to also listen to them.
Sorry, Mr. Dr. Damages. Those people where they organize those things, those are the people that run the world. Let them give them to whom. As I said, the things that run the world are owned by men. That's the conversation. The things that run the world are owned by men. So you come off his cry, I feel pay you for you. We go see the matrix, because the real deal is still owned by me.
All right.
That means you can never be equal to me. That means going everything that makes you stay alive. So you can cry all you want. You can come fight your neighbor because they treat you well. Go United Nations cry, say your husband don't pay, or God they pay you well. There's a reason why. The real deal is owned by men. These same men where they tell you, say, go and fight your husband, go and fight your co-worker, go and fight your boss. He cannot release that ownership of that thing where they fight for to the woman and see what will happen. May America elect woman first, no one knows, yes, they actually mean business.
All right. Thank you, Obi. KJ.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting those two ladies. This morning, really, when I woke up, this thought was in my mind, and I'm going to come from a different angle. Right from the creation of the humanity, from the Bible perspective, which I believe, women have always tried one way or the other to look for a position, either to be above or equal. And that's why even in the Garden of Eden, before the fall of man, it was the man that was providing the food until Eve said to take over providing the apple, which eventually got all of us here. However, coming back to what I was trying to ask her, I like their presentation. I like it. They were as fair as possible, and as anybody who is running a course would be. So I appreciate their position. But I'm also saying, it's just like Ovia has said, long before now, there's something that's being pushed that we all are not taking cognizant of. When I was in university, it was that time that the feminism was becoming, was spreading through Africa. And many of my colleagues in the university, many of my friends who were, fine ladies who could have gone to become very, very faithful wives, were told by some elderly lecturers that there was no need for them to marry, and be subject to anybody, and that feminism was the way. And even true to the fact, that time they were all feminists. They were all parading themselves around as people who could do without a man and can also chart their course. Shortly before I finished, service, some of them were able to marry younger men than myself, and than those. Even in fact, one was even trying to marry one of my colleagues because we realized that it wasn't, that the way it was supposed to be. But am I trying to take a swap of them? No, I'm trying to say that the African society seems to be getting something a bit different. I'll give you an example. Here in the US, when I was coming to the US, a friend of mine who is an American, born American, told me something. He said, if you come with your wife, be ready, okay? Because the law here does not favor men. That's what she told me. She made it very clear. The law is set up for the man, sorry, for the woman and the child. In other words, she even went ahead to tell me that if peradventure in the middle of the night, my wife decides to call the police to say her life is threatened and she needs me out of the house, even if I own the house, the police are going to tell me, well, you know what? You need to get out of the house and go look for where to sleep. Okay? Even if in the course of it, it was discovered that I am not in the wrong, they will still ask me to leave. So he said I should bear that in mind. Secondly, that most of the African women, when they get to the US, this is an American talking to me, that when they get here, they get overbloated with the freedom that the American society offers. And they begin to misbehave, especially when they work in the CNA, the CNA, the nursing assistant, and all the rest, because they see a lot of money. He says some of them, it gets into their head and they begin to now misbehave toward their husbands. I don't like the word partner because it's husband and wife. I usually do not use the word partner because that is, one of the things we should bear in mind, that words carry a lot of meaning. And once you begin to use that word, in the way not supposed to be used, you reduce the quality, the capacity, the meaning of that word. You run it down, and so it can be used anyhow without any connotation, of the fact that it has that meaning. I'll give you an example. When we were growing up, in our primary school, you couldn't say sex. You couldn't call sex in front of a senior. You can't say, ah. But now you can tell your children are saying, oh, this is very sexy, this is sexy. Because the word has been bastardized, has been reduced, it has become a everyday word that it no longer carries the meaning it used to carry. And there are many several words like that have been reduced to that. And so even the word marriage, man and woman, husband and wife, is also being reduced now by using the word partner. You're my partner, we come into partner, oh, it's my partner. No, it is husband or wife, husband and wife. Now, so that I don't digress myself. Now, in our society, like I said this morning, I woke up with this thought in my mind, and somehow the social media helps you. An Igbo guy was trying to explain to me why the Igbos wear Isiagu and what's the meaning of Isiagu and all that. And he's going ahead to say that the reason is because the Igbos see their men as the Odum, because the Odum provides food and protection for his family in the forest. So the Igbo people see themselves, the men in the Igbo society see themselves as the provider of things, for their wives and family. However, in the modern society, just like Bumi has said, and especially here or in the US and elsewhere in the Europe, you may not be able to provide all that needs a man. You as a man will be able to provide everything because the bills don't stop coming. It just rolls over. Before you say Jack, it's back again. So you will need an assistant. Have men ever looked at women as second fiddles? No. But again, this is what I'm going to. Those who are defining the life where we live tells you, and they begin to write into their program these processes to devaluate or devalue the quality of the woman. If you are one who follows the UN very well and you go through the UN charter, you find out that whatever is happening on earth right now is not new because it's been there all the while. The last one is the Agenda 21, which we are still looking at. If you know also, you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to go into it. But what I'm simply saying that there is a deliberate attempt to try to play down the important role of the woman. Hitherto has never been in contention. It has never been in contention. There are many people and many society and many men out there who are not as educated as their wives, and they live in peace. Okay? I do not have a PhD. My wife has a PhD. I don't have a PhD, and she doesn't disrespect me anyway. So, and we are not talking academics here. We're talking about husband and wife. So, what I'm trying to say in essence is that the Bible says, and I'll end with this. It says that do not be an equal yoke with an unbeliever. Then we used to reduce it down to the fact that it has to be an unbeliever. It's not necessarily an unbeliever. Someone who you do not have the same capacity and understanding with. That's you are being on equal yoke. Someone you do not have the same capacity and understanding with. If you find out that you are going to marry a woman and the woman is an A, for instance, an alpha, in thoughts, and you find yourself that you are struggling between a C and a D, you definitely have a problem when it comes to decision making or having to come to an agreement when an issue is picked up. So what I'm actually saying that I think that it should be adjusted, because I don't think the woman is in disadvantage. If you play the role that is given to you by Almighty God, and I play my role that's given to me by Almighty God, we will have no problem whatsoever. Okay, but you see, again, to tell you where I'm going to, you see, now the gender, they've left the gender now. They're going to another level whereby I can now be a woman if I want to, and a woman can be a man if he wants to. That's the highest point of this plane of this thing. And very soon they will introduce a final one, which means that your children can equally be, it doesn't matter at what age they become sexually active, because that's their choice to do. So let's be careful. Let's be careful. I mean, that's what I would say. I mean, I would say that not more than this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Bumi, you are laughing. You have issues with what he said.
I have a lot of questions, because it seems like you're putting all the blames on women. But if we should go back to history, or at least let me just go back to, I'm going to focus on Nigeria. The present people in power, or let's just talk about the president. The present person and president, as the president of Nigeria, is a man. Okay? The person before him is a man. The person before him is a man. And we can keep on going back, all men. So I'm really trying to understand how, when people tend to put all these problems on women in terms of, oh, you're taking all this control. I'm trying to understand, when did we have this control that we are taking it? Because the last time I checked, it says otherwise. And I think it's interesting that we say that most African women come to the Western world and abuse the laws and rights that they have in place, in terms of, like, because you mentioned that a man said that he doesn't have right, like the laws in place doesn't really favor a man, it favors a woman. And I find it interesting that you really emphasize on that point, but you didn't emphasize on the fact that in current day Nigeria, the right of women is basically non-existent. A man can get away with almost everything in Nigeria. It's one of the doctors, or I think maybe the barrister, mentioned that there is still a bill in the Nigerian, is it Senate or wherever, that still makes it legal for all these men to get married to kids. So I'm still trying to understand how we emphasize so much on how African women take advantage of Western laws, but we don't point on how African men are taking advantage of the present day system in Nigeria. It goes both ways. As much as I'm not going to sit here and say there aren't women who are actually taking advantage. Yes, you have extremists, because you have good humans and bad humans. But to put all those blame on women, when history has shown that men, we live in a man's world, not a woman's world. But I feel like you're kind of contradicting yourself in a way. That's just what I'm trying to say.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. Let's go to Mbore. I'll come back to you, KJ, if you want to respond, but that's later. Let's go to Mbore in California.
Hello, everybody, and hello, especially to you, Bumi. This is my first time seeing you. Hello, girl. Please, I am asking very, very humbly if there is any humility in me. I'll check when I'm done here to check if there is any humility. But really, I'll borrow it from you guys, and I do need to talk to us, not today. Whenever you bring it up, the need to invest in your health. in such a way that you promote health span with naturally occurring everyday vegetables. I am saying that because I have done it with me. I've done it with my mom. I did it with my grandma. And it helped us live quality life. Please. I don't know whether that is understood. Oga Namokonkwo.
I heard it. Yeah, we arranged that.
Please. Now, the issue that we have in hand, whether it's a man's world or the whole world, subdued mostly women and are still subduing them. I think most people see it that way and most people don't. Only thing I know very well is harmony and peace reigns when you treat your husband or your wife exactly how you want to be treated. All the roles a woman has and all the roles a man has, if we respect that, they all bring together this family, they all bring together livelihood and the quality of life that is second to none when we respect the roles each has, without one wanting to, do you know it is me? I am, and you are only a woman. And I mean, you may not come out like that, but when you look into what my son, Ovi, how he, and how in the real sense, one of the other things that has worked for me is in any way that I am, be it in the family, at work, serve, give your services like you are giving it to yourself. Whether you are respected, where in the first place, if you give enough respect to yourself, if you give enough respect to yourself, you may not have any need for anybody's respect because you got it. Same is with happiness. Same is with value in everything. But when it is always, well, you have to know that I am the man here. Are you kidding? That means you're leaving a whole lot of things undone. Like people who, the philosophers say, if you're unhappy, then you're doing something bad. But if you are really facing up to your own services, that you will give a space, be it a family or your place of work or in the world, you wouldn't even have time to see who is not treating you right. Now, where I come from, a woman doesn't speak when men are speaking. And in those days, when I started, listening to people real good, other than my teacher, it said women are to be seen and not to be heard. And if you want to, dispute that, it's all right. But one thing I will tell you is, I will share with us, please. One thing I will share with us is, for a wonderful way to live, give what you can to the next person. Stop expectations. Let us just give what we can to the next person. Another thing I want to talk about, please, is the cesarean section. My first child I had in what they call normal delivery, which being a midwife both at home and here makes me think there isn't anything normal about what they call normal delivery. Cesarean section is what I had my daughter with after 36 hours of agonizing hell. Please, even if it is only the people here, let us let our less informed ones understand that cesarean section, where it could be with what we have back there in Nigeria and every other place, reasonably, safely done, spares the woman a whole lot of hurt. It does not make a woman less of a woman. It does not. That is not what determines your strength. Sometimes sometimes a woman that is not able to have it in the so-called natural way. I have an experience where I came on duty and a woman was crying because back home in Nigeria, a woman was crying because they say she was going to have cesarean section. I went in. I don't know what I did, but the womb, I said something, please. I said something like, please don't go like this. If you can just calm down, let us talk about all that distresses you about this. By the time we got done talking, something pushed me to say, let me check you again and see. And I checked this woman that in delivery, before you just deliver, you must attain full dilatation of the cervix. This is a woman that has not dilated for 18 hours. So, and I have been with her for 4 hours trying to allay her anxiety and stuff like that. And I checked, this woman was fully dilated. I called the doctor and told him the woman is fully dilated. She says, I don't waste my time. I know that woman isn't going anywhere. She will, and get the OR ready for her to move in. It didn't take up to 30 minutes. I asked the woman to push, and she pushed and had that baby per vaginum. The amount of stress and concern about what they are going through can hold their muscles together so that they don't dilate. If everything has been tried and this woman doesn't dilate and it ends up to be cesarean section, tell them they are favored. Please do spread that. Any woman that has cesarean section is favored. When men and women alike start living their life and not to be like the other person, they might live longer. And please, if I should live longer, make sure there is something there for me to oil it up. Not just living longer, because, my mom was 120 years and no, I want to live longer rocking, Okay, so that really will help us if we give time for that health span using natural occurring daily vegetables.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. I think my observation, I think I did spell it out to them when they were here. The idea that women are victims. I think you can advocate for certain things to improve, but to paint it as if women are constant victims is not, personally, I think is a little bit misplaced way to approach these type of things. If people have said something about what I say man's world, I just believe that I say human's world, because both sides have their own roles. And there's a bit of conflation here. that the man's life seems to be the life that is the only life. It's not true. Man's life, going to work, fighting, doing all these things men do, is not the only life there is. After all, women have a lot of power, especially biologically. If you look at it, they are responsible for bringing every single life into the world, and genetically, they are the repository of human this in a genetic code, and they are the ones that decide who lives and who doesn't come into the world. They raise the children to at an early age. They have a lot of influence. There's a reason why when you insult a man's mother, the way they come at you is slightly different. They are powerful entities, and I think there's an element of describing women as weak and dispossessed, oppressed, that the numbers don't necessarily bear that out. If you look at the life expectancy of men, is lower. And it's just because a man goes out and climbs mountains, flies planes, doesn't make their life, in terms of existence, more important. They are basically glorified the appendages working on behalf of the woman. That's what men do. All they fight for is to procreate and have more children and become bigger. For what? Who are they serving? It's like it reminds me of the bees. Would you say the queen bee is the slave, the oppressed one, or the people that are going out to work and bring all the honey to her and help her build her
Why you compare animal to bee? Before compare.
You've started now, loco. Eh?
You compare animal to bee.
You have started now. You started now. See, because it's a perception thing to an extent. If it depends on what you consider life, you can say the queen bee is a slave, or everybody serving her. You see what I mean? And I think we have reversed the power of women and made it look like they are victims and they need to come and somehow be like the men. And for me, I feel like it's a deliberate thing from the point of view of the West, because there was a debate in the 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe going towards the 90s about population in the world, and they wanted to look for a way to bring the population down, and they had to do something to get that woman out of the kitchen and out of the house and keep having children. And one of the ways they did that, and it worked for the elites, is to reduce the income of the families, and thereby needing the second partner to go get out there to go and work. And it's funny because Bumi touched on this in her submission about she can't be a housewife because she's needed to also support the home. There was a time he didn't need to do that. Just one person is enough to support the home. But now, because of this modern way approach of things, they've driven the woman out of the house so she doesn't stay at home raising more children, because they believe is the way to go. But in the end, we as a people, that's in the general population, are poorer for it. But the elites, I think Ovie highlighted it, the elites are just fine. And they are mostly still men, reshaping the society as they see fit. And there is this unsavory aspect that is also coming up recently, where you hear some women being quite dismissive of men and talking about how they don't need men and stuff like that. And I feel like it's a dangerous trend, because what you could do, you could create a situation whereby the men start doing things to undermine the current structure you have in place. Because it's almost as if the men have done their job so well that some of these younger generation women feel like they don't need them anymore. It's like that's a dangerous thing. Men protect societies. They created the civilization that you see today. And there's a reason why almost every nation in the world was founded by men. None of them were founded by women, because that is their role. It's not an oppressive thing. It's just two different roles. A man cannot start having children. Women are literally wired biologically to respond to children. I didn't even know that when the child starts crying, the woman's body starts actually responding to it. I didn't know that. So these things are wired over thousands or maybe even millions of years. And we all have different roles. I think maybe there are some practices in customs, like in the case of Nigeria, where somebody passes and then the woman doesn't get anything because she doesn't have a son or something like that. Those things you can iron them out. And if a woman is gifted to go out to do engineering or do whatever she wants to do, she should be allowed to go and do that. But it does. But I think there's the hostility to the family structure. We have to be careful about importing it into our own culture, because if you go to some dating apps, you look at most of the women now in the West, elderly women, they'll be like, they all want a relationship, but the men don't tend to want that because it disadvantages the men. They don't care for relationships anymore, but the women want it because they know the advantages. Then they don't have much to lose. And I feel like that misalignment has created this situation now in the West, whereby they are getting older. That's why they are importing so many Nigerians to come and help take care of them. And the women are not having children anymore. There are consequences to this, in actual societal consequences to this thing. And we have to be careful about taking it on. And there are things we can improve, of course. But our women that go over there and copy everything wholesale, including the harmful one to us, have to be careful. We don't want everything. We can correct some errors we have made, like inheritance and freedom of, allow the women are supposed to be able to work if they want to work. But like someone like Bumi now, the man should be empowered enough for her to feel comfortable staying at home. You see what I mean? There are a lot of women, majority of women actually prefer to stay at home if the man was able to cater for them, because they don't necessarily ascribe to some of the things we love to do, like the way we watch football. Women don't like all those things. No matter how much we like to indoctrinate them into it, they don't care for those things. They are not like us. You see what I mean? So I'll try to keep it brief there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Let me hear from.
Will you want me to respond a bit?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, please. And then I'll go to Janaba, Righteous Man, and Local P.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that the divorce rate in America, okay, among those who file for divorce, men, the percentage is 31% of men file for divorce. 69% of black women file for divorce. And I can send you the site for you to look through. Now, it simply goes to say one thing. One of the things I've come to learn is that sometimes we, even as black people, and I don't necessarily mean those in Africa, okay, we think that being cocky, being this is being Africa. No. Graciousness is being Africa. The ability to control yourself. A man once described Jesus Christ as absolute authority put under control. That is what we are supposed to be like. Have absolute authority, but yet you are able to control yourself, your anger, your everything, in check. Now, what I was saying, and I'm still at that, is that sometimes some of the policies that we see to implement in the world generally is aimed towards destroying the values and the principles we have. Yes, we are not saying that we as Africans, we don't know that we have some culture that didn't favor the women. In my place, there's a culture, there's a year for the women, there's a year for the men. And one of the things I found out was that in the year of the men, where they have the festivals of the masquerade and the rest, there's a particular time you cannot come back, okay, to the community. You can't come outside your house if you're in the community, if you're a woman. But that also applies to the man who is not a member of the ECPF society. And I'm talking to you, I'm not a member of the society. So if I go to my community now and I get there at night and they're holding their festival that night, they are dancing and drinking and all the nonsense they do, which I don't know, I will not be able to pass. The same thing with the men. A woman. I will not be able to pass to my house. They have to. If I'm somebody who they recognize as an illustrious son, they may detail two people to come and tie me, that is, hold me, tie me, scarf over my eyes, so I don't see what they are doing. Then they will lead me to my house, okay, without my looking left or right. That also applies to the women. So not only that also applies to the men, not only the women. So what am I trying to say? Yes, we know those values that are not correct. Now, somebody raised the question that in Igbo land, women are not allowed to inherit. Now that has been changed in Abia State. That has been changed. You can inherit your father's property if you're the only one who he has, or even a sharing. If your brothers so desire that they want to give you, you can inherit. That has been changed. Okay. We seem to also forget that there's a custom in the same tradition which says to a man, a woman, when you marry and your husband does not have a child, you yourself, you can marry another wife for your husband. And that wife is what? Is answerable to you. And you give her orders and every other thing. That is a practice in Igbo land. And it still exists tomorrow. So what I'm trying to say in a sense that the people of those days, even though they didn't have all the knowledge, they try as much as possible to balance it out. Okay, it may not have been fair. Look, knowledge is progressional. As we grow, and we're now living in a society in a time of knowledge being everywhere. I mean, this is the age of knowledge. So things we know now may not necessarily have been available to them at that time. And so they were acting based on their limitation of the situation they find themselves. And that helped them to keep steady their community. So if we now come and say, okay, let me tell you something, and I don't mean this with any disrespect. How many people in Europe that have custom and tradition? How many of them? They all respect Africa when they come and they see your tradition, they see your culture. It gives them another understanding of who you are. But we come here and we tempting to tell ourselves that what we have is is colonial. I mean, these things don't mean anything. This is the modern world. No, we had a tradition that was able to hold a society and kept everything in place. And
Can I ask you a question about a woman marrying another woman for the husband and having control? What kind of control does a woman have? I find it fascinating. I don't know. I've never heard of that before.
Let's leave that. You can have that conversation with him later, okay? Because I want to hear from Jonava and Loco, and then later on.
But other people are allowed to ask questions now. I can't ask questions.
You ask Sarah for Bible. Ask Sarah for Bible.
Sarah for Bible.
Ask Sarah for Bible.
We're talking about the traditional one.
The tradition, yeah. Abraham and Sarah, the tradition they follow.
No, the Igbo one is the one I want to know about, not the Jewish
tradition,
one.
even if it's from Daki.com, but it's similar tradition. Simple.
Yeah, even that, I'm not exactly clear what Sarah has over Hagar. Is it Hagar, isn't it?
Yes, you say, so first verse, she was a maid to her first. So for you to be a maid to somebody, that means there's some certain extent of control that you have over her first. Then if she's the one who also introduced you to the family, you're still going to be submissive to her because she was there before you. So she was one who brought you to the household. So you're still going to be submissive to her regardless. So if you're submissive to her, that means there's some element of control. Do this and don't do this.
So KJ, KJ, this one is he has relayed your answer. Is that the answer? Because I was curious about the way KJ was, because if there was an Igbo tradition that does it, I was just curious to understand how that worked.
Looking at me as very, somebody who doesn't do anything. I don't know why that. Why does that?
I'm just curious.
Culture that used to do it. There's some Igbo culture used to do it.
Wait, why should it be strange? Wait, why should it be strange?
No, it's not strange. I'm curious. I want to know how it worked, because he says he used the term that the wife will be in charge of that woman. So what kind of charge are you talking about?
Let me come into this matter, please. I know it's not my turn to say something, but I have seen how it was, and I see how the thing goes. In olden days, when a woman could not be able to give a child to their husband, now the woman have to come to the husband and come in agreement with the husband. She can call the husband any name that the husband loves and say, please, since I'm not able to give you a child, please, my husband, I want you to understand right now, and let me get you a young girl that will be able to give you the child. That's the agreement they have. Then when they come with that agreement, it's left for the husband to say, I accept or not. Number one. But there is everything, there's principle that guides it. There's a principle that guides it.
Stop it. What is wrong?
There's a principle that guides it. Because this one say it happens in my own community, which I noticed it. There's a principle that guides it. Then what is that principle that guides it? You have to understand that you have to tell the husband that this woman that is coming to you right now, I used my own money to pay for her diary. for you, and she must be under my own control. That's control the forefather is talking about. She must be under my control. But please, my husband, do not allow her to come in between us. Even in Arochukwu, I'll see the thing happen in Arochukwu. In Aba, these people are living in Aba. But when you know, there's something that concerns women. The same thing that happened between Sarah and Hagar. When she came in and had a child, especially when she had a boy and girl, she will tell you that I have arrived, I have balanced. But it's the duty of the husband to make her to understand it is this woman that brought you into this house. It's this woman that takes control over you. So that's how it works. So sometimes everything lies in the choice of the man. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Janaba, you're next.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating thing. I think, like I said, when the guests were here, every family and everyone are brought up differently. Well, if we are talking about Nigerian culture or African culture, we are talking basically about how do we empower women. Women are already empowered by their creator. There are certain things they can do that men cannot do, and there are things men can do that they cannot do. And being those that are housewife, full-time housewife, is a job. It's not something you underestimate because women do not go to work, so that makes her less than the man that went to work when her hand is full. They used to say that if you see a successful man, a strong woman is behind him. For instance, Mitt Romney ran for president of America. His wife never worked, but she's a strong woman. George Bush Sr., Barbara Bush, was one of the strongest women behind her husband. We all play a certain role in our society that make every home different. But when we go out there trying to compare or trying to insinuate that, oh, you are less than a woman, your husband keep you at home, you are not working. All those negative influences transforming our society to something else. And we have to understand that the value that we place upon ourselves, we should not allow outsider to influence it, because most of those things come from the outside when you go out. And I cannot take it out that our women that come from Africa have taken advantage of the system for good and some for extreme. For good, because there is opportunity if they choose to work, that there's work there. For bad, that if they make that money, that they think they now become more powerful. And it's all, like I say, it depends on the home and individual. But if we want to send a strong message or speak on this ground, we must say it the way we are designed originally before we are trying to push things as humanly possible. I don't believe that my wife is less than me because she's my wife. And I don't think she should believe that I'm less than her because maybe she make more money than I. As far as the focus is to raise family and to place the value that they want to be represented after they live this life, it's all going to be good. But when it becomes interest, there are different cultures. There are cultures that if you are building a house back home in your father's compound, some people will say, "Oh, I also want to build in my own compound." And there is nothing wrong in both ways if you guys can come into agreement how to do it. At least if you are not saving this place, you are saving the other place. If I cannot go to Benue now, I will go to Ibadan and rest. if Benue is if KJ sent his people to go and take over my place, I would now go and stay in Ibadan. So there is nothing wrong. All those things are not competition, and we should not allow whether religion before any religion, your tradition and yourself come first. The only thing we just come to embrace religion, and every religion are practiced differently. Like Jose stated that Jesus have 12 disciples, all of them were men. Okay, Mary and Martha were cooking for him or for them, and he said to them at one, he said, I also want you to be here to hear me. So let us embrace what is good and run with it and make a better society. And some of those things is about when it becomes safe and we don't see the larger picture of what we want this world to reflect when we live here. And some of them come from a poor judgment and just barbaric upbringing that abuse is already in the family. If you want to see a better family, you want to see your children stay in marriage, live a healthy life, and show them the challenge that you face as well, there will be a better society because it's the same value. If you live in an abusive relationship at home, there is tendency your children will not like to get married, because they say, I don't want to go and face this thing that I'm seeing out there. Mom is insulting, dad is insulting. So whatever the society we want to see out there is what we live and pass on to the next generation. And also we should know that every generation faces different challenges. So we are blessed in this generation, but we should stick for what we have. If we can't take it extreme, there's something we should not normalize on certain things, and we should not take our own out of it completely. That's what I have to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Before I leave, let me just find out from the men here. If you have opportunity to decide what to come back as, how many of you will choose to come back as a woman? Okay.
I die way. I die way. It's a man's word. Let anybody cry. Look, it's a man's word, whether you take it or not. But the problem you're having is, I think it's interpretation, right? If I say it's a man's word, that doesn't mean the women are nothing. It's the two different things.
You prefer to come back as a man, is that?
I die way. Of course, I die way. 22 million times, man. No worry.
All right. That's all I need to hear. John Abba.
But really, do you know what? Are you kidding me?
Oh, you've not said anything. I'll come back to you. But
you see, because you want to leave, because you want, bye. Go.
Okay, no. Look. Go ahead.
Since you want to leave.
No, let me answer. I need to leave too.
Yeah,
so,
I just want to get through this.
It's a yes or no issue.
Yes
take
or no.
1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm beautifully created.
Yes or no? Yes.
Do you understand?
No, bye.
Eagles Air. I can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please.
I still love to come back as a man, not as a woman.
All right. KJ.
I will come back as a man, but there's no coming back. I mean, nothing like that. But
we just no.
As a man. M-A-N. Man, no.
All right. So maybe this.
What? You are not asking the lady?
Ask the women, sure.
No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe this is not a fair thing to you might assume that it's. Let's say, Bore, if you have an option, will you prefer to come back as a woman or as a man?
Why did you skip Bumi?
No. I just wanted to. I'll come to Bumi. No, there's no Bumi. Bumi is a young girl. So maybe
my goodness. I don't want to come back.
No, we know you don't want to. We know that church will not allow you, but just assume that you are.
I'm doing everything humanly possible not to come back to this road.
All right.
No.
Some of you remember our guest the other time that said some of you will come back as a goat. Right? When you're saying you don't want to come back. Bumi?
It's possible now because some animals sometimes they behave like humans. Some animals.
To be honest, same. I don't want to come back. But if I really had to choose, it would be a woman.
Why?
Only because, although Mr. Lokan, we all know it's a man's world, men don't even enjoy the world that they have created, you know, or at least a certain group of people, that 1% of those men are the ones that enjoy this world. The other 99 think they're part of this world, but they're suffering like all of us. So I won't come back. If I want to come back, I'll come back as the 1% of those men. If I
Okay, you
really have,
see,
yeah.
you
All right.
see,
What,
you
what does
see.
that tell you, Loco? What does that tell you? If all of you are going to come back as men, for people who are saying that there is no advantage, why would you want to come back as a man if there's no
Okay,
advantage?
no, see, no, like what she said, the way the world is now.
Mm.
You
Has it
understand?
ever been different?
Yes, because I'll tell you this, right? Look, if you take the world back maybe 100 years or 70 years ago,
We're not there that
right?
time. You,
No,
you
hold on. I mean, come on, books are there, researches are there, movies are there, documentaries are there. You understand? So even if they can't give you 100% what to what will happen, at least you'll be able to like foretell, like, okay, or like, oh no, is it foretell is future, or like at least cast back to like, oh, this was how somehow it was. And if as at then the way the status was, morality wise, selfishness wise, and greediness wise, everything was at moderate or even very low at then compared to now, where you think we are evolving, and yes, we are even embracing more immoral things, more evil things, more wicked things. You understand? That's to tell you, at least we should even rewind the world back to the way it is, where the dominance of men were there, not as if the men were wicked. You understand? Because if you look at this, right, this divorce thing talking about coming to abroad, divorce, where did we learn it from? From the West. But we've never heard this is from the East. And even the Middle Eastern and Eastern people of the world, if they are here on the West, you never see this type of thing from them. You only see them from black women who lives in the West. You will never see it from Indians that lives in the West or Chinese that live there, even if they are there, maybe a couple of, because at least I've not done research, but the ones that is brought to our face, like, man, this is me divorcing you, are African women. You understand? Which we all know is not our culture from Africa. But we only imbibe this culture because we are tuned into the Western type of culture. You understand? So it is not our thing, black women thing. I think it's a thing of the West. And I'll tell you, this situation we are today, this has been planned by the West 50 years ago, that they want it to be like this. 50 years ago. This is their plan, but we don't see because we are hungry to look for food, take care of our family, doggy dog walk, hustle every day. We don't see to think like, why is this going like this? Always, it's the same tradition, just like that, going like that. It's a plan. But the thing is, like, if we say it's a man's world, it doesn't mean women are inferior. No, women are superb. I'll tell you, for instance, there are times we'll go to all male, maybe group, club, or whatever. Men are just there. You see, it will seem as if every is just, we say every is just dry. Like, this place is just looking dry. Because we're all men. We need something like, word, because we know they're important. But when they say it's a man's word, people misinterpret it to think women are inferior, women are nobody. No, it's not correct. It's only a man who would disrespect a man that chooses to disrespect a woman. It's his way of life. It's his choice to respect a woman, not just because women are inferior. You understand? So it's a man's word. Men make the world run the way it is, but so it now depends on the men wanting to run it to the negative way to profit other men, or to run it in a way that few of these men who are in control will benefit it, while the larger population of us that are men will behave like women, so that they will still be in control. Like I said, it's a game plan. You understand? 50 years back, it wasn't designed like this. Where things were okay. That's it.
All right, Bore.
I wanted to say something about this, but let her continue. No problem.
Thank you very much. Please, all of us, talk to people at home. What they are eating in Nigeria are killers. Any and everything they eat. Before I came to America, before I went into nursing and got, held up there without farming, there are some species of cassava we used to find that farm that when you see it, when you Just open it. You see the nutritional values. They all have been replaced by genetically rubbished cassava. It is worse when you are not planting what you eat. I know that here in America, there are few people who are coconut-headed like me, that if I don't get a place to live that has a portion of land that I plant, even if it is a cent you pay for that place, I don't want to live there. It is important, whether you are here in America, especially if you're at home in Nigeria, obtain a portion of land and plant what you eat. You may not be able to plant everything you eat, but please plant what you eat. When you harvest, they may not look as robust and shiny. And exactly, there is this doctor, William Lee is his name. Please Google him. Please, people, Google him. He is one with the girlfriend. They are finding out how to use naturally occurring things to live a quality, long life. So now they said, and I have experienced it, what those plants go through, what those crops go through to bring the not pleasing looking product is really what you need in your life. Please plant most of what you eat and let your people in Nigeria know that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'll hand it over to the forefathers if we see him. But if we don't see him, KJ, you can moderate while I have to run to somewhere, or Bumi. Any of you guys can do it while we wait for forefathers to come in. But I thank everybody that joined us today. Join me. I will bring you another guest next Sunday, and we will try to get the conversation expanded beyond politics. I think we're used to politics so much, but we want to expand it beyond politics and also touch on issues impacting us abroad, Africans abroad. Once again, thank you, Mbore from California. Thank you, Bumi. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Eagles Air and Loco P. You see, I'm here. I saw you. You spoke. I didn't run away. Thank you. Thank you. And let me play a video video before you guys continue the conversation. This is an interesting conversation that happened in Nigeria. It's about marriage and Yoruba women. We are talking about Igbo men, and you guys may have something interesting to talk about from this.
We're dealing with a culture, it's culturally ingrained into the Yoruba as opposed to the Igbos. I grew up in, I was born in Mushi, and there were Igbo people doing businesses all around. And I can say for a fact, you see that Igbo man, he will be wearing one shirt and one trouser. Nothing, like, he will probably not even drive a car. And his wife will be the one driving the big car. Yes. His wife will have rappers. You know when we say rappers? We're George. And so, for him, I can wear shirt and trouser. I'm okay. But this is my wife. See, what I am angry about. Now, on the other side, the Yoruba man culturally is brought up to have 1,500. So, and your wife should be somewhere there. As you see him, he has turned his cap to my Ijebu people. So, I'll come to you because as a Yoruba woman, unfortunately, nobody told me this thing. God bless you. You should have tell me. If I heard the gist that Yoruba, that Igbo men know how to take care of. I don't like wahala. Honestly, I was not born for wahala. God bless you. That is why I will marry an Igbo man. Hey, Chineke, come to our side. We will take care of you. Benny.
On national TV.
Benny, let me tell you why. I have experienced all the Yoruba men, and it's not their fault. Polygamy is our culture. Okay. Right? Now we are now insisting and go to court. So it is monogamy. But they are not used to only having one woman. When they were dating, there were 10 girls. This one washing clothes, this one cooking, this one. So 10 girls for different things.
As a look here, our thinking and our choice is quite different.
Yeah. I agree.
So my own thinking or your own choice is different to mine. So it does not mean that your own choice is wrong. Yeah. So you cannot just say...
Somebody can choose fashion. The man that chose fashion is not wrong. He doesn't like fashion. Personal question. I know your reputation.
I'm listening. Ask me, I'm here.
I'm coming. But
The one Igbo man.
Yes, that he dated.
I did not even expect that amount of care.
Hey.
I wasn't expecting it. So you see,
Because you have been dating Yoruba men.
my mechanic came for the very first time within weeks of dating. And I was attending, and let me take care of this. And I'm like, I've always done it myself.
Yes,
He got offended. Why do you have me if you are taking care of your car myself? So I've been suffering all my life.
When I heard this story about Igbo men, I was vexing. Because I'm so used to it. I'm used to doing these things.
I was just wondering, you don't sell me by it.
All right. Over to you guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, KJ.
Thank you.
Control.
Thank you. Forefather, once if you are here, please take over. If not, we'll go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead with the conversation. He will join you guys. I think he told me he's backstage, so he will join.
All right. So we will just go in the same order that our man Dr. Rudolph have given us. So we'll go from Madam Bore and then all the way down. I'm just moderating. I'm not going to exercise my views. Thank you.
All right. Are we continuing with what we had? Or is there anything you want to discuss in particular?
Yes, just what we saw now. What's your take on the video?
Oh, actually, I cannot say for sure because I really didn't date. By the time I didn't have time to date because when I grew up, my mom was in a very bad position in the family. She was badly mistreated. My dad died when I was 1 year, and it's a whole lot of things. My mom was ostracized, and so all my focus was get to the highest and make this lady the queen she is. And I did. So I really didn't have time for dating. And here in America, no, thank you. No, thank you, because no, thank you. I don't know anything about what an Igbo man will do or what a Yoruba man will do.
Okay, so Bumi will probably have something for us since she's much younger and still in that line of dating. So Bumi, let's hear from you.
I don't think I can contribute to this because I have not dated an Igbo man or a Yoruba man to talk about the difference. So I could not. I could not tell you which one, how they behave and all that. So I'm just gonna pass on this one.
Okay, Egus Air.
Thank you, KJ. I want us to learn something because all this thing also talking about man's word. If we look into it critically, but I want us to understand something when we talk about man's word. What is that thing we are talking about? Man's word. We're talking about responsibilities. Men are the one that carry a lot of responsibility out from the creation, according to the Bible. When God created a man and put him in Garden of Eden, he gave him responsibility. First responsibility is to give names. Two, to take care of this thing. Three, to make sure he go to the farm or go to the field and get what to eat. The man also continues with responsibilities with a noble mind that allow God to take one of his ribs to create a woman, according to the Bible. But I want you to understand this thing. If it's a woman that God made to sleep, just let us look into a practical side of it. A woman that is living in the same house with you, she knows that she's there with you. She's sleeping. But any movement you make, your hand touch or anything, she will get up and trying to show that agile. But to look at the man, with the noble mind, he calmed down and God take one of the ribs. If it's a woman, that ribs will not be taken off. You must give explanation of. You must give explanation of that. You must give explanation. The reason why you want to take the rib. Yes, you have to tell the truth. So that shows that a man was created with a responsibility, with a noble mind of giving. The giving did not start today. But the Igbos, according to what we watch, they embrace it more. But everything depends on the individual. Not every Igbo man can tell you that I will take care of you very well. It depends on the individual and the environment. Environment used to influence people so much. There's an environment you will find yourself. The environment will influence you and make you to be a better person. The environment that you will stay because of bad experience you have in an environment, it will make you to become a bad person in a society. Last time we have a guest here who is an imam from US. He said that when he come to US and their face is like my face, he want to enter bus, they will feel that he want to harm them. But when he enter a bus and give a smiling face, they will respond back to that smiling face which he gave him. What does it tell you? Don't talk about location and the environment. Matters a lot. So what I'm trying to say in effect that whenever you come to a society or you come in contact with a woman or anybody around you, not only a woman, be kind to everyone because in due time it will bounce back to you. It may not be the person that did that, but another person will do that. There's one philosophy I have. This is my own philosophy of life. I always find it joy. So when I was just passing along the road, I was somewhere, somebody say, it's through this person that I survived. It's through this person I am what I am today, in a good side of it. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So that's the most important thing. So whatever thing you are doing, consider everyone around you. Make sure that you carry your own responsibility. That's why I said I want to return as a man, because I want to return and carry my own responsibility, not looking at anybody to carry my own responsibility. Although there are challenges out there, but you have to stand like a man and be brave and do the right thing you're supposed to do. So whether Igbo man or Yoruba man or Hausa man, or everything depends on the individual. By the way, I'll come in contact with an Hausa man. He believed the truth. And whenever you tell him the truth, he will give you every best thing that you needed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Egu. Let's move to local. Local, Queen T.A. says that there's Akagom in every tribe. So not only, the Yoruba man. What do you say to that?
Yeah. What she said is correct because Akagom of a thing is attitude, it's not nature. Is attitude you can pick up anywhere. You understand? If you grow up in a family where there's giving, he'll give. If you grow up in an environment where there's Akagom, you become Akagom. So you can't give what you don't have. You understand? So it's not nature. You see the like what Igos has said. It's a design for a man to become a man and a woman to become a woman. And like what he said, if a woman is asleep and God want to take one rib, that she will not allow God to do so. That's how she's designed to disagree with even God self. She's just designed just to so. Like you rightly said, a man's word is meant to solve problem, to fight war, to defend anything that is family, to even defend the universe. Women are not made to defend the world, to defend the universe. It's a man's job. That's why I say it's a man's word. So disrespect to women has nothing to do with a man's job. Is to protect, is to love women, to defend women, to provide for women. It's his job to do so. So it's just this idea of civilization or education that is, or some few bad eggs that wants to control the world, and maybe towards the end of days are trying to see how many men they can emasculate, you understand, to become women, so that they will not have the power to challenge them when is maybe we are moving towards the end of days where they can have control. Like I said, men will definitely control the world they have. So they're trying to see how many men they can, emasculate, so that by the time they want to get control of the world, those men that are fully emasculated cannot challenge them anymore. So they'll all become women by that time. So I think, like I said, that is the plan they are doing. So naturally, it's a man's job. And then to your question, like I said, Akagom is an attitude. It's not natural. So anybody can be Akagom.
Okay, thank you so much. The Blackstone, I see that Bumi has been coerced to wanting to say something because some people are hammering on her concerning.
Let her go ahead.
Just give us some
No.
time. To
Let her go ahead.
Okay, Bumi, go
Oh,
ahead.
the reason why I wanted to talk, because I didn't really say anything on my turn, because I thought we were talking about the video. But since we are kind of going back to the whole topic of like man and woman, I wanted to talk about when, I don't know if we have ever like read the research done on like apes in terms of like what our closest relatives, because apes or chimpanzees or gorillas are the closest form to humans.
Primate.
So for the
Primates, yeah.
longest time, like research has shown that, yeah, primate, thank you. Um, research has shown that we have a similar style of doing things with the chimps, in terms of like the chimps are very, male dominant, and they're very violent, they control, and they, at least the males are the ones in charge. But over time, research has also gone to another form of apes, and they're called the bonobos apes. So they are located in Congo. So in one of the in the forest area, wherever. Congo is a big place, and it turns out that those apes have a different style of of ruling, and they're more female dominated. So, and when you look at their style of addressing things, the women tend to take charge of it, but it seems to be way better than the chimps, because the chimps, if you act anyhow, they will punch on you.
You see in there.
Yeah, it's like
You see in there.
they're very violent, and you could see how that's the same in our world. How, like, men, they don't take any no for an answer, and that's why I think Mr. Lokapi mentioned that men are very like they want to fight wars, because imagine all, and we run a very male-based society. When you talk about Nigerian leadership, the style of government is very to that direction. So I'm talking about, as much as we are really pushing down, oh, women at this, women at that, have we taken time to look at how this other form are using a different system, and it seems to be working. Both the males and female are happy. It's not to say they don't get violence, but the violence is nothing compared to how the chimps do things, or nothing compared to how we as humans do things too. That's what I wanted to point out. Maybe we can also go into that direction and kind of like relate that to us humans, because we are saying it's natural for a man to lead, but we are seeing in the same world we live in, is we have other forms, and it also seems to be natural that women tend to lead too. But that's the area I wanted to go to.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that area. It's just that I'm one of those who do not think that my close relatives are chimps. Again, for obvious reasons. However, I will leave the black stone.
It's pride. It's pride. It's
So
pride.
can I ask you a question then?
It's not pride.
It's pride. It's pride. Yeah, it's pride. Don't worry.
Can I,
Sit down.
Mr.
Sit
KJ,
down.
can I ask you a
Do
question
research.
then?
I don't want to argue. I'm just throwing out.
Sit down. Do research on
No,
apes. Yeah? On apes. You will be
Hold on,
shocked what you see.
Hold
You'll
on,
be shocked.
Hold on, sir. I
Mr.
I won't
KJ,
move you here. I'm only
can I
trying.
ask you a question?
Yes.
So if you don't believe that, you don't believe in the theory of evolution, right?
No, I
Because I
don't.
feel like you're basing. Okay, so you base it from the Bible, right?
Yes, I don't believe in the theory of evolution. I never
Okay,
believed it
so
when I was.
if we should base it on the Bible, which I don't disagree, so please can you explain with that same Bible why we have different race, different, like when you go to each continent, there's different style of addressing things. There are different, like we also don't have the same genetics in certain areas. how do you explain that if you come from the Bible's perspective of things? I really want to know.
Okay, you know what, Bumi, let's pause on this question and hold on to it, because if I go into it, I will probably take away, will divert totally. So let me allow Blackstone, when we have gone around, if that's still the dominant question, then we'll come back to you. Is that okay? Is that agreed? Yeah. So Blackstone, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, KJ, and good day or good evening or good morning to everybody panel and on the comment section. Bumi, I don't know if you are still there. Before I go to the topic, I'll ask you a question. If you believe in evolution, so what is man going to evolve to?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest. I don't believe.
So because if it's evolution, it will not end with man. So man with one, they actually have to evolve to something else. Because it's a continuous.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold
on. I just tried the question.
Okay. From the way where the world is going right now, right? It might not be something else, like totally different from man. It might be this thing that this multicolor flag that they're promoting right now. You understand? That might be the next thing that people are. I'm telling you, because it was never like this. That might be the next evolution. Like all men now, look at your chest, your masculine chest now. You'll be seeing doing like, hey, hello, how you doing? How you doing? Maybe that's the next evolution. You never can tell. So
I don't know. I just asked a question. I just asked a question.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now.
It might evolve. It might not be physically, but it might evolve to the direction of technology in terms of like taking
even the mind. Yeah, even the mind.
The mind. If it evolves to technology, that's no more evolution. If you say
but that's us interrupting evolution. With the way we as humans are going, we're going to stop that.
I don't know. I just threw that question. Let everybody think about it anyway. So let me go talk about the topic. Actually, although I didn't listen to the guest actually, but from what I've been hearing from everybody who has been commenting on that, one thing I believe is this, right? The feminine theory, this started long time ago because the women felt that they are being cheated by men, right? And then let us realize one thing, that men has been in control for a very, very long time, right? And since the creation of the world, or since the existence of the world, I don't know, that men has always been in control, right? And that tradition, that process have been going on, right? And from our thinking, or from our belief, that women have not been disenfranchised, or women have not been denied their part or taking part in what they want to take part in. It's only that they have not put effort to those things they want to be, or what want to dominate, or what want to be, right? That's one thing I see about it. For example, somebody, this guy, all that politics was saying about employment, or having a company employing men, when women are saying that the men are receiving more than the women, that being paid more than the women, right? Let's look into the employment rules and regulations, right? If you are under the minimum wage, nobody will discriminate between a man and a woman. Everybody will be paid on that same minimum wage. But when you are in the professional job, you are contracted. You negotiate your salary depending on who you are, your experience, your qualification, and everything. It's not because you are a woman or you are a man. It is your negotiation depending on your experience in that area of your profession, right?
But,
we can be doing the same thing.
But in Nigeria, I think it's different in Nigeria.
I'm not talking about Nigeria, but I'm not talking about Nigeria now. I'm talking about generally, understand me, in the Western world, that we're having this issue of feminine, understand? So it depends, because if you are going to be employed in your professional area, so your company is contracting you, is negotiating your salary with them, right? So if a woman also come, so they are putting many factors into consideration, not because you are a male or a female, right? Because this is what they think you are going to bring into the company, Right, that's one way that's one way of the thing that the women says after they come to know that, oh, because we are under the same department, we are doing this. We are not actually doing the same job because we are doing the same thing, because it may can be in the same department, but you're not actually doing the same thing. It might be different, and also depend on your area, how experienced you are. For previous experience, if you are about 10, 20 years experience, you cannot have the same salary as person who have 5 years experience or 10 years experience, being you a man or a woman, you know. So that's one thing they do. That should not be a thing that they should fight about or say men receive more than the women. No, it is depend on your qualification, your experience in that area in which you are applying for. Right. When it comes to family issues, let's remember that as Africans, we have our culture. Every African, every tribe in Africa, not only Nigerian Africa, have their own culture, and that from that culture they have built up their family values, their marital values. Right? It's only a pity that these days that because of social media and everything, we begin to copy what we do not know. Look up what you know. Like KJ said that today, most Western countries today are not even, they are short of children. They are now inviting foreigners coming, give birth in our country because we want to maintain our population. Right? Like so a time will come, even some of these countries in Europe will not be having the actual citizens, they are 400% citizens. To be a mixed blood between these people and these people. Right? Because they want to get married because of this issue of feminine. I want to dominate. I want to be down to be heard, and everything. You can be heard. But let's realize one thing, that marriage is an agreement between two. It's not an agreement between the government or the law. It's between you and the man you are going to marry. It's an agreement. So both of you can always reach an agreement when this goes wrong, when things are not happening well, when there's some misunderstanding. There could be an agreement. You understand me? Like Bruce was saying that in Nigeria, they are not. In Nigeria today, people are going to court to divorce, and the women are being paid. The men are being fined to pay the women divorce. I don't know what they call it, that's divorce fee or share their property. It does happen. Only that we are not hearing these things, and most people doesn't even know that they can do these things. So the laws are there. The laws are there in Nigeria, but most people doesn't know Nigerian laws because we are not focused in Nigeria. Those in Nigeria are focused in Western world, what is going on in Western world, but are not focused on what is going on in their country and the laws in their country. So we hear social media, we go through, they play around with social media, hear things and things like that, but what the law in Nigeria says, they don't know it. You understand me? It was like just last year, where people were saying the men are abusing the women as well and so forth. But there are some men that went to court to say their women, their wives are abusing them at home. They were asking for divorce. Their wives are abusing them. They cannot take it anymore. This does happen, but nobody, because the men doesn't talk, they think maybe they are so that they can. No, the women also have sometimes dominate the men, control the men, abuse the men. Like what you say now, what you are saying now, if you train a girl child, then you train the whole nation. What about the boys? What they have the training?
Okay, thank you, Blackstone. Righteous man, you have a different view, or you also told the same line?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Blackstone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Forefather, the military contractor. Good evening. Good evening. And Sister Buni, good evening.
Righteous man, been what I call you, Holy Spirit man.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. I'm greeting you, forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, righteous man. I heard you.
Okay.
They say call them military contractors, so they don't answer you.
So, you see, I am a typical African man. I was born in Africa, grew up and nurtured in Africa. I've been in the Western world, but the Western world lifestyle cannot change who I am. That is number one. I believe so much in African culture, more than any Western civilization that is not destroying the world. Therefore, as much as I love civilization, I cannot exchange the African culture with negative civilization from the Western world. There are a lot of things that are wrong with the Western world that, you know, I don't know, maybe out of fear or whatever, we don't want to mention it. There are a lot of things that are very, very wrong. They are negative to human existence. But we condone it because they have been able to make the environment better, have a working system, you know, and that gives you daily bread, and you have light, you have this, and the aspects that are negative are not being mentioned. For example, I was discussing on one radio program some time ago, I think should be 2022. I said the way individuals kill people in US, had it been that that thing is happening in any African country, they would have given a warning order not to allow their citizens to go to that African country, that they murder people anyhow. But because it's America, it's Western world, you know, children carry pump action, go to school, massacre people there, and they just talk about it. You know, it's not a big deal or whatever. They allow it to lie like that, tomorrow it will still happen. See, whether you believe in God or not, a woman cannot impregnate herself. A woman having pregnancy without meeting man means a scientific infusion into her system. But when you talk of natural, there is no way a woman will be pregnant. It is the seed of man that is released into the woman to create, to procreate. And as long as nature or God has made it to be so, there is no way it will be ungodly, uncultural, unethical for a woman to think that because of clash of civilization, then a woman will be contesting with man in the affairs of life. God is in the nature of man, not woman. The angels are in the nature of man, not woman. Culturally, women are meant to be under man. And I can't take and I cannot accept any civilization that says my wife should control me, or when I talk to her as a husband or a man, then she will resist it and tell me that we have equal rights. Man, if we go to Bible references, woman and man was not created the same day. Will somebody tell me that it is a mistake that man was created first, and out of the rib of man, woman was made? Is anybody going to tell me that it was an error, or that report that we have read, both in the Quran, both in the Bible, both the Buddhists, both other religions, they've attested to it that man was made first before woman. And so out of 7 point something billion,
I'm not sure the creator was a man, was described as a man, but I'll let you carry on, but it's okay.
You say what?
I'm not sure the creator is gender based in terms of
describe.
Okay, I will explain it this way. The Bible says mankind.
Okay.
Okay.
Explain image and likeness.
Yes.
Image and likeness. Explain.
Yes. Image and likeness, from the context of the Bible, means something is more like the man and like the creator. But like I said, the main
Image,
creator.
image, shape, image.
You're
Shape,
talking about
form.
the biblical version now, not like every other version out there. The biblical version says image, but since when is the desert dwellers in the Middle East telling us who the creator is?
What did they use to describe him when it comes to the creation of man? What is those in the midst of desert, as you said?
One thing I can tell you, one thing I can say for sure is that anything capable of creation of life in life as we know it right now tend to be ascribed a feminine feature. And if you look at in the animal kingdom, there are creations out there that actually can procreate without needing a male partner in exceptional circumstances, female gender. And if you look at, I think if you follow religion, we will be misled. We need to look at the world, the creation of God himself or herself, as you know, depends on how you want to describe it. We have our cultural biases.
Give us, please. I would like to know the animal. I'd like to know the
I think there's a type of shark. There's a type of shark.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Let Retsma finish, please. It's unfair. Let him finish.
Can I ask righteous man a question?
Go ahead, Bumi.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you continue.
If you said that man was created in God's image, which image did they use to create women? I just want to know which one were we created from?
The woman was an offspring of the man, not of God. The woman was not a direct express image of God. Man was direct express image of God, not woman. Woman was gotten out of man. So it's like you from water, you now put it into the refrigerator to get ice block. Okay, so the express image of God is man, while the woman is the express image of man. The Bible says, and I quote, it says, Christ is the head of the church, and man is the head of the woman. The beauty of a woman is man. In Igbo culture and in Igbo cosmetology, if you are not a married woman, you have no respect in the society. Cure Idi. I don't want to believe whatever American think, it doesn't concern me. Whatever the Europeans think, that is their own cup of tea. The Africans existed before them. The cradle of civilization, education, science, technology started from Africa. So they borrowed it and they tried to make us look as if we're stupid. We're not stupid, okay? But they are coming back to Africa. They are coming back to those things they say that are wrong. How can you tell me, hold on, how can you tell me that if I marry 2, 3 wives, that is a sin? But if a man marries a man, it's right. Is their human right? What kind of culture is that? What are you trying to prove to me? That is not African.
I guess when you're done, go ahead.
Okay.
Bumi wanted to say something. Yeah.
Okay.
Bumi, go ahead.
Another question.
Sorry. You allow me to hand over to you since you are not here and I was holding forth. The right thing that as you come, you allow me to hand over to you. So now you can officially take it over. But that's the right thing to do.
I think you are right there.
Don't just jump in and take over because
I was technically not talking as a. If you notice, I was just interjecting.
Then you will have waited for me to call you so that you can talk. That's what
you don't know me. I interject by panelists.
No, there's no interjection before you say, we'll let everybody express themselves. Let everybody talk. And then
Let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Bumi?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ask your question, Bumi.
Okay, so if you were saying that a man was created in God's image, okay, can you please elaborate using the Bible, because it seems like you do believe this from the Bible. Can you please elaborate more on how then we have different groups of people in this world with kind of different genetics? And can you elaborate, okay, which image were each people created from? Since the woman was sub from them. Can you elaborate more of the African, the white, and on, please?
Bumi, I will answer your question in two opposite ways. Number one, my father that gave birth to me never believed in Christianity. My father was a core traditionalist. And my father taught us about the Igbo culture. In Igbo language, there is a saying, Okwa mbanachi nonu nonu. That is to say, the guinea fowl of every locality crows on the basis of their own way. Now, in the Igbo culture and tradition, my father said, a man is the head of the family, and the woman is to help the man. And my father said that a woman who sees her monthly season or time cannot lord over a man who does not pass through that sacrificial posture every month. My father said it is a means of a woman renewing her life. That you will not find in the Bible, that you will not find in the Western civilization theory. And my father lived 100 and something years before he departed, because the basic traditions were kept, the basic laws were kept. Now, Igbos believe in reincarnation. That is why I said in two opposite ways. Igbos believe in reincarnation. Okay? So, believing in reincarnation, the head, the hand, the leg can reincarnate into a different person. And so if I have to follow what my father taught me, genetic appearances or genetic revolving of individuals or families or race is embedded in the man. It affirms the Bible too, because the Bible said when Adam had the first child, he said, God have given me my kind. So when you talk of genetic progression in creation, it is hidden. It is in the blood of the man. It is what the man deposits that the woman reproduces. It is not what a woman deposits that the man reproduces. No, it is what the man donates that helps the woman to reproduce. If the man deposits a female child in the womb of a woman, the woman reproduces the female child. And so that is how color is. That is why a black person, a black parent, man or woman, they are all dark colors. They can have a fair, very fair complexion baby. It could be a female, it could be a male. Okay? And as civilization, as the world grows and civilization continue to, revolt, we are bound to establish differences. And that is why you are having different culture, like different tongues. If you come to Igbo land now, I'm from Imo State. The way my own people speaks is different from Anambra people, the way they speak.
Yes, KJ. Is it done? I think your session
Okay,
is going on
I think
way too
you are
long.
going away from what Bumi has asked. Yeah, Bumi, what you asked is simply, where did the different tribes started from? And I want to go back. It is what you call the law of first mention in the study of the Bible. The law of the first mention simply means that once a subject is mentioned first, every other reference has to be taken from that first point first before you can now just oppose it to any other thing you're going to present. So the first place that was mentioned is Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, I think. And it said, and the Lord God created them male and female. Male and female, he created them. So right from the beginning of time, God created a male gender and a female gender. Now, in the actual, that is in the realm of the spirit. Now, in the coming into the physical, which is now the actualization through the creation of Adam. Mind you, there have been plenty of study, and sometimes some Bible scholars, out of maybe not wanting to take you through a long process, will tell you that it was only Adam and Eve that were first created on earth. No, when Adam and Eve were created, there were also other people on earth. Now, the only thing is that God chose to redeem the earth through these individuals he first mentioned. The salvation and the story of the earth, God chose to start from Adam and Eve. Okay, having said that, the time before now, everybody was speaking the same language. But let me reverse myself. In the creation, there was a man and a woman who they gave birth to two sons. And the gospel clearly said, in this your womb is two nations, and one will serve the elder will serve the young. It was believed, I'm not saying that's it was believed that in that there was two people, the black guy, the people who have dark skin, and those who have white skin. That is a theory that I cannot go into right now for purpose of time. But that is from where this genetic began to divide. Now, but even after that, they still spoke one language until the Tower of Babel, when a man called Nimrod, who is described in the Bible as the mighty man before God. In other words, he was the first native doctor of the Bible, if you want to put it that way. He now made that move to say, you know what? He gathered people into confinements, and instead of allowing what God has said, people should spread around the world and dominate and fill the earth. He said, no, let us come together. And in coming together, he had an idea that they should build a tower so that they can go to God, simply walk into the heavens and come back without any hindrance. So it was in that process of that project that the creation was now divided into tribes. Because when God came down, he said, if these people truly bound together, nothing will be impossible with them. They will actually build a tower into the heavens. So let us now divide their language. And the languages were divided. And so we all now have different dialects and different, in all that. But here's where I'm going to actually, not what you see, we cannot accept that
KG, sorry. What now formed the Igbo tribe and the Yoruba tribe and the Hausa tribe and Efik, all these other tribes? What now formed them?
In that division, that's what I'm saying. In that division, all other tribes were divided. They didn't just divide Europe.
You begin to speak in different languages.
In that tribe, in that division, different languages were divided. Every other language can be traced back to that place. Okay, every other language you're speaking, although with a lot of variation now, because see, for instance, the Igbo language is one that I begin to study, is having a lot of variation right now, because we tend to be we travel a lot, so a lot of mixtures have come into the language and all that. But that's not where we're going, local, so you don't digress me. Where I'm actually going is that, you see, this we should be very careful with these people when they bring these theories of evolution. You see, they make it look as if the science was something that originated out of the Bible. Even science itself came from the Bible. Even science itself came from the Bible. The first man who found tar and petrol was from the guy who was reading the Bible. It was from the Bible he found these things. Now, if you go back there, so I do not believe in the theory of the baboon or whatever they call it, the gorilla or whatever. Because I'm coming, sir. You know,
KJ, sorry.
Hold on.
Who put those things in the Bible?
Hold on. I'm coming.
Wait, who put those things in the Bible?
Hold on, I'm coming.
These are found in the Bible. Who put them in the Bible?
Let me deal with that, the issue of the evolution. If that be the case, then there shouldn't be baboons now, because all of them should have evolved into human beings. They shouldn't be there. Okay? But that species is still not turned to be human beings yet. What has stopped them from turning to human beings? Okay? If that be the case, somebody will write in a commentary that we will now have a man technology, man infused in technology. That will be the next level of humanity. So if you are bringing man, that means that's very artificial. And if nothing can be placed on nothing, in other words, creation cannot be without creation. Somebody is responsible for
you guys have had your Sunday sermon now. Let some other person talk. You are going to teach the entire Bible.
Now, wow, I think when I see I don't talk, when I see I don't come now, you don't begin harass me. Maybe I go to
no, because you told us the story of Adam and Eve from the beginning, and you told us the story of this Nimrod and how the languages were this thing. Where is it going to end? Because the other guy has done for this thing. Other people have time here to that.
Let him finish still. Still let him finish though.
Yeah, okay, let him finish.
Let him finish still.
People should be considerate of other people. That's what I'm saying.
No problem. KJ, finish. Your mic.
Okay. So I can't go ahead.
The last thing you were saying was about baboon, just in case. You want to carry on from the baboon?
That means you were taking us to where we don't know before. Help me. They carry me go where I don't know. How they carry us go before?
Because you were talking about the baboon. If you want to carry on from there, you can carry on from there.
I'm simply saying, and I'm saying it again. If man evolved from baboons, right now there shouldn't be baboons in the forest. Simple. They should all have evolved also. And just like Blackstone said, we should have also by now be evolving to something different from human beings. Maybe we'll start growing horns now and going back to animals. All these are things that cannot be proven. Okay, just because people are looking for a way to refuse the existence of God, I don't have to give them credence. Whether somebody's making a comment and not educated, it's okay. If he doesn't feel I'm not educated, that's your business, not mine. Okay, and you are free. It's a belief, and belief is what keeps a man. You can believe what you want. And I didn't come and say being an atheist is a problem. No, I'm only saying that this is my own belief, and that's my stand, and I have a right to express it anywhere. And that's what I'm saying. If you think your grandfathers existed for monkeys and baboons, okay. But for me, my grandfathers didn't exist for monkeys and baboons. Okay, we know where we came from, and we're still going to continue to be who we are. Even in the next 100 years, we will not change to anything more than human beings created in the image of God and his likeness after his own kind. It cannot be changed. It cannot be taken away. Every other thing you are quoting is a study that came after the Bible. So let's not even go there. Because just like Papa said, I'm taking them through.
Okay, KJ. If you see these chimps, right? I'm not saying like there's maybe one came from one or one came from this and that. Like we all know, the creator created man, right? Now, if you study these primates, ape, for instance, chimp and all that stuff, if you really go and watch documentaries of them and study them, like they'll tell you, you will see for yourself, not that they will tell you, see for yourself that these people are next to human being. You understand? You as in like similar. Even some facial, if you see some humans, facial features, they even look like ape, like monkeys or whatever. Facial features, some.
Like a
you understand? Now you call names. So you understand? Some you have the facial features of apes. You understand? So why didn't they have the facial features of like dog, goat, horse, or cockroach, or crocodile, rabbit?
Okay.
Why?
Does dog have the features, the stripes like the apes?
So why ape?
So why are we comparing those with men now? Why got you comparing those ones?
Why that? So
every animal have their own features.
I'm talking about close similarities now. You understand? So if you say there's maybe evolution from maybe animals or whatever, I'll give for instance like dragonfly. You understand? I don't know if you've seen how they come to life. Butterfly. I don't know if you how they come to life. Like they come from like lava. No butterfly give birth on that butterfly. You understand? They come from lava. You understand? From lava, you see the tail. So like, how come we still have lavas? Why all the lava never finish to become butterfly? We still have lava still there and they die as lava. You understand? So the thing is sometimes these things, right?
It's a very good question you're asking. You see,
You understand?
there's-
Because I'm saying butterfly. They
Hold
don't
on.
see small
Loco,
butterfly.
look, I want to
They
ask
grow
you a
up.
question. Does it mean that babu and monkeys are still transforming to human beings
I don't
from
know.
the
That's why I'm
explanation now?
asking, have they stopped? Why did they stop to
No,
transform
you're
to
still
human
not getting the point. Hold on. See, I'll tell you something, right? Look, you will not tell me it's just by chance or God just look all animals because animals came to the earth before us, right? God just look all the animal. It's okay. No, I want to make this human being so that they can have just small features like monkey. You understand, like ape, like primates. I mean, that means God did not make us after His image. He made us after monkey, whatever. You understand? I'm sorry, after ape or gorilla. You understand? So I'm talking about what I'm saying physically because all this like image of God, likeness of God, like I said, now we think they see
Why
tell
are
us.
you asking
Sha.
what I just quoted the Bible to you?
No, hold on. That's
Please,
what I'm saying
I
now.
want to,
Now,
I
waiting they
want
still
to,
tell us, Sha. Now we
I
still
want
the
to
whole
add something.
auto now. But like from physical search, now what you've seen, like I said, if you've done your studies or research, you stand documentaries about apes, you stand and chimps, you will see like why the female of them still behave like human female, why the male of those primates still behave like male female. You understand? Like the eyes, the nose, the way they laugh, the way they stand or do
Okay,
some
look
certain
up
things.
next time. Next Saturday, try to bring one. Make we see.
Intelligent.
Intelligence
Please,
wise, you understand? Look, my brother, look,
please, I want
sometimes
to say something
you have to
based on
like
what
just go there face to face with yourself, then ask questions. You understand? So that you see like challenge because it's also a part of knowledge. They say my people perish for lack of knowledge. It's also part of knowledge. Like why should amongst all animal species, just this very one, just decide to be like something similarities as like far similarities from other animals that has closer similarities to human being? Why? The only thing that's
How
remaining
many?
is just
How many
speech.
similarities? Okay, so, look up here. How many similarities? How many?
And not
You
not
can
go open your Google
you
internet, check on yourself. Plenty.
I can give some. When you look at
No.
the human anatomy, like if you look at the bone
Skeletal
structure,
skeletal
okay, when
structure.
you look at our
No, excuse me.
hands,
Do they think like human beings? Do they produce this like human beings? Do they invest this like human beings?
obviously now that's the difference. That's the difference. But
We didn't say they are
they can
similar.
still
So if you don't have those
Many
features,
features.
so
I want to
no,
ask a
excuse me,
question.
wait.
I want to
KJ,
ask.
hold
I
on
want to
first.
look.
KJ,
No,
hold on.
wait.
KJ, hold
Bumi,
on first.
Bumi, does it
Hold
mean
on
that
first.
you are offshoot of
Wait
are you
now,
telling me you are offshoot of the chimpanzee?
Righteous man. I beg they ask
hold
intelligent
on
question.
first.
You understand?
Oh,
I'm telling you, Lucia,
hold
this is
on
what you
first.
see yourself. Ask intelligent
Bumi,
question.
if you don't have those features, that man, if you don't have those features, then how can they now evolve to humans? And man, now the name man, humans develop. How does now humans develop those features? The way we think, the way we reason, the way we use
Mm-hmm.
our brain. How
See,
can our brain and that more mature than their brain that can produce
listen.
things?
See, listen. There's what you just
Can I even control them? No, excuse me, can I even control them? And so on and so forth. How does it happen? What is that similarity that make us be that I put it as a higher species or
I
better
understand your question.
species?
See, I understand the question. See, I understand the question. I'm not telling you, or what I think Bumi is telling you is not like, oh, human beings, ape were the ones who gave birth to humans. No, that's not what we're saying. You understand? Like I said, what you believe, what you and I believe right now is all what we're told, all what somebody wrote down. You get my point. But like now, coming face to face, physically to what you are seeing now in life, now you want to ask question. Why is it that amongst all animals, this very one, why is it that if they want to test anything from animal to human, they always use ape? Like probably be send animal to space. They want to use monkey, chimpanzee to send to space and see what they can learn. If they want to train any animal to see if they can speak, it's only ape they use because people have seen like intellect have seen like, oh, why this similarity? Something must be there that we don't know. Okay, let's try. You understand? But what I'm telling you is now is apart from speak, communication, or creating or whatever. I just feel like amongst all the animals, it's just only this species only that look similar. Not 100% features. It might even be 50% or even 10% similar, but far, 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 far compared to other animal species. So if it's even 10% or 20%, why? Why? Why not 100% different? Why similar? Why not 100% different? You understand? The skull structure, the teeth and dentures. You understand? The skeletal structure. Why?
So
You
are you
understand?
not
So
telling me?
that's I'm
Are you
asking,
not
like,
telling me
why?
that? No, are you not telling me
I'm
that?
not telling you.
Please,
Wait,
But
let
if
I
me
I'm
want
answer
to
telling you, I
this
talk
won't be
question.
asking
about
you
Let me
why.
answer this
Let me
question.
just add
I
something
want to
to
talk
read
about
you.
color. I want
Can
to
I
talk
just add
about color.
something? You've all been
Please,
talking for.
before the thing will just get out of my mind, I want to talk about color because for me was
Okay,
asking
go ahead. Mine is
publica backup.
Your volume, try and work on it. It's not clear to us.
No, it good, it good, it good.
Okay.
You follow the paper, yeah. It good, it good, it
Are you
good.
hearing my voice now?
Yes, better.
Yeah, yeah, you can hear you. It goes there.
Okay. Bumi was asking biblical backup or based on what talking about the creation of man and the color, especially because we have been talking without talking about color. Then I want us to look into it, the color issue of it, because I could remember when you read Bible, the book of the sons of Solomon, 1, 5 and 6. Solomon said to that place, "Is it because I'm black? Because sun hit me when I was in the field?" That is the Bible that talk about Solomon talk about black because that's where they record somebody black in the Bible. It's written in Sons of Solomon 1, 5 and 6. Now, when you read about the book of Genesis chapter 4, at least from verse 15, 16, and 17, that's where that's place to talk about Ken wife. You know, when he talk about Ken, he talk kind of Abel. Abel is the one that Ken killed. Then the Ken is the one that married. Then who's did Ken marry? That's where we have to ask a question. And that place was written that Ken married his sister. You know, after Ken and Abel, Adam and Eve give birth, another birth. There's some place they call it Leah. There's a place we call it something awake, something around nature. So Ken married his sister. But Ken, after Ken had run away, then he met his sister in another place. That's where he married. The creation, they began to marry as a husband and wife. So this place I'll give you quotation because I'm calling this now for Bumi to know. You can go and do read it further because here is a live program, so you cannot be releasing someone here. But I'm just giving a tips where you need to go because sometimes when we want to talk about something, we talk about something that we read and digest within ourselves, so that we'll be able to say this is what I know about this thing. Now, KJ was talking about civilization that we receive. Civilization started from Egypt in Africa. All this is started in Africa. I could remember when where is this name of this king that was really all the way from India to Ethiopia, the Nebuchadnezzar. He was ruling from India to Ethiopia. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So Deuteronomy of Daniel. So all these things, but the only thing that when they have this province, this person will be in charge of this province, going report back to the king. So because I found that this discussion is just going for a religious side, but there are some people out there in comment section that are also who do not believe in the same religious with us. So I would like us to make sure that when we're discussing, we talk about other things that concern others. But anything, based on your question that I'm talking about this thing, Book of Genesis chapter 4, from 15 to 17, if you can read up to 25 and good. Then Sons of Solomon 1, 5 to 6, talk about color. So that when you read, you know where you're reading. When you say something, you know what you are saying for knowledge sake. So
but
I believe that
it
the
was
discussion was based on the man's word and all this, so that we not deviate from what we are discussing. Then if there's another topic to look into, we look into it. Thank you.
Yeah. The last comment you made is one of the kind of statements that I worried why our people even bother listening to this religions, where they describe the dark skin as some kind of negative aspect of things. And I don't understand how people can worship the kind of culture or God that other people believe and see our skin tone as a negative. That's weird. And regarding evolution, I think the way KJ was describing it as if it's a 100-year change is not true. Evolution takes thousands of years, maybe millions, to fully manifest itself because of, and sometimes it can speed up to an extent. When we say speed up, we're talking about thousands of years or 50,000 years or more, due to climatic conditions when things are very, very tough. So it's not something you expect to see overnight. It's not. That's not how it occurs, and it's based on selection. There's a reason why when you go to the North Pole, you tend to see bright colored animals. Have you seen black colored animals in the North Pole? Because all the black ones are obvious to target as a target of a predator. The predator will catch the black one first. The predator will, that's one aspect.
No, it's not because of anything else, due to the weather.
It's just yes, it's one of them. I don't know what's wrong with this. I don't disagree with you.
It's all of them. That's the only reason, another reason for it.
Okay, I should not talk now. In other words, you would rather listen to people talking pseudoscience. Carry on with your pseudoscience, then.
No, I'm putting that phrase.
With all these anti-knowledge people, carry on with your pseudo-science.
Yes, now go ahead, master.
No, I don't understand it. It's like you guys are allergic to knowledge. Why are you attacking me now? The other people we are talking about.
I'm not attacking you. I said to the weather. I'm not attacking. I said
hold on. Let me ask one question. Hold on. See. Let me ask one question.
You stop me from talking.
Blackstone, hold on. Since how many years now? They say slavery is 400 years, right? That it took black people.
Sometimes I have to dumb myself down just to be around.
So wait, how many of those slave people for 400 years now have they turned to white if it's weather?
Pardon?
Weather.
No. He's saying whether it's part of what changed people color or whatever. I'm asking him now, for 400 years now that there's been slavery in America, right? How many of those people they took from Africa as slaves have turned to whites? Over 400 years.
That question should go to forefather, because he said that generations come and then the things change. So
is there any person? No, is there any white person? No, excuse me. Is there any white person that is on? Is there a white person that is on? Is there any white person that is on? Is there any white person?
And lizards should have become crocodiles now in our community.
The color of his shirt, what is it?
What?
The color of Ego Head shirt, what is it?
No, you said Solomon said because it was under the sun. It became
I said the color of his shirt. The shirt is wearing. What is the color?
Like the one you are wearing. The same thing one you are wearing.
White, Abi. So have you seen any person that had that color? We don't have any white person.
No. If it's hold on. If they are using black and white, it's shade. What they mean is shade, not actual like color. It's shade. Like brightness and darkness. So we say bright. Bright tends to be white. You understand? White dark tends to be black. Something like that. It's just shade.
Mr. Like color. Forefather, my position is quite clear, and that is the fact that lizards now should have been crocodiles in our communities run up and down. And if lizards are not become crocodiles because they are not evoluting, there's no evolution happening, then the baboons in our forest should have become human beings now, lighting fire, building their houses. They are still in our forest.
I think hold on. Okay. Stop. Locus, stop. Locus, stop.
That story is just a theory for them to keep.
You need to stop. You need to stop interjecting me when I need to talk. Stop doing that.
Why do you
interjecting you?
But this program have been going on peacefully before. Why this confusion now?
Because everybody else talks, but when I want to talk, they keep interjecting me. How is that? That's very rude, really. You guys have been talking for more than 30 minutes to 1 hour. Then when I want to talk, you start interjecting me. It's very rude. You don't do that to this in Dr. Damages. And it's very, very rude behavior. You have to, how do I put it? I'll give every person a courtesy. It's just a rude behavior. I have to basically dumb myself down just to listen to some of the stuff people are saying here. And when somebody wants to talk, you just interrupt them. It's like, what is the point? Is this some kind of weird gathering where you guys just
yourself, really?
I don't understand it.
Forefather, you are a
I really don't.
moderator.
No, I'm trying to
Forefather, you are a
understand.
moderator.
Wow.
No, it's not about being the moderator.
No,
You
he's
listen
talking
to the moderator. You
He's
should listen to the moderator.
referring to himself.
No, you should
Okay,
listen to the moderator. If I'm
sorry.
the moderator, but this guy Loco keeps interrupting me constantly when I want to do anything.
Me?
Yes, actually you do.
Okay, hold on. See, right?
I'm not making it. I'm not making it up.
Very easy, very easy. I want to give you more example. You see, just now before you came, when KJ was moderating, right? And they asked a question. Do you know what KJ said? He said, "Because I'm moderating, I'll keep my opinion. I will allow you guys to speak." Something like that.
Do I look like KJ?
No. I get it. No, and when he did it, right, there was like nobody was talking over each other. You understand? But when you come as moderator, you say no, you must speak. You must speak over everybody. Sometimes
not actually. You see, this is the weird thing. That is not the case. You've all been talking all this while. What people are doing is it's a subtle way of being anti-intellectual. Because you all have been talking. No, it's truth. I can give you the story you all told just now. Let me tell you what Righteous Man said. Righteous Man talked about.
Please stop generating everybody. Not everybody is
that's good. That's good. It's not you. It's not you. Let me tell you the story all of you told, and you both told it for how many hours? Almost 40 minutes or so. And I want to say something before I said for 2 minutes. This guy stopped me. Then you won't now want to go on with another 30 minutes again while I sit here watching you. It's just rude. If I will do the same actually. Let's see how you enjoy it. It's just rude.
No, you just that's not left.
I can give as much as I get. If I start behaving like that, you all are not going to like me, and neither am I liking you guys now. It's ridiculous.
Sit back and let us entertain you. Sit back and let us entertain
you. You're not entertaining me. You know what? You know what? It doesn't even matter. You guys are not ready to learn, so go ahead, carry on talking. It doesn't matter. I don't have to talk to you, do I? Carry on.
Father, who is anti-knowledge or anti-civilization?
You want to talk now? Carry on talking.
No. Who is anti-civilization?
I'm not sure you guys are open to learning.
Why?
I'm not sure.
How?
Because there's a little bit of I don't know what it is. I'm not very sure, but there's this air of anti-intellect here, where
how?
You feel like the idea is that, let me explain it now. The idea is that if somebody can contribute something that is different from yours and maybe more compelling, it's not welcome, kind of.
What is more compelling with the theory of evolution?
That's the problem now. If you had allowed me to talk, from the way he
was talk now, you have the stage now. Talk.
No, now you are saying I should talk when I've decided that you guys can carry on talking. I thought Luke said he wants to carry on talking. I don't have to talk. It's not by force. You don't have to listen to me.
Okay, Papa, let me ask you a question, please. Let me ask you a question. Just one question. Okay. What was the first species that started evolution?
The very first cell started it. Yeah. That's from the point of view of science. The point I was trying to highlight was what KJ was talking about. That why is it that we don't see baboons turning into human beings? Evolution has to have pathways. If there's no pathway, it doesn't evolve. You have to have one that emerges slightly smarter, and that one succeed in doing something and solve. If any baboon that gets too smart, human beings are going to smack that baboon's head down, and the dumb ones will survive. That is how it works. You have to have a pathway to emerge. There's a reason why we didn't emerge during the time of the dinosaurs. But then again, I don't know. I can't be asked. I don't want to be bothered. I can't be asked.
Still story for that day.
Are you sure dinosaurs actually existed in this world? Dinosaurs.
Of course, they didn't exist. They didn't exist. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory.
It's a conspiracy theory. Mr. Forefather said, and I think with the dinosaur thing, there has been some like bones remnants being found.
Fossils. Yeah, it's got fossils.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure about that, but
where did they found it? somebody else came out and say, "We found the
oh my God, man! The Blackstone, stop it, man!
No, Papa, this is the truth. I believe in science, but not everything I believe in science.
Of course, not everything. Neither do I.
Sometimes people scientists come up because theories for them to make names.
Okay, let me share some images so that we see them.
No, don't share image that will tell me that my forefather came from chimpanzee. Don't share that image, please.
These are real
forefathers.
Actual
forefathers. Forefathers. You have to.
How does this image come about? How did it come about? We never saw. Now
forefathers.
Blackstone, sorry, let me ask one question, right? Do you believe
forefathers?
Extinction?
These images are very provoking. So don't share the images that tells me.
Why is this provoking to you?
Extinction.
Why are you showing me images of animals that my forefather came from there?
Something.
Now let me show you. Let me show one other thing. Let me show. Let me show. Let me just show one other thing about
anything like extinction. Is it like extinction?
I say
yes, of course. There's something like extinction.
Forever. So why do I could come and find the bones after how many years?
Okay,
how does this story come up?
Okay, if you believe there's something like extinction, what makes you think something like evolution will not be possible? How can something just extinct and there's no more, just like that, just vanish?
Yes,
if you believe there's something like extinction,
it dies, and the extinct just time. But that do not prove the story of evolution.
Can you tell me 10 things that are extinct? 10 things that just no. Sure, you believe in it, so give me 10.
I don't know. So you said you asked me.
No, I asked you simple question. You said yes. Give me 10.
Let's list of animals.
Even if you
ask forefather, remember there are people
extinct in the last 100 years.
Forefather, remember that there are people that the graphic you are showing is very offensive to them, because there are some people that are animalists. Those who worship animals, when they see the skeletons of these animals you are showing, you are provoking them.
Why would he provoke them? Even if he provokes them, it's just a fact. Let them go and take it up with this in the Science Museum and all the people. See, okay, now let's go to the chromosome, because I think you did Righteous Man. You talked about how superior the men are and all that stuff. Now, this is what I was talking about before. Look at the human chromosome, the genes that are inside them, the genetic information inside each of the chromosome. The Y chromosome has about 62 million to 51 million, and the X chromosome has 155 million. So what does that tell you? That the repository of human genetic information is mostly in the female gene, not in the male gene. The male has less of it. So and because of it, you can see that in nature itself, whereby you have a female animal go on to have children, sometimes without procreating with a man. And I think the process is called I think it's protogenesis, something like I've forgotten what is the name of the process. Parthenogenesis. I forget it.
Forefather.
Parthenogenesis, parthenogenesis,
Okay, forefathers,
these are the kind of animals that can have children without a male. They can go on to do that.
But they are not made in the image of God. Those animals were not made in the image of God. Man was made in the image of God. So you can't tell me that my forefathers, or like you are a forefather, that you revolve from animal and become whom you are today. What are you trying to? What kind of science do you want?
I think the way you look at it from this, consider this.
He's looking at animal like one can lose view. See, Righteous Man, why do they? Which other creature on earth breastfeed like women? Which other creature on earth breastfeed like women?
Breastfeed.
Is that what you interrupted me for? Seriously?
There are many. You see, I want
See,
to
let me say something to Righteous Man, because Righteous Man has been
No,
saying
which
this
of them breastfeed like
for a
women?
while.
They sit down and they carry their infants, their babies, and breastfeed like women. Which species?
Righteous Man, you've been saying that baboons are some kind of, backwards kind of, like beneath human beings, in other words. I think the reason why you're looking at it like that, because you diminish our very existence as living entities in this world, because you think there is something else out there that is way better that you don't have any proof of. The only proof you have of anything.
Hey, forefather, hold it. Just hold it. If you repeat that, I will log out of this program. What are you trying to prove?
You can prove.
Are you insulting my belief?
No, I'm not insulting your belief. I say you don't have any proof of it. Do you have proof?
Yes, I have proof.
Okay, provide proof of the afterlife of heaven. Please provide proof.
I have proof that there is superior being that created me. I don't know who created you.
Okay, good.
But
if
for myself,
I believe there is a creator.
You believe?
Yeah, of course there's
you
a creator.
Believe?
Yeah, because
then why did you make that statement you made?
Because the reason why I believe, I think there's a difference of perception here. You are thinking there is a creator that is throwing lightning in the sky and stuff like that. I'm thinking whatever is responsible for us being here is a creator, and is good enough to be any kind of God you want to describe him to be. And the fact that realm, you don't have access to it right now, you don't know what it's about at all. All you know of is now, and now is one of the most mysterious things in anything in this universe that we know of. The fact that you diminish it is a kind of, I feel like we are missing it. It's almost, you know what, the way I look at it now, I feel like sometimes the way people that believe in religion treat the world, it's almost as you have access to a precious thing and you just get conned out of it, and because you're expecting something else that you don't have the clue of. It's like somebody promising you gold that you don't know whether it exists, but you have diamond right now, and you give that diamond up. You don't value the diamond at all.
Let me ask you a question. As you
Forefather.
Hold on, righteous man. When you sleep, do you dream? When you go to bed and sleep, do you dream?
Oh yeah.
You dream.
Yes.
Do you find yourself as forefather in that location in your dream?
Yes.
So does it mean that location where you have gone to outside of your body, lying on your bed, is not real?
It depends on what you describe as dreaming, what it means to dream.
Okay,
and what it means to dream.
What does it mean to dream?
There are various let me give you one. Okay, let me give you one. One of them is that the human mind generates a kind of simulation of reality based on the complexity of our bodies, so that we can be able to a kind of pilot the body. Because I can give you an example now. If your heart, do you know how your heart beats? You don't know how your heart beats. You don't even know. Let me finish my
Father, hold on. You have deviated from the question he asked you. You have deviated.
Okay,
and the problem you have. Hold on, Father, hold on. You know you are an intelligent person, but you have a big problem, and that problem is bigger than your intelligence. Why will you?
Of course, I never said I was any kind of this. I'm just trying to explain from my own point of view, from what I've seen.
The theory you are trying to explain now, you want to use to answer KJ, is the theory of a man.
No, you don't want me to answer it because there are proofs to these things. It's not like I'm just saying it.
Hey, look, forefather, I don't know how far you are practicing life, and I don't want to take anything away from you. But some of us have witnessed people's life, leaving them and coming back. So now, if you and those people have given a good account of where they went to in those hours they were not in their body, my brother, you see, I like you. I mean, please, I know you have plenty of knowledge.
Yeah, KJ, why did you believe them? Why
do I believe them? Because they gave you a blow-to-blow account of what you have known before. but you have
No,
never
okay,
been able to
okay.
see.
Why not? Why not you try and experience it yourself? So that why would you go what somebody said to you? Why not try and experience yourself?
Look up here.
We are talking about
Can
people
you
who have
try?
come back
Can you
from
try?
the
You
dead,
experience
and
it.
the people come back and they're telling you that this is where I was.
What
And
about, hold on now? I mean, if
I was
somebody, hold on. So if I tell you
so
now
why
that
do you want me to express it before I believe?
Sorry, KJ. If I tell you that I've been to heaven, I've seen God's face, and I came back, what would you tell
It's
me?
not like that. It's not like you don't go to say
Wow.
it. It's not like that.
English.
I'm
No,
talking.
no, so
I'm saying,
I practice
listen
whatever
to me.
faith.
Listen to what I'm
No,
saying.
see, I
Listen to what
practice
I'm saying.
whatever faith,
Hold
right?
on, sir.
And I take it
Hold
to
on.
trance.
Hold on. Hold on, sir.
This is what I'm going to transfer.
These people are people whose life have ceased on earth for over 6
Confirmed by
hours
doctors
or more.
that they are dead.
Now, in the course of preparing for their whatever transition, they jack back to life as a result of prayer or something, or whatever God tried to give them a second chance. Hold
Can
on.
I answer the
Hold
question
on.
I was looking?
Please, let me finish, and then I
Okay.
will stop to talk about this. And they give you an account of where they were and what happened and how they were asked to come back. And you want me to, first of all, go there before I believe them? Then why should I believe the science you are telling me about?
No, hold on now. Hold on now.
I wasn't a
Why
monkey.
can't you, hold on?
Why would I now
Because
believe
it
that?
is
Why can't you
repeatable.
believe
Because it
they
is
went
repeatable.
somewhere else? Why can't you
Now,
believe they went somewhere else?
let me just explain to him what I think may be happening, and is of no less mysterious. If it's infinitely complicated and infinitely miraculous, where you have an assemblage of cells that you know as living entities coming together to create something. Like I said before, when you wake up in the morning and you get up from your bed, do you know how many systems, if they try to explain to you how many systems have to be working in sync for you to do that, you are not even aware of it.
No system is working in sync. God woke
Okay,
me
now.
up. Every morning when I wake up, in the spirit of God that woke me up. No
See, hold on.
Your alarm clock can't wake you up if God didn't wake you up.
I'm not attacking religion here.
You want to please people.
See,
I'm not here to please
Forefather, it's not about
you are not
attacking
letting me
religion.
finish. You said you will
Forefather,
finish. Let me finish.
Forefather, it's not about attacking religion.
You are not
I
letting
think
me
the,
talk now.
the
That's
problem,
not right.
Forefather, you see, nobody
You are
hates.
trying to shut me up. It's not fair. You're not. He just had his own say, and you don't want me to have my own say. It's not fair. What I'm saying is that you don't know how many things. I'm not saying it's not God that is responsible for them, but the complicated, God works in mysterious way, as they say. It's not the way you think. It's not like he's just doing everything the way you think. He uses all the tools that he needs. Like when you wake up in the morning, all those systems that are working together and getting you doing all those things, you are not even aware of it. Your heart is beating right now. Are you controlling it? No, you are not controlling it. It's just doing what it's doing because these things have been in place before your own conscious mind. Your conscious mind is getting information, analyzing it, creating concepts to understand the complicated world that it lives in. There is a reason why sometimes you can be driving in a car, you don't even know you get to your destination. What is driving that car? You don't remember any moment of driving a car, but you get to your destination because your unconscious mind is active, doing a lot of stuff in the background that you are not aware of. It's responsible for your dreaming. There is a reason why if they take you into a hospital and they give you anesthetic, you completely zone out. You completely zone out, you are gone. And then when they bring you back again, you are back on. And sometimes you go to bed, you are not aware of time. It's when you come back again, all this stuff comes back again. The idea that all these things I just described just now is all extremely miraculous stuff. None of us created them. We just found it here. We were created here. Nobody asked us, where were you before you came into this world? What makes you think you know what comes after?
Wait, hold on, Forefather.
Hold on first. One question. Have you been studying metaphysics?
I've been studying different concepts, including some aspects of philosophy and neuroscience. What I'm describing here is mostly tied to neuroscience, actually. That's their own concept of what they believe some of our experience. It's not because they can explain everything. They can't explain everything.
I can see where your confusion comes from.
Of course, it's confusion. You are the one that the one that went to heaven and came back is the one that you believe in.
When you study too many things at the same time, it creates confusion.
Forefather.
Yeah.
I think you will excel more when you talk about the military putting the boots on the ground and the rest of it.
Don't worry, I'm not going to take your God from you. You see, I'm not diminishing God here. I'm actually trying to explain to you how miraculous your current experience is. And I think people that believe in the afterlife, they are being duped of their experience in this world. And that is what that's my concern.
Talk. He has been here for some time. Let him speak.
Yeah, that's true. Macaboy 007. Thank you.
Yeah. No, that just 007.
Nari Macaboy.
Macboy 007.
It's Macboy.
Macaboy 007.
Yeah. So good evening, everybody. It was this theory of evolution that actually got me to log on to contribute just my little contribution to the discussion. So
from your research, right?
I'm sorry?
From your research.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Go on. Don't worry. Go on. Just go on.
I said from your research on the evolution.
Well, the little knowledge that I've maybe gathered from here and there, not necessarily research. So the issue of evolution is a theory that was started by or initiated by Charles Darwin. Am I correct?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So from his theory, it was just Charles Darwin was just born not like thousands of years ago. So he studied nature, including humanity and all that, and he came up with a concept. And his idea for where he made that conclusion was from. He studied different animals, different creatures. He discovered that the one that was closer to that behaves mostly like human being was mostly the ape. So that is where he summarizes theory, where he originated his theory from. From there, started rewinding it back to we believe that human being came from this, came from that. So I think it was KJ or some other person, or I can't remember. The person asked a question by saying, "What is human being going to turn into later on?" So personally, I'm not a proponent of or supporting person of Charles Darwin theory, in the sense that if evolution is as is, I don't negate his knowledge, because he put a lot of effort into it, and I tried at least trying to solve a problem. So every one of us, in one way or the other, should also try to solve one problem or the other. So, but his knowledge is a little bit limited, in my opinion, in the sense that the same evolution that be happening, how come for some thousands of years, or if not thousands of years, a great number of thousands of years, that evolution has not changed. It just remained the same. And if I think Loco P was saying something earlier about, I think it kind of threw a question in, but nobody answered it. That what animal carried their baby, breastfeed their baby like a woman and all that? Discovered at the end of the day, yes, the apes does that. And the monkey kind of do it, but not as the ape. Does it mean human being only evolved from ape? If human being evolved from ape, then what creature did the monkey lineage evolve into? Then there are also babu in the bush. So in that family of ape, babu, and all that, there are hundreds of species in that category. So what are they going to evolve into? Maybe, or what have they evolved into? Or what are they going to eventually evolve into? So discover that at the end of the day, those are areas that are very difficult for us to explore, to not say that human being actually evolved from ape. But from my personal point of view, I'm just saying that it's just similarity of behavior and all that. Because if you look at other animals, when you see dogs behave, you won't think dog has spirit of human being. How can a dog be doing like this or acting like that? Even sometimes there was one story I looked at, I saw on TV one of these days, and that story, a man was a partner, a dog was a partner of a man, whichever way you put it. So, and that man was presumed to be dead, whereas the man was in the hospital. and the police department, they were doing the funeral of this man at the funeral cemetery. In that cemetery, the dog kept barking. So they said normally when dogs bark like that, they open the casket and the dog will stop barking because they just want to see the body of their friend. So when they opened the casket, it was the wrong person that was inside. So people are now saying, wow, how did the dog know? Sometimes you see the smarting of the dog, you say, wow, dog could be closer to human being than any other animals. So what to me is just a matter of similarities. Now, if you look at when we say when we play apes are similar to human beings, if you look at science of today, when they are trying to look for organs to save human beings, most scientists will not go to apes to get organs. They never try apes organ for human beings. They try pigs, and when they are doing science research for medicine, they try a mouse. So at the end of the day, you see that at the end of the day, you see that when it comes to science, there's areas that science move towards that are closer to human gene, like the one they just did, like I think it was last year, when they transplanted the heart of a pig into a human being, and the man lived for like 90 days and stuff like that. Follow the science. Now, why did the human being body reject it? Because the genomes of the man was seeing that heart of a pig as an enemy, and they invaded the heart, and the man died. So you discover at the end of the day, one that is even closer to human being in terms of organs and all that was even the pigs, not even the apes.
I think you are mistaken. The reason why they don't use apes is because of the ethical issues. Because people were going to start protesting. You are harvesting apes for human parts. That is why they went for pigs.
Me, people will also protest for pigs. I promise you.
And they already know they are already protesting for pigs, but pigs, the kind of passion you speak for pigs is different from apes because apes are close.
But beside that of using of beside that of using of pigs, that's just a recent development. But you know, from time the animals that have been used for a long time, that have been used for human clinical trial, has been the mouse. It's only when they tested in mouse and it works, they now believe it will work in human being.
No.
Even till now, they're still using mouse for medical tests.
Mouse for all medical whatever.
No, for all medical it's for drugs. It's for drugs, not for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because of the genetic relationship. So when they test in mouse, they know it will work in human being. They don't go to apes or monkeys or whatever. So they could have been testing the apes that we think is they said is our ancestor or is our close relative or whatever. So I'm just thinking just similarities.
Of course, they are close. Come on, man. Why do we do this now? There is the gene of the Neanderthals are still in Europeans today. That the Neanderthal is a kind of humanoid species that was in Europe when our ancestors went to Europe, and some of them interbred with these Neanderthals. And Europeans, because of it, today have about from 0 to 2% Neanderthal genes. So these things are real. There are other species that are not us that existed in this world.
But Father, that was not my argument. My argument was saying apes evolved into human being. That was my argument. Then
we came from an ape lineage too.
1 second, the current apes in the bush today, when are they going to evolve? And also monkeys, what kind of human being are they going to evolve into? What about the baboon? Another of that family lineage of that animal. There are hundreds of that species.
KJ is smiling. I don't know why KJ, you're very mischievous. You are smiling when he's asking all this.
When I don't know
the question is not a strong question.
Let me give you an answer.
You have made my day.
What is wrong? He is completely wrong. Why you agree with him?
Let me give you an answer.
If, for example,
I think Bumi wants to say something. Finish what you're saying.
If, for example, there's any proof of the so-called evolution. There's any proof of that. Why should I not believe it? I believe in science, any kind of science, whether Charles Darwin or anybody. As far as there's a proof for it. But all this one is just a theory that Charles Darwin think that that happened. So if there's a proof like that, let's see other evolution happening. Because
you know, the way they create vaccine is a form of evolution.
Forefather, those are just a vaccination. Okay. I mean, that's not
but it's a form of evolution. It's showing on the microbiological level, evolution.
But we're talking about changing from one state to another. That's me and you know what evolution is. So when is the next evolution going to happen?
Let me give you an answer.
It doesn't happen like that. It happens slowly. Please, Bumi, let Bumi add something first. The black.
Yeah, Bumi,
let Bumi add something first. Please. Bumi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mark Boy. Thank you.
Bumi, please go ahead. Okay. All this rascality.
to kind of address the point that Mr. Mark Boy 007 said in terms of why do we use organs from like other animals like pigs and all that instead of apes. One is because apes are like protected species, okay? Pigs are almost everywhere, not like those apes, okay? So it's like if we keep on using those, then they're going to be extinct, and there's some ethical things towards it. And because those apes are also closely related to humans, there are some pathogens or diseases that can easily be transmitted between
good point,
between humans and them. So there are other things to that too, but I think the most is probably like because they're rare. But to the other point, in terms of when everyone keeps on saying, when will the next evolution happen? Well, evolution.
Let me explain let me tell you what man.
Please, can you let her finish the backstory? You know she's not me. Please,
okay.
Please go ahead.
So I feel like this is how it's when we say we are closely related to apes, it's not necessarily that we came from apes, like those gorillas right there is where we came. It's more or less like there was one starting point. We decided to go this way, they decided to go this other way, and then other forms of apes and all that went different ways. So you can't say that the gorillas or the chimpanzees are going to turn into us because they didn't go that way. We chose to go. And that's the path forefathers were talking about. We went different paths. There's a different, when you look at a branch in a tree.
So, Bumi, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying general people. What makes people believe that there's people evolve or things evolve? What brought that idea about? That
the same question you Mark Boy, the same question you asked, nobody answered. Why is it that it's only that species that feeds their babies like female? Why? Sit down.
Let me tell you what man we evolved to. Let me tell you what man we evolved to.
Mark Boy, you say monkey, ape, chimpanzee, they're the same family. They're all the same family. You understand? Why is it that among all species in life, it's just that family that do the same thing? Why not dog? Even kangaroo that has pockets that kiss babies, kangaroo do not even do it. You understand?
Yeah, it's just like asking.
Let's allow Bumi finish. He hasn't finished, then you can carry on. And the Blackstone does have something to say too. Please, Bumi.
Yeah, Bumi, do you have answer to my question when I said what makes us believe that people let me use the word thing, not things now, not people. Things evolve from one nature to the other. Where did that idea come from? Is there a proof of it? Of things evolving from one nature to another.
Butterfly, mosquito.
I think it stems from.
Yeah, that one happens.
Exactly. I think it stems.
It's evolution.
I think. Okay, I think it stems from.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure.
Yes,
go ahead.
I hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Hear you.
Okay. So I think it stems.
Oh, internet.
Okay. Can I just say something?
No,
Right
let me
now,
hold
hold
on.
on.
Yeah, I think the Blackstone wanted to say something before she started speaking.
I'm afraid now. I don't want
Let's be fair to each
am
other
I
now.
going to come back to Baboon?
Let
I
let
want to
let's
answer.
let
I don't have time.
let the Blackstone say something, please. The Blackstone, please say what you want to
Okay,
say
I think
before
Bumi is
moving.
back.
No,
I think
no, I want
Bumi
to.
is back.
I want to tell you what man we have lead to. They will begin to have. They will have 4 legs, right? 8 eyes.
What's wrong with you, man? Why would we need 4 legs?
I need evolution now. We have evoluted on
You should be
that
saying we are
basis
not
now.
going to have leg. We barely want to walk now. Everything is calm, calm,
We have
and
4
calm.
legs now. 4 at the side, 4 at the front.
So
You
this
can walk into
chihuahua
any
that
direction.
these American people now are making to be walking in 2 legs. Very soon it will become a giant chihuahua. It will become
That's why yes, now
it
someone
will become
become a giant now. They will have they
it
like they need
become
to
bear,
have
right? It
8,
become a
2
bear.
eyes here, 2 eyes here, 2 eyes here. You
No,
have
okay,
about
see,
go.
Yeah,
but
Loco
joke
P.
apart.
Loco
KJ,
P.
why
To
don't you
respond to
believe
your
that? Why don't you believe that?
butterfly butterfly changing is not really evolution. It's just
No, it's
like saying a human being conception. When it's inside the womb, what they call a fetus. Fetus. When you look at fetus, when you actually look at fetus, you'll be asking yourself, what is in there? Is that a worm or what is that? So you can't call that evolution. It's just the way they reproduce.
Okay,
So it's not evolution.
hold on. It's in there, like they start from lava, right?
Mm,
What produces?
it's their reproductive process. It's
No,
not.
hold on now.
Yeah.
What produces What produces the lava? What produces the lava?
It's after they mate, then they lay their egg. Their egg start.
Butterfly and another butterfly.
Say that again.
As from one butterfly to another butterfly.
No, first of all, they have to mate. After they mate, they release
now,
whatever.
from one butterfly, two butterfly has to mate now. 2 butterfly, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So after the process begins from lava to pupa to whatever nature it becomes. So that's just reproductive. Their
So,
reproductive.
but if you look at the liger now, where you have a lion and a tiger bred together, that is not evolution technically, but that is a form of change that can occur between species. And
You say when a lion birth a tiger?
Yeah, breeds with a tiger.
That's just human manipulating nature.
Yeah, but if that happen in nature, and it goes on to survive, you will have
it doesn't
this.
happen.
But
It doesn't in nature. It doesn't happen in nature.
No, it probably has happened in nature, but it didn't survive in nature.
No.
How can
It's
a lion and tiger
human
come together?
manipulation.
Because it's already been proven to be possible. So it may have happened in nature, but they are not cut out to survive in nature.
They brought them
That's
together.
why you don't see them.
They brought them together.
A tiger will not go and meet a lion.
Never.
I mean, lion will not go and meet a tiger naturally.
Yeah, how did they manage to do it then?
Possible.
It's just manipulation.
They brought them together into a cage and they grew up together. They grew up together.
Okay, it's true. It's possible that that's the only circumstance that can occur. Please, Bumi, go ahead.
Okay, so based on the question that Mr. MacBoy007 asked, in terms of like, what made people think about this evolution theory and all that? Well, if you just take time and just observe nature, you see there are just certain similarities or certain things that you can kind of relate from one to another. And I think maybe that's where the concept just like, okay, wait, this is behaving similar to us. For example, Mr. Loco P mentioned the breastfeeding of apes or gorillas or whatever. And it's like when you observe that, you can kind of like, that's where the curiosity started from. And then this whole evolutional, this thing came to this form. But to also talk about the whole idea of us talking about human evolution, I feel like some people are thinking very drastically in terms of like maybe just like Mr. Blackford said, in terms of getting 4 legs and all that. The evolution might occur in terms of us in our brain, way our brain reacts or process information. That could be one thing. Another thing can be environmental factor. It can also be our immune system. from one disease.
That's not evolution now. So if you look at
it's
it,
evolution. It's evolution.
Wait, now,
It looks like she knows her stuff on this topic, man. She knows her stuff on this topic.
Blast, hold on.
Evolution doesn't mean that we go from
women. Exactly. It doesn't mean you are turning from spider to lion or from monkey to cockroach. That's not evolution. No.
But that's what Darwin proved. That we move from some creatures inside the sea.
So what are you not saying?
And that's what that has always proved, that we move from inside the sea to become tadpole, from tadpole to monkey to where we are today.
So that's
over
millions of years. Millions of years.
Millions.
We're talking about
300, 500 million years.
We are saying that we are talking about millions of years now. We are talking about millions of years to come. What we might evolve to, not by the human brain.
Let me answer you.
After that millions of years, the years stopped counting and people stopped living. We no longer live again.
Blackstone, let me answer you.
We didn't stop that. We are still living.
Come on. Is when you see masculine men like you do like this. Hello, how are you doing? Yeah. That's evolution.
That's craziness. That's not evolution. That's craziness.
Now you know that one is evolution. They are doing it right now. They are doing it right now. You are seeing men turning to women turning to men.
That's not evolution. That's craziness.
Some men, they are cutting off their organs.
Okay. One question. From the chimpanzee and the apes to human. So do they do it themselves that not change to human, or it was a natural transformation?
Blackstone, I get all what you guys are saying. Trust me, I get what you are saying. What I'm saying is, by the time you study this species, right? Like you said, Charles Darwin or whatever, right? Maybe you went further to say reptiles, sea, whatever. But I'm not going further. Just studying them. Go to the zoo. Studying them alone. Looking at them like, why? You understand? They breastfeed like us. You understand? They can walk like us if they want to. Like they reproduce. The way we reproduce, that's how they reproduce. You understand? When it comes to mating,
too.
The bone, skeletal structure, the jawbone, the skull. Do you understand? You will check. Like I said, if you look at some human being, if you see their face, you're like, man.
Because of looking like ape,
This guy is a gorilla.
Look up, you're not good. Look up, you're not good. You are referring to a passenger. You're trying to go to a passenger.
Yeah, he keeps trying to come here. Who asked you to bring a passenger into this one now? So all these people are very people. But there's look, I wanted to add one thing.
To ask questions, you're like, oh, Abi, or maybe not, or maybe because the physical similarities is just too much, overwhelming.
No, but can I add one thing though? Can I add one thing? You know, the differences between human beings could be described as a form of evolution, because when we started in Africa, you didn't have Europeans as we have them. White people technically emerged about roughly 10,000 years or less ago. The white people that you know today, they didn't exist. So you can say even human beings changed.
Even dwarf,
you know,
like dwarf.
In our own history.
Yeah. Why should there be dwarf? Why should there be, people born without limbs? Why should that? So those are the things that might just creep up to millions of years and become something. You understand? So, but that will still not take you to the fact that no, there was no natural creation from the creator. You understand? Nobody's saying that. It's just like when you look at those things, dwarf.
God also created the animals. The Bible says God also created the animals.
I think when people talk about evolution and creation, Christian or religious people tend to think is kind of diminishing the creator. I'm not sure it does.
Father,
even in the Bible says God created animals before he created man. He brought the animals to Adam to name them, to give names.
Yeah, Father, sometimes I hear the argument that it could be scary to so-called religious people, so to speak. But beyond that, truth is truth. And I understand theory, scientific theory. Yeah, it's a theory. But for a theory to become a reality, there has to be a lot of things that you can conclude on. But yeah, the proving, so a lot of things to prove to show that yes, this scientific theory is actually what it is. But what Charles Darwin brought up is an argument which is good, but where he proved it to, there's not much to prove beyond there. That is why it's hard to accept generally. That's why you see the division. Some people accept it, some don't.
There is a lot of compelling evidence to show, not to mention the fossils.
Yeah, the compelling evidence, just what Lokopi said, which is the fascinating thing. Wow, this chimpanzee, I'm not even saying monkey now. This chimpanzee behave like human being. Oh, wow. What about the monkey? What about the baboon?
No. That we are talking about actual evolution still occurring from on the smaller scale. It does happen.
Apes, I'm talking like the same. They are all the same species.
But they all don't behave alike, though. They all don't behave alike.
Can I present a question?
We're talking about ape as an animal that almost like
let Bumi ask a question.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if we don't believe in evolution, fine. Can someone then elaborate more on, let's say, the wisdom teeth? Because why do we have it if they're basically useless? Because we don't use it; it just stays there.
Which is true.
So if that's not true, if evolution is truly can we think about that? How does that help us in our, like, what was the reason?
Well, Bumi, it's a good question to ask, but guess what? That is why myself and yourself and everybody on this panel, that's why we exist, to explore why those things are there. Well, like other parts of the teeth that we have in our mouth. Guess what? We didn't know what all of them are used for 1,000 years ago. But science keep exploring. Oh, the canine is used for whatever. What the premolar is used for this, the molar is used for this. So maybe with time, science will now help us to figure out what the wisdom teeth was actually meant for. But today we believe it's useless. But with time, we now understand that, oh, wow, it's not useless. Just about, I think it was sometime last year, they discovered a new organ that we didn't know that human beings have we have in our body. Just last year. But 2 years ago, we didn't know that organ existed. So that is how
which organ?
Let me also add a little bit. Let me add a little bit.
You better find the organ.
When I was in primary school, we read that the Earth was 7 units. Okay, it was called the universe. Okay, today, my son, they are taught that it's even uncountable. They don't even know how many that is out there. So do we now agree with that person who said it was 7 before and remain with that? Because it's totally wrong.
Where did you get the idea that in your time they said the Earth was 7? They were referring to the solar system.
Do you mean Earth? Do you mean planet?
Yeah, the solar system remains the same. It's just that the galaxy and the others are different.
Okay, that's one. Two. Now, oh God, for father, you always make me lose my thought.
System were 9.
You don't teach that you are not a wise person. That why is there.
No, but for me, wisdom truth disappearing. I would say is like is growth because at every stage you need some things at every stage. For the teeth, okay, someone will say like, why did you abandon crawling? Although sometimes in your life you still need to crawl to do some certain things, when you want to bend down and crawl. But I think in some stage, because of the size of that adult teeth growth, it will be heavy for your jaw or maybe your gum or something like that. Probably that is why, because if you look at your finger, no matter how bad the finger is, if you pull your finger today, right, leave it after before 1 year, you see another thick finger, not growing out. Say you pull the whole finger, like you remove your whole finger, so you are seeing your flesh. Leave it after the flesh will become finger later, thick bone later.
Wow! Can you believe this? Human beings have 32 teeth, and all these apes, gorilla, chimpanzee has 32 too. That is crazy.
I think you have the same. Why did you have the same features? Like, why do you think it's not?
That's the observation that he was talking about.
Like, why? Like, why? Like why? So give us the answer to that. Why? Why this too much features?
KJ, there was a time you were swinging from the trees.
Welcome.
I'm sure KJ doesn't like that. We're all swinging from the trees.
I'm not sure you are trying to
He was looking for thoughts up and down. That's why he took his thoughts.
Mr. Jagu, please, I want you to come in. I'm sure you have a lot to say on this issue.
Oh yeah.
I think he has bad network.
His network is gone.
No,
Okay.
he has a UK network.
I say it again. If these evolutions you are correct, I'm sure that by now men would have evoluted something else. But since
it's not awake. Yeah, Jagun, so Tom.
Oh, Jagun, okay, you go ahead, sir.
He's awake.
Guys, I find this subject very, very interesting, and I'm happy that you're having it. I didn't have much to say at this moment, but evolution is again a word that needs description, because there are two tracks of the way evolution is played out there in the world. And what we must understand where evolution is concerned, that there are fables and stories that allude to the old. There was a time that the world was understood as being flat, and it was taken upon by others to dispute that fact, because it was a fact then. And then when it was known that the world was round, a circle shape, it came as a shock to many, I suppose. However, in today's day, there are those contesting that the world is flat. The arguments that they bring to the table, for me, in the first instance, it was incredulous. Rubbish. What you guys talking about is nonsense. And then it came to my understanding that when you see the way air traffic goes around the world, you wonder whether the world is round or flat, because there are questions that you will not be able to answer. For instance, if you are mentally, geographically astute, from Argentina to India, what route would you estimate that aircraft would take? You would imagine it would go from Argentina right across Africa, then into India. That's the route that you would imagine it taken. But in actual fact, when you are flying from Argentina to India, you will have to go through Europe. Now, Europe seems that it's so far. That's a waste of petrol and a wasted journey. But when you see that the world, when you see on a flat Earth, when you see the Earth flattened out, you can understand why that route is taken. So there are many things to dispute where there's such a term like what do you call it? Well, I forgot the word now. It's that evolution. There we go. That evolution is a clear subject. It's not a clear subject. It's not a subject that anyone can pontificate about, given these anomalies. So I'll give you that.
I see. Let me just show why. This is why people don't want to be associated with baboons and all this stuff. This is why they don't want to think that these people are related to us. They are just okay. They are fine. This is 32 teeth, and who was that was saying someone of them looked like Obasanjo? But this doesn't look like Obasanjo. Look at the hair. The hair is not black man's hair. This one looks like straight hair. So let's not. Who said it again? Who was saying that?
You just said it now.
No. I didn't say anything. I'm just saying that this is why people don't want to be associated with baboon, because they think this is a lesser being and it's not from us. But I don't see that. I don't see it as lesser, because I still believe that all creations are a miracle. They are a miracle. They are a miracle. What is responsible for creating all this if it's not a miracle?
That is God.
Yeah, the creator. Because when we say God, he's like the guy has got his lightning rod throwing it from the sky.
See,
but the creator.
And I will sign off. Before now, when we were studying geography, we were told that Africa was so small. Africa was depicted so small, and we all believed that was the truth. Until now, we have come to realize the real size of Africa. Okay, so are you also going to say that we should now continue to believe in the old map they've been giving us about Africa? No, these things are they are just done to try to keep giving us the impression that they know everything. Whereas they know nothing. They know nothing. So, and if we keep believing that men can, come on, man, there should be no.
By that argument, you should be no, KJ. By that argument, you should be, because you are saying get rid of the old. The old one is the one you are holding on to.
By no means am I saying get rid of the old, but we're saying now we have discovered a new thing. Let us continue to base our argument on the new, not base our argument on the old.
Then why? I thought you were arguing on the side of religion instead.
No, you see, my guys, we must say that the argument can only be based on the truth and what we believe to be the truth, not on this or that necessarily, or not on old and new, because there are many things of old that we disregard today, but they're true, they're factual, they're real. Today, there's a spin on what is the truth. I put to everyone on the panel and everyone watching that we have received much more lies in our lifetimes than we have received any truth at all. So if we are contending with that fact, we have to be speculative with our words and the way we play the words and where we reside as per side we're on. Me personally, I'm not on the side of people who believe in evolution from a point of view of pure science. From a point of view of pure science, you can have any aspect on what you want to say or achieve. And when you are looking at the world through pure science and not understanding that there is a different kind of matter behind it, the matter of, yes, we speak about physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology. But then, what we don't put into this is the matter of love. And whilst that may seem archaic to pronounce love in the middle of sciences, that is the earth we're living on. That is the world we are living in. So we have to now understand how to look at this thing as a whole, as a collective whole. Because it's not just a study for science. It's not just a study for the religious. It's a study for truth. Where the hell are we? And what the hell is going on is the questions that we put forward in these realms, I would suggest.
Yeah, but please go ahead.
I think Mr. Jaguar and Mr. KJ did make a very strong, valid point in terms of like the spread of misinformation. And that's true. Like when I talk about science and to be honest, when I was learning evolution in school, I was questioning things. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. I was asking questions because you should answer question. But the only thing I do disagree when it comes to us is that we can't say we disagree with them, but find no alternative, or our alternative is just, these people have lied to us. If we as a people have our own scientific station, our own NASA, you can find ways to go and really prove if the earth is really flat or round. But now you're basing your information on them and then saying they lied to you about how big Africa was, but you've done absolutely nothing to prove otherwise. But then you just want to take religion, which I'm not disagreeing religion, but it's very sticky to just base all your knowledge on religion when we can still use religion as a foundation but also go ahead and look for those things to actually show people. So that's where I stand from. When I do question things, or when I do bring things to the conversation, I'm bringing it from let's discuss and let's have a mind to question certain things, question our own beliefs. Not to say I'm disagreeing with them, but to really value, to see if it's wrong or right. I think one of the one that fascinates me the most is when it comes to tomatoes. When it's like, is it tomatoes? Yeah, where tomatoes were classified as vegetables, but they're fruits. And it's like, and there's nothing wrong, but at that point in time, that was the knowledge we had, and that was the understanding we had, that this makes sense to be a vegetable. But now that we have advanced, we cannot prove that actually it's a fruit. And this is what I
Hold on.
want
How,
to do.
so, okay, yeah. What? How do you? I'm just curious. I know this is not the main topic. How do you know what is fruit and what is vegetable?
They're
And the
basically
difference.
Seedlings.
And what is the difference?
Seedlings. It's seedlings. That's the difference.
You can look at, I'm not into fruits exactly, but I think this last time I was reading something about it. Seeds can also tell you if it's a fruit or vegetable, and also the structure of the item,
Yeah,
the genes and all those things.
because ugu leaf has seeds now. It's still a vegetable. So it's a bit dodgy. If you have potato,
No,
you can't exactly pluck tomato and just start eating it like grapes or something.
You can.
You can, of course, you can.
I guess you could, but
Everybody eats raw
okay,
tomatoes now.
okay,
Don't you eat raw tomato and suya?
Okay,
I eat raw tomatoes.
yeah, I can, but it doesn't seem like it fits like every other fruit that is tasty or even
And
sour tasty fruits.
And that's why they categorized it as vegetable, because they were like, nah, this does not make any sense. But now that we can study more, actually, it's actually a fruit. It doesn't taste like what we think a fruit should taste like bananas, and that has a lot of fructose, like the sugar. But it's still part of those people. It's just a different vibe that it's given.
I see that's interesting take actually. I respect that.
I don't care if it's fruit or if it's vegetable.
Were you aware of that? Were you aware?
No, I wasn't aware at all. I think I heard a bit about it, but not clearly. I think
Sure.
she's made it concrete in my mind now. You know, these things are very fascinating. When I look at potato, tomatoes, I still look at it as it's a vegetable. Because I'm thinking about I'm going to cook it now, I'm going to eat it like orange.
And the fact is, you know what? You know, that's valid, because the fact is you always will, as I always will, actually. But the fact is it's a fruit. And I know it's a fruit. But like you, as I'm putting it in my salad, though, now vegetable it be, you know, unless I put pineapple, it's when I cut pineapple and put it inside. That's fruit, you know, because I put pineapple in my salad. But
good to know, though. Good to know. I will try to be treating it a bit as fruit. Thank you. And I think I wanted to ask Bumi something. Bumi, appear. Okay, go ahead.
So what is the difference if I treat it as a fruit or as a vegetable? What's the difference? Am I not going to eat it? Vegetable
class of species.
What you better?
Can I tell you what the difference is?
So don't make any difference to anybody.
Can I tell you what the difference is?
It's just classes.
Yes,
go ahead, Bumi.
It stems from knowledge, what we know as knowledge. For example, when you go to a library, they have categorized everything. So if you're looking for something that has to do with algebra, you know, okay, I should probably go to, if they put maths in science, you know where to go look for something. That's the difference. It's not necessarily how you eat. It also gives you.
That's what you ask where you embarrass me.
Well, you know what, guys? You know what, guys? There's something that Bumi said that is hardcore, solid understanding of the thought processes that we need to start taking on board. And that is our own investigation, our own inquiry, our own scientific research into so many things that are there, right there. I mean, imagine Europeans are coming to Africa to tell us what certain plants are and what benefits they have, and this, that, and the other thing. Now, it's not to say that we don't know these things, but it is to say that we don't investigate or inquire or care to sometimes we don't care to inquire about these things, and that's the poverty of our nation, the poverty of our mind state. And these things, we have to kind of grow up that we are being spoon-fed everything, and we are there swallowing it anyhow. When we become sick, we don't know what happened. It's because we're not researching these things for ourselves. We have no depth of knowledge that is ours, and that is, I think, fundamentally what needs to be the doing. Basically.
Thank you, Steph. I see you in the chat doing your business. Welcome, Steph. What do you think about the conversation? I think it was about whether evolution had merit, and it doesn't diminish. From my point of view, whether it doesn't diminish from faiths like Christianity or Islam or any of those things. Go ahead, Steph. Oh, Steph, can you hear us? Oh, no worry, you can't hear anything. All right, so I wanted to share some evidence of, humanoids. These are some of the things they went and dug out from the ground. And the thing about science is that it's not only just, they just dig it from the ground, you just make it out and say, oh, this guy looks like he's been around for 200,000 years. That's not how it works. They actually date it to when those things came out of the ground. This is carbon dating, isotope dating. So that is how they obtain information. That's what makes science one of the best ways of learning anything in life, because it's based on gathering evidence, repeatability, and then people will challenge it too. When they challenge it and it's still standing, then it's valid information. Just like, which is a good thing. Otherwise, we will not be online right now if somebody wasn't challenging the people that did transmission and make sure their information is correct. That is how they started doing telecommunication, fiber optics, and here we are on YouTube chatting from all over the world. Science did all that. It's a remarkable thing, and all this happening within a short period of time. Amy, welcome. You've not been around for a bit. Thank you for joining us, Amy. So what do you think about the conversation so far?
Amy.
Greetings to everybody on the panel.
This is your favorite person who wear mask.
Is his background now? Go ahead, please.
Greetings to everybody on the panel and listeners. I think it's a worthy discussion today, and well, I was just kind of interested about the biology. It brought a lot of memories from secondary school, and you just want to feel, oh, okay, let us see what is happening here.
What textbook did you use in modern biology? Is it modern biology, or you remember those textbooks that we had?
Yeah.
It was
no, I can't even remember.
Stone and Cousin. No, is this no? Yeah.
We had we had modern biology.
No, talk about the English biology.
Modern biology was really common for my own
Stone and Cousin. Then physics is Nekon and Parker, and physics Nekon and Parker. Now later they come introduce this guy this Ababio for chemistry. Yeah. Ababio for chemistry.
Yes.
Then
I used
for Buku. I still remember.
Nekon and Parker. I used OKK for physics as well. I think I used
OKK now for simplified this that quick become came out. I want you to teach that themselves. Yeah, remember. Okay. Yeah.
Please stop the thing where you understand for the book. As the book itself is not that interesting.
No, Jago, our point is that we had great writers that understood science.
Great authors.
See where we are today in Nigeria. Nobody's talking about science.
Yes, no.
My first cousin I wanted to bring in here. I mean, she's a PhD holder. I mean, she was like one of the best students for years. She works in what's the name of this place in Yaba, the National Institute of Medical Research. But the thing is that it tells you how we've been degrading educationally, morally. It's just been ebbing away over the years.
Every day, backward every day.
Terrible.
Look, when you have a nation that doesn't really that trivializes education, that is what you get.
Yes. Yeah.
When you have a nation that don't care
When you
about
study Nekon and Packer pieces, your head will be hot. Like, man, I want to be a scientist.
when you have a nation that don't care about they put what do you call trivia premium. You can even call it
money.
For instance,
It's not about money. Yeah.
People who have
Well, let me ask you guys this, if I may, and if this is not to take the conversation away from what we're talking about, but would you say that we as a nation, who our first option was always about education and theorizing and theory, as opposed to practicality and practical and physical understandings, and that possibly possibly the truncation of the education system in Nigeria has given rise to maybe a bit more common sensual ways of reasoning, even though it doesn't always seem like that. But people are becoming a bit more practical, because to me, when you're one way or the other, if you're not balanced in your educational process, then you have a nation that's unbalanced. And with everybody wanting a PhD, who's going to actually do the physical work? You understand what the kind of thing I'm trying to put?
Can I answer that, please?
Yeah, Jago. Wait. Look, P. 1 minute. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay. Jago. Let's take a memory. Let's go back to memory lane. Even though our first politicians were criticized, I remember Tafa Balewa. That guy, till today, he amazes me. This is the kind of leader when you hear him speak and think the way he carried himself, you know that this guy was balanced, but he had no degree. He was, if I remember, he was just a classroom teacher.
Please don't underestimate just a classroom teacher.
Yeah. Well, let me know. With all
what it was. Let me be accurate. What I'm
trying to say,
where Tafa Balewa was concerned.
What I'm trying to say is the level back then. If you had a secondary education, it was better than even what we have today as a degree.
I appreciate
that. As a standard.
I appreciate that.
Okay. As a standard. If you look at Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi and the way he talked, the way he
move to your point.
My point is we still need education. Our education has fallen so backwards. Okay, like this country.
I don't think you understood my premise. I don't think you understood my premise. Ross.
Okay.
Let me answer. See, Jago.
Wait. Let me just make it clear.
Let me tell you what I understood. Please. Right? Let me tell you what I understood, right?
Let me make it clear. Local P, we're all in this discussion together. I want people to understand what I'm trying to put across. What I'm trying to put across is that I am somebody who values education. Don't get me wrong. I value it highly. I respect it. However, I also respect artisanship. I respect people who use their hands. I respect people who discover things out of endeavoring.
That's also education.
In a classroom and from a classroom
that's also education.
And don't really understand life, how it works in the practical sense. And my belief is, you see, I'll give you an example of what I'm trying to say. In this country, when Nigeria started to come in the kind of 80s, I was here from the 60s. So in the 80s, Nigeria started to come in, and I started to recognize more of my Nigeria people where they're here. Then some of them came into struggles, and in terms of struggles, they started to enter into different fields of work. So there was a time that my mom, she brought one Niger guy to do painting and decorating work in our house, and I was skeptical. As a teenager then, I was quite skeptical about these people not fit do this kind of work now. I will call our Jamu brothers, make them they come in and do the thing properly. You understand? Anyway, the guy he studied as an engineer. He was an engineer, and he's quite well spoken, but he couldn't find work. So he come enter this kind of frame where he's pushing himself to work. But if you see the mess he made of our house, it wasn't a joke. We argued we had to kick the guy out and had to bring our brother in to correct all the mistakes he had made. Now, all I'm saying, that was the 80s. It seems to me today, if you get a Niger person to work in your house, he will do a good job today. But then they weren't pronounced in that way. So I'm just putting to the table, in this whole scheme of evolution that we're speaking about, it still fits in. Do we believe that there is a balancing going on with the fact that people are having to be more practical, whether they like it or not, because the education is failing? That is what I'm asking.
No, I do not believe that, because back in the 80s, back in the 80s, Logopi, sorry, back in the 80s, my brother, back in the 80s, remember we had technical schools.
So you just came, you just hijacked the conversation. You don't even, I was the one supposed to even be on top.
Okay, sorry. Logopi,
So
when it comes to my turn, Loco, go on.
Okay, see the question, right? I want to answer you on what's called Jago. Is this right? Even artisan, practical, craftsmanship, right? They are part of education. In fact, those three stuff gave birth to theory. You understand? So it's just because when maybe scholars discover how to theorize those practicals, those craftsmanship, right? They now start giving it as education. But it's because of the system we are, right? Maybe because of they don't want us to produce, like I said, maybe half-baked education. They just gave maybe the availability of what we have as at that time. You understand what we can manufacture as at that time. They have to give us maybe practical that is not of high standard compared to what you have in the West. Because like in practical every day makes you perfect. You understand? The more you go into the lab and you research anything, you put it into practical. It's when your practical is successful, then you now start to derive the theory for that practical, so you can now use it as a subject.
That's fair enough. I want Father, can you tackle this subject?
Let me conclude here. Because of the kind of education we are having right now, that we think is just theory. Education in its whole totality is based on practical. You understand? Especially when it comes to science and technology.
You're speaking. Are you speaking in terms of Nigeria, or you're speaking on a global level? Because it seems you're speaking more on a global level.
Education itself, but for Nigeria to specific, like I said, in my University of Benin, right? My lab is almost, if it's maybe in the engineering lab when it comes to Nigeria universities, if I say maybe at least the first 4 or the first 3 equipped lab in engineering, at least I know University of Benin is the equipped when you call it equipment, but compared to what it's supposed to be as its feed on its own, is nowhere close to where it's supposed to be. You understand? But with that, we're still able to people are still able to pull out something with that inefficient, lab.
I'm always amazed.
That's why ASU today is striking, because they want the government to fund universities, not because of salary, for practicals, for research centers. That's why ASU is fighting for them, for the government to spend money on education, so that we can research on all the stuffs.
Please let's allow Bumi to ask.
Then we can have a balanced education.
Bumi, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say, obviously, I wasn't born when Nigeria was created, but with the little things that I've tend to realize, I wanted to ask ourselves, where did our education stem from? The style of education that we're practicing stems from somewhere. And if we kind of look at how that relates to like the IMF, and I don't want to blame, do all the blame gaming, but we need to understand our history in that terms. When you look at IMF, majority of they control what you use the money you borrow from. So if you're borrowing money for certain things, they tell you how to use the money and when to use the money. And I feel like majority of the time, we have had leaders that have been programmed to never invest those money into practical things, into things that you could physically see. That's why we don't have a refinery that's working in Nigeria, because anyone who studies engineering or whatever kind of engineer that could be useful in those areas would be working in Nigeria. Okay. And I feel like they kind of go hand in hand in terms of we have failed as a society to realize that we have to not only focus on the theory side, but also focus on the practical side. But it's not just us, it also profits the Western society that they keep on having this brain drain that they keep on doing, because we don't have a working hospital in Nigeria whereby all those doctors can stay there. And that idea of, okay, internship, where are people going to do internship in Nigeria? There's nothing really physical for you to see. We keep on spending our money in roads, and even the roads we're building, it's not like local production. It's
Well, this
foreign.
is, madam, I must say, this is why I'm asking the question I'm asking. Because the education that we've had, no matter how brilliant our individualism may be, it hasn't led us anywhere that makes sense for any of us. When you go to Nigeria, you are hard pressed to even know what it is that you're looking at. You have to be educated in what you're looking at. This is an office, somebody will tell you. And to me, it looks like a ramshackle nonsense. And this is where somebody is operating out of. And not only is he operating out there, he's earning hardcore currency from this place. So whilst I might be sniffing at it and saying, look how it looks, at least some kind of ingenuity to go into making this establishment look like an establishment. Now, I'm just putting to you that with all the education that we've had, we have failed to look at it in a rounded way. We don't have common sense in Nigeria. I don't care what anyone's got to say. Nigeria is not.
I think what you think you are missing is entrepreneurship.
Please wait.
That's what we were missing. That's what you're talking about.
No, it's not just entrepreneurship. The Igbos have different levels of entrepreneurship within their system. What it is,
why are you hijacking the comment from? Let Bumu finish now.
No, I'm speaking to Bumi now, my brother. Aren't you following the conversation?
Okay, let's try to keep it brief because the panel is full now, so that people can be able to talk.
I will say one thing and then I'll stop. Is to what Mr. Jagun just said, and I'm just saying that education we have does not promote that idea of creating. It doesn't.
That's right. This is what I'm saying.
And that's what it's then ask yourself, then where did the education stem from? You have to talk about the creation of the education. If you look at the creation of the education, it makes sense. That's why we would never have that until we go back and also we reevaluate our existence and what we want to produce in the society.
Can I say something?
I think she's got. No, Django, you just have something. You just had a turn. I think you are right too.
In practical,
the point she was making. Hold on.
There's manufacturing engineering. When you manufacture,
hold on. See, what she said, I think I agree with that because I also made similar argument whereby we seem to be learning academically. It's like I remember I studying French, but because I never really practiced using French, it's completely useless to me. There are many things we learn, and we don't learn it to actually. We are educated, but we don't really learn the stuff whereby we can actually practice it. Like now, many of us graduate, but if they tell us to go and do something with that knowledge, without being plugged into Western societies, we won't be able to do it.
I can do it.
We'll hardly be able to.
I can do it my first degree.
If they ask you to bring, what degree was that?
Engineering.
Which one? What type?
No worry, I'm not telling you. But
it depends on the type. Oh, yeah, fair point. It depends. No, I think you're right there. But I think because I remember you. No. I remember you told me that you were working in the industry, so it makes sense. You can do it because you worked in the industry. That's what I'm talking about.
Theory. Sure. I do. Why not?
But you didn't do it because you worked in the industry.
It might not be the same in all the jobs. Don't get me right. It might not be the same in all the discipline. You understand? But like in the ones that works in Nigeria, right, can work. The only problem, like what Jag was saying, like maybe the entrepreneurship part of it, where we can get yourself educated, then turn it into a business, produce and sell. You understand? The thing is, like I said, in engineering, there's manufacturing engineering. When you manufacture things, what are you supposed to do?
But let me ask
It's
you
to
now.
sell them. It's a
When you graduated, let me ask you now. When you graduated from editing, let me ask him. When you graduated from engineering, did you start practicing it by yourself, or you went into the industry to go and work and get your bearing?
Okay, now, like I said, there's practicals, right? In your year 2 in engineering, right? You go for industrial attachments, right? Where what you learn in school and in practical, you go to a field now, like you're in a field in a business environment. That's why you don't do your IT in your house or wherever. They take you to a company where you have that business mindset. Okay, this is what you're studying, this is how the production is going, then the marketing, the different departments, it gives you that business entrepreneurial mindset first. You understand? Then you come back, then you further, then you're in your 4th year, your 2nd semester, you now go. I think your year 2 is your 3 months IT. Then in your year 4, 2nd semester, you go for another 6 months IT. This time maybe more into your
so
discipline.
Would you say
It gives
that?
you a grounded work how the company
Let
is.
me ask you now. Then would you say that somebody that is studying, let's say, nuclear physics, will have that kind of experience in Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying now. Hold on. First thing first, right? If you talk about nuclear physics, you are supposed to study what you can you can use to give back to your society. You understand? There are many subjects in Nigeria that they're supposed to scrap because I don't know why the NUC is still approving them, still accrediting them.
Yeah, but by that
That's
standard, you are saying that we should not expand into any knowledge base. We should just do specific areas of this.
That's where the government needs to
areas
come in.
are supposed to be open.
That's where the government needs to come in. So when government come, you fund it, you research it, then it now becomes an institution in a society.
Local P.
That's where the government needs to come in.
Local P.
But the reason why I raised that point to you is that you had experience. That is the reason why you were able to practice. But there are a lot of people that study in Nigeria that don't have the experience. Hence, the knowledge is almost useless.
I said government needs to come in. If government do not have company where they're into nuclear physics, those university people, where would they go and do their IT? Nowhere now. So that's where the government has to come in. You
I agree with that.
It's government based. That's why you do your education. Government is supposed to assist to expand it. That's why I say education is the bedrock of every society. You understand? That's why it's the bedrock. So when you have the education, government will come in and expand on that, research on that, fund it, then commercialize it.
Can I say something, please? This is
please. Let another voice come.
Yeah.
I think the black zone hasn't said much. He's been trying to say something.
No, this guy, he hasn't spoken. He tried to speak, but we pushed him out. He hasn't.
Yeah, but he did exchange a bit with somebody when he came in. Okay, Emmy, go ahead. Then we'll go to should we jump tone and go to John Abba because tone. Please go ahead, Emmy. Go ahead, Emmy.
Regards to education, I think number one, the population factor. We need to consider that. I believe that prior to the maybe mid-80s, then the 90s, where we just had that population boom like that, the education was really good. And if you look at it then, you realize that the quality of the teachers, the quality of the schools, the quality of the laboratories, they were really top-notch. And if you graduate even at that level, you can compete with anybody anywhere in the world. If you listen to videos of those period, listen to their spoken English, you appreciate what we're talking about. Listen to the way they debate. You will see the coherence in their thought, the articulation they have within themselves, and you realize that they are widely read, But you see, my point is this: there are a lot of factors: population, greed, lack of planning, and all of these things tend to bring it has brought our education down. Because when you are growing and you're not planning, you won't know the number of schools that are needed. And then when there's greed, even the schools that you have, you don't equip them with the latest equipment. Then what do you have? So eventually you realize that gradually, just like weathering, the real education will continue to deplete, and once it depletes and yet you have higher population, it will look like what you have is still good enough. But eventually you see that you begin to churn out half-baked students, half-baked graduates, that they won't be able to meet up with their colleagues anywhere in the world. And that is the problem with Nigeria at the moment. Greed has spoiled everything. And greed does now, coupled with that greed is that we now have an escalating population growth that we can't even manage. So if you merge all of this together, you have where we are at the moment. It's not just a linear curve, it's a non-linear relationship between many factors that have brought us to this point. And fixing one of it, but I feel like if we can fix greed so that people are not greedy enough, because right now people just want to do things that will give them money. And in Nigeria, they don't see going to, for example, a technical school as a source of a good income, whereas now that is the real hot cake. But in Nigeria that has led us to this point, everybody wants to go to the university. In fact, there's a song then.
This is what I'm saying. Well said, my brother.
Meaning that go to school, you see them go, and when your parents pray for you, they pray like go and become a lawyer, a doctor. You never hear go and become a plumber or a water treatment specialist or a barbing specialist. All these
I think you're right with that. Do you think that because if you think about it, how do you get people to understand that when they go and do that plumbing, when they go and do that carpentry, without necessarily being forced into it by circumstances, or they should see it as something that is actually enriching, not just I think the idea is for us to perceive wealth. No, sorry, I'm trying to articulate something here. For us to perceive wealth, not only on an individual scale, that we should understand that we are adding something to our society that's actually going to enrich us in the end. Because I think what we tend to do is we personalize wealth without realizing that what we add to society will eventually come back to us in terms of the prosperity of the society. I don't know how leaders or people can articulate that for people to understand, but I think if we can do that, that would be quite positive.
If I can, real quick, my brother Emmy, it's not an example, it's very quick. Ejo, local P, let me just come real quick.
It's the money that's involved. It's the money.
No. It's perception. The Nigerian perception of what is good, healthy, and wealthy is about an educated elite. And that's where the whole polity of Nigeria has gone, which makes our society lopsided. It doesn't work like that. If we understood the artistry, the artisanship of our nation, and within all of the tribes, that they have real articulation in handcraft, but we've put all that to the side. All the carpentry, all the plumbing, all of these kind of skills are looked down upon. So as forefathers said, it is for the individual to look up to himself, but no, it is for the society to be balanced.
The society. I think somewhere we have to connect doing that to benefit the society. We have to connect it somehow, but it's hard to.
See, this is it. This is where leadership comes into play. And leadership should not just be about those who are just there. They should, leadership has to come with planning. For example, we should be able to anticipate how much, the amount of plumbers, for example, that will be needed in the next 10 years. The amount of water treatment specialists that will be needed in the next 10 years. The amount of medical doctors that will be needed in the next 10 years. And this should be the basis for recruiting students into each of those places.
That's correct.
Such that there won't be gap. There won't be gap as we continue to grow, and there will be demands for these things. There should be a number of urban regional planners that we should be. There should be a plan. Of course, you shouldn't have. You can't have an accurate, but it should be
What we're really
approximate,
talking about.
and that should determine the number of students you admit into these schools, and that will now let us know that okay, we might need 5,000 medical doctors in the next 10 years. You split on each of the schools. You see, this planning should be quite elaborate and detailed.
It
And
used to
that
be
would
like that. It used to be like
But
that.
we understand that, but how do you? I think we need to get the
Is it a
line to
free
move. I
education?
think Bumi,
Is it a free education?
Emmy,
Can I
Emmy.
I'm not yet done with my thoughts. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But you see, if you look at the mindset, the average, let me say the average mindset of the Nigerian entity as a whole, since the early 90s, it has been a bit of competition. Even you use your children's life to compete within yourselves. The parents want their children to be like that of their neighbors. You know, this I better pass my neighbor mindset. It has been there.
Bastard
Such
concept.
that it's either that your child, even though you see that your child is so good as an artist, a fine artist, you still want to push that child to go and do a medical doctor, and you wouldn't prosper in that field. So all of these things, and if you look at it, that is what has led to virtually majority of the people what they've done. Nobody has chosen. A few people have only chosen what they are doing right now by virtue of maybe knowledge. A lot of people
Yeah,
have
but
chosen
is that not conflicting with your statement that if the state needs certain skill sets,
Look,
then you have to go in that direction? What if
that
all
is
of
where
them love
distribution of
art and modeling?
that is where distribution of wealth comes in. A barber shouldn't feel underappreciated to a medical doctor. A school teacher shouldn't feel like he
I,
can't
I
see
think
the
that is a point I was hoping that you were going to make. Please let's
Like I
allow
said,
other
money,
people to contribute because
Emmy,
the
money
place
is
is full.
involved.
See,
If
Loco,
Baba was doing well,
let's
doing well,
allow
and
Let
Bumi
it
everybody,
to
talk
say
down.
something,
Let
Mr.
it go
Loco.
round.
Eh?
everybody wants to
money
be
is
Loco is very
involved.
vibrant today. Oh, look, you're very, very vibrant today. It's all good.
Everybody
Um,
wants to be expensive.
Forefathers,
Live a good
Bumi, please
life.
go ahead.
forefathers,
Yeah.
forefathers,
Bumi
can
wants
you
to say
allow?
something.
Wait, can
Yeah.
you allow it to go? Can you allow it to go in a certain
Yeah.
order so
After
that
Bumi
we can
just
talk?
comments, then to come straight to you and John Abba. Sorry, be patient. And thank you for your patience. Bumi, please go ahead.
I won't lie, I like being a girl in this platform.
I'm telling you,
You're
No,
welcome.
that rules.
I'm
You're
thinking of how
welcome.
to put my
Don't
own
let.
shirt on, bro.
No, Bumi, that
My
rules.
my
I am
this
gonna
is getting.
I am
Don't say
gonna
it, Bobby.
revoke I am gonna revoke that
Oh my
privilege
God, she
now.
just kicked everybody right
I
now.
am going to
Forefather,
revoke that
you coming
privilege
like a
now.
simp. Are you simping?
What am I
I
going to do now?
I am
Because
gonna revoke
if
the
not for that
privilege
rule, you
now.
guys would have shut her up today.
Yes, I'm
You
going
guys
to
have
remove
shut
the
her up.
room.
No, man.
No.
I like Miss voice. I like what she
Mm,
has to say. Oh. We won't shut her up at all.
yeah.
But we won't.
I,
Mhm.
I wanted to give an example to what Mr. Emit said in terms of like it's the government's job to provide those things. And over here, because I'm into software, I'm into technology and all that. And I saw this um, kind of university that I wanted to join, but it was very expensive. And that kind of discouraged me to go ahead because, like, okay, this is expensive. But then I think a couple of months later, I saw an ad from the labor force saying that they're going to take over the payment. You don't have to pay for it. And the reason why they did that is because they know there's a lack of people, like they need more people in that field. So that, okay, we're going to take over this cost. That's an investment, knowing that you're going to graduate and you're going to go into that workforce, and that workforce is going to generate income and stability in the society. And I think that is what we need to do in Nigeria. But in a way, to just like Mr. Lokopi mentioned, majority of all these sectors, they don't have enough money in terms of like being a barber. Even they make money, it's not this, you can't compare the money that a barber makes and also some government financial aid. They don't have that. So you have to take care of your shops, take care of your family, take care of everything with that salary. Well, not salary because it's not a fixed salary. It's you're becoming an independent, you're an independent worker, you work for yourself. So because it's not necessarily
I think the Baba is not making good money, right?
no, that's
No, if Baba earns more than a doctor, trust me, everybody run if doctor go enter Baba.
no, I'm not saying
because they don't know.
I'm not saying
Real talk.
Because they don't know.
I'm not saying the
we
doctor.
know louder.
Let me say what it.
We know they know the louder.
I tell
you. Some people just like then they do things very fine. You know, they won't be medical doctor. They want to wear suit up and down. The guys where they really cash in, cash out. Look at ocean welders. Where they work for inside water. You know how much those
exactly.
Yeah,
those that does
you know how much they make.
Yes.
That's a very tedious job.
No, the only bad thing I say, your manhood is affecting your manhood.
You know the number of men that would have put in if they see the that okay,
that's money. In fact, that's also a professional job. It is a professional.
No, there's
job.
lots of money. The only thing that he only has one downside, which is hazard.
Okay. You see, both of you now have taken over again.
Nah, it's all good. Let's just move on. Let's move on.
Please come in. Thank you for your patience and please welcome.
Tom,
hear you, Tom.
Are you talking to me?
Tom.
No, it's Tom.
Yeah.
It's your turn, Tom.
It's my turn.
Okay.
Oh, it's not your turn. No, I think it's Tone's turn. He's going to come back to you, Steph, later after Tone and Jonaba.
Yes.
Okay. Let me touch a bit about what Bumi commented earlier. Bumi, I think with your age, I would estimate that you didn't know when Nigeria had a very good education. I experienced it a bit. I went to school in Nigeria.
It doesn't show
in the late 80s. Now.
They say no book. They say no book.
That's why I go be soldier now. That's why I know no book now. That's why I go be soldier.
If we truly had good education, then how would you explain the state?
Look, you are a troublemaker. You're a troublemaker.
Well, okay, yeah. My dad always say I know no book, but being say my dad now university professor, my mom. Anyway, well that just apart anyway. So what I'm saying is, Nigeria has always been about we've seen good education. We've seen people that are well educated. We had good schools, but I think the time that we dumped down the level of education, it was when the proliferation of these state universities, the standard was just poor, you know. And talking about profession. When my dad got to know that I was in military school, the man nearly lost it. He said, "What will I tell my friends? That my first son wants to go and be a soldier." But I said, "But I'm not other. I'm not going to join as an other rank and all that." Then I gave him an example. I said, "How about Ojukwu? Ojukwu came from a very wealthy family, very classy family, and he said, well, that is Ojukwu and all that. This is what you see how he ended. You see where he ended. He took us all into it. Are you planning to take us into another civil war? I said, no, that's not that. I said, it's just what I want to do. As I just want to be adventurous. Okay, I promise you, I'm not going there to go and be a major general. I will just give some years and all that, and I will leave. For people that are asking me why I left, that is the reason why I left. I did not leave because I left because I was a coward. I went to a war, I saw a war, and all that. It was a distinct opportunity to experience that. It wasn't nice, but it was an opportunity to experience that. So whether you're Baba, no soldier will ever discuss. No soldier will ever discuss that. By the way, for that, you saw the things I sent to you. They were today. Did you see them? What I sent to you?
Sorry, I've not seen them.
So, Tom, you are a murderer. You are a murderer.
They keep people anyhow.
Check your WhatsApp. It wasn't.
How many people have you killed?
We'll check it.
So, Tom, you are a murderer.
So, so going forward, whether you're a barber and all that, because as the society, our Nigerian society is, they tell you either be a lawyer or a doctor or an accountant and all that, all those things. Even there's some professions that have come to find out in this country. I mean, nobody knows about traders. There's some traders that make some sick amount of money and they're very, very quiet. Some people pull in about $5 million a month and they're very, but yet they are not doctors. How much do they pay a doctor? How much do they pay doctors? I'm not trying to denigrate doctors. I respect them. I respect their knowledge, the times they put in to become even a consultant. Even some put in about 12 years to become a consultant. That is all good, but it's all about nation building. Usually in Nigeria, our society in Nigeria, we respect titles. Like you go out, you go to some parties, they will say architect, blah 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 blah, or accountant, blah. We love titles. That's just us. Yeah.
Doctor this.
No. Yeah, Dr. This. We just love titles, and people are upset when you don't address them properly as a doctor or as an architect or accountant and all that, they become upset. So it's all about to me right now, Omo, if I have to sell the bussy in the market and it's bringing in the dosh, who'll do it? If I can't do it, yeah, that's it really.
Thank you. Jonaba, please go ahead.
I think in general, I think everybody have spoke well, but I think the notions that money is the driving force of whatever we do is the problem where Nigerian is where it is today. If a country that cannot feed their own citizen, because the notion that the farmer is a dirty man and cannot be proud of serving the community and put food and become a millionaire is the reason why we struggle for fame and name. And at the end of the day, we spin who to be blamed. Whereas, as a society, we do not appreciate who we are. There is to say that train the child the way he should go, and when he grow up, he will not depart from it. It's both moral and also whatever he chooses to do. In our society, there are healthy competition in life. There is nothing wrong in competing, but it should not be to take people from what they want to do, whether they want to be a welder or a carpenter, and they will be fulfilling it. It's not necessarily the money, but the joy of whatever they find to do, whether it's artwork. We have seen beautiful artwork on the road that promote our culture and our tradition and who we are. Most of them are educated and some they are not, but are gifted. And this is the reason why we are lacking behind, because we don't have that sense of self-empowerment and contempt. So once and you don't find it as if okay, this if our children are growing, not necessarily they all have to become a medical doctor, but I think you should make sure that whatever they are doing, they should be best in it. So that's what you should be best at it. In our country, the same way that people think farming and those things that are the bedrock of a country, of a society, if we solve hunger problem in our society, at least 50% of our problem is solved. So who want to go and farm for you when you think that you are so clean to go to farm, but you can eat? Or if you don't appreciate a farmer because you are a medical doctor or you are an engineer, we all have a role to play, and wherever we feel do we find fulfillment in it, we should promote it. If you are a construction worker and an engineer and you can do whatever to build a road or build a bridge, there's nothing wrong simply because it's a hard work or simply because it's a dirty work, but the reason for you not to do it is because of what people will say. Sometimes we worry about what the society will tell you to be. Oh, you're a barber. There are many barbers that make money even in Nigeria, and this day, if they really do it in a very a big way, if that is what they find fulfillment in it. There is a place in Lagos. I went and I saw my cousin's barber shop. He's not even a barber. He just created that, and people come to rent it. And he live well. Have it about 3 places in Lagos right now. It's a creative this, and the people that work there, they also are making their own living, and they are serving a purpose in a society. The problem is that most of the thing we tag money to everything that sometimes is of no value. And if it is money, you can actually make money if you are good at what they are doing. If you are a plumber in the city and you are good at it, when people are looking for a plumber, they will call you to do it because you are good at what you are doing. If whatever you find to do that you do well, do it. And it's a sense of community is to make sure that the community have what it demand. If it is a firefighter station, if it is a hospital, as we grow to match the number of the service in the community. But we have, unfortunately, we have people that the elite and the poor people become their own enemy, that they don't have that sense of organizing and how the society works, that as we grow in number, they demand roads. You have to expand your road. You have to create more hospitals. You have, and human beings have to work in those places. Well, we have a disarrayed government and a society that everybody want to just save money for themselves and the entire generation. And some of them that they will even rot under the tunnel. So I think we should think and send a message that for society to function, we have to, we the people have responsibility, but also we cannot do so many things. An individual cannot say there should be 2 hospitals in this area. The government have to have urban planning that make sure that we have a safe society where everybody are engaged in working, and whatever people are doing in that society have to be appreciated. None one is less than the other. It's a serve and a contempt.
Thank you. I think that is a point that I wanted to highlight too. You see, I think part of what you said is it's like for an individual to know that, but I think people don't know that generally people prefer to be acknowledged for their work than just money. They are not necessarily motivated only by money. If you look at most of the studies that have been done, the regular recognition and appreciation is just as crucial to growth, and recognition is more powerful as no one is entitled to it. So the idea that people are recognized for what they do, I think, is a very, very strong motivator for people to go into those industries and into different professions. If society treats one profession as rubbish, then the only people that do that are the ones that are pushed to go and do it. In other words, you don't get the best mind, and the people that are actually talented to do it to go and do it. Otherwise, because those ones that are talented to do it, their parents will be like, no, don't go into it, because people will say it's a disgrace. We are nobody. You have to go into medicine, law, and engineering, and tech, and all the rest of it. So we too have to change our own attitude, the way we treat other professions. I sense in the education sector, especially at the university level in Nigeria, they want to crop themselves up towards the direction the politicians are heading. They want to see themselves as elites that nobody should be able to question, and they want to accept. We have this elitist thing, and we need to break it down. Every single one of them, break it down, from the politicians, even traditional rulers, and all, because our traditional rulers represent a hierarchical system too. That's what they represent, a hierarchical system that the people at the bottom end of that hierarchical system are basically pressured or forced into it. It's not voluntary. It's not because of their skill set that they ended up there. You see what I mean? So if we want a society that is fit for the modern world, that people don't frown on those other professions, we have to decouple it from all those snobbish, hierarchical way of judging these other professions. And I think that is something that the West, they try, even the West have that problem. they still have that problem, but they've tried to move away from it. A plumber now can make even as much money as a doctor in the UK.
For that, next step talk before you carry the old time finish.
What did you say?
I said, make next step talk.
No, continue. No, sir, no, continue.
This guy, I don't know what I'm going to do with this guy. I don't know. You know what? Maybe it's okay. Steph, please go ahead. It's all right. It's not the end of the world. What I'm saying is not so important after all. Go ahead, Steph. Don't mind him. Don't worry. I will get him. He's going to talk soon. Don't worry. When you are saying something very, very important, I'll come for you.
No problem.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me try and be as fast as I can be before my environment become noisy again. I think we are meeting something that is in the mix of all these things. I'm not saying it to diminish whatever anybody have said. Everything makes sense. But one factor that we've not put into consideration is this common thing that we talk about most times, that everything in any country, in any society, everything revolves around leadership, and leadership to a large extent revolves around politics. Any of those countries that have gotten those things right, if you watch, the leadership is to a very large extent responsible for it. So when we've not gotten it right when it comes to leadership and politics in our country, how will anybody be surprised that those things have not fallen into places? And they are not going to fall into places until we get it right, the foundation, which is that leadership. If you remember when education really started deteriorating in Nigeria, was when the military came in and the Insurgents strike came up. Remember? And that is the reason why universities now, after like 6 months strike, when they come back, no lecturer is talking about how to help students catch up. What they are trying to do is to do a crash program so that they can readjust the academic, meet up with the academic calendar. And for some of us in those days, they will just give you a handout or say, you just have 2 weeks to prepare for exam. That is how the whole thing started going. There is for Bumi that is asking if we were making progress before, how did we just suddenly become like this? Those are the history, the trajectory. And then so many universities started coming up without adequate manpower to man those universities in terms of qualified lecturers. That became another problem. Those that were not able to gain admission into the high-profile universities, those places became dumping ground for them. You understand? So everything keep going down, nose diving. So that's the foundation. So maybe if it's going to take a long time to start building from bottom up again.
I have a question. How can we stop greed from these people? Because that's just the summary of this thing.
That's the leadership we are talked about now. Everything revolves around leadership.
Yeah, because
I also mentioned appreciation. If you recognize people for their work, the motivation for money goes a little bit away. That tells you that something else is behind this need for greed. They want acknowledgement.
That revolves around leadership too. If you examine it well.
No. Sometimes when we use this word leadership, I have to wonder sorry guys, I have to wonder what it is that we are speaking about. Are we speaking about the presidential level of elitism and leadership through that? Or are we understanding what leadership really means? Which means as wait.
No,
which
you
means
asked
as
the
a
question.
wait.
Let me give you context.
Wait. Let me land what I'm saying.
I'm making reference to the word I used. Let me give you context.
Please let me land where I'm saying, please. I'm dealing with an older brother is a leader. A father is a leader. A manager, he's a leader. We are all leaders. When we say these things leaders, it's as though it's left to the ether. Who are the leaders you're speaking of?
Okay. Let me answer you. An economy is meant to, as the economy grows, it creates a productive base that requires inputs for further growth. You understand? So, who sets the trajectory for economic growth in a country? So when I talk leadership, I'm talking about national leadership, the overall leadership of a country, development plan, those things. That's the leadership that drives all those things. That's what I'm talking about. When you talk about, I'm coming. When John Abba talked about farming, many people are many youths are not really going into farming, not because farming is dirty, no. Not because they feel too big, no. Many of them are willing to go into farming if there is an incentive. You understand? Basically, for you to go into farming today, you need money. It's not going to be subsistence farming. You're not going to use a manual implement to go do it. You're not going to go as a graduate, even if you're not a graduate, you're not going to go carry hoe, go do the job yourself. So it's not even easy to cultivate 1 hectare of land in Nigeria today. As a farmer, as a young farmer who want to go into farming. So when there is a national development agenda that's geared towards a sector, that's why most times you organize the economy in when you do sectoral, when you have sectoral intervention, sectoral programs, it's not that I'm not talking about a particular government. I mean, over the years, maybe a government came in and their focus is on agriculture, like John Abba said. Everything is geared towards providing incentives, making everything that will make it attractive because there's a target what government want to achieve. That drives people to go into that area. Take, for instance, now, in most developing countries, there's a clear-cut intervention agenda to invest in renewable energy, not just by mouth. There are budgetary provisions. There are like 3, 4, 5 years plans and stuff like that. People know, okay, this is the future. And they begin to key into it. So those are when I talk about leadership, this is what I'm trying to, the nuance I'm trying to create.
Then can I just very quickly come back at you a moment? In that, I understand what you're saying very well. But the conversation that we are having stemmed from the point of evolution and how evolution and evolutionary processes are disbelieved one way or the other within our own society, and how this educative evolution process does not necessarily belong to us, and we should be endeavoring to open up these arenas for us to understand further. And then we went on to say, because of the way education has happened in Nigeria, where it was so strong at a time and yet so weak now, what are the reasons for this weakness now? Greed and all these other things have been established. So by the time now you are following that trajectory of conversation, if you're following that trajectory of conversation, when we now come to the point of leadership, we have to understand that we can't just hand it to somebody else. We can't just hand leadership over to any and anybody. Let me give you an instance as to the psyche of the Nigerian mentality where artisanship is proclaimed. In this country, I have many friends who are worksmen. They work with their hands. They're builders, they're decorators, they're painters, they're stonemasons, these kinds of people. Now, when my people are doing jobs for our Niger people in this country, everything is laid out. This is how much, this is what we're going to do. This is how much it costs, X, Y, and Z. By the time now it comes to payment, Nigerian people will never fail but to argue about how much to pay this person. Now, whilst this may be in our ecology somewhat, it shows the lack of appreciation of a day's job from an artisan. Because if a lawyer was doing her job, this same job for this woman, she won't quibble about the money that she's paying, but she will quibble about the money that she's paying to what she sees as dirty job. You know, the way we think. These are our problems. And we can't just push it over all the time to leadership. It's you and me, my friend. You cannot exonerate yourself. This is why
I've really heard what you said. I've heard what you said, Jagu, but I think you also, if I may chip in a little bit in what you said now. When you talk about lack of appreciation, are you generalizing it? Because if you're generalizing it, it's very wrong. I know.
I am generalizing.
Listen, artisans that are good at their job in Nigeria today, it takes you time to even get them to work for you. Are you aware of that?
Of course. But I still
what are
do
we talking
generalize
about?
it. Well, I
Your
still,
skill,
my brother,
no matter how you
my
want to
brother.
look at
Wait.
it,
You
Nigeria
see,
today, for those that are artisans, your skills speaks volumes for you. Whether it's a mechanic that wears dirty clothes, that knows his job.
It's my thought to talk.
People value
we're just going over this point. Listen to the point yourself. It may be interesting for you.
Even a plumber. No, listen. Even a plumber. I took a plumber all the way from Lagos to go do a work for me somewhere based on recommendation because he knows his job.
Absolutely.
Am I going to come begin negotiate
my brother,
with him as if
my
I'm
brother
buying
Steph,
tomatoes?
my brother Steph, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I do generalize, and I generalize for the specific reason of the state our country is presently in. We can always call an example that is great, but in the main, it is this.
Well, I strongly believe.
It is this arena.
I strongly believe that when it comes to that, there is not. I'm entitled to my opinion, but I don't believe there is a general perception of Nigerians looking down on a particular trade in terms of how much can I pay them, other than the value they are giving them. People pay them based on value they are deriving from their services. And I spent a whole deal of time in Nigeria, and I still relate to some artisans from here, and I know that those that are good at their job, they don't come cheap, and it's even hard for you to even get them work for you. That's what I'm saying. And when I'm talking about leadership, what I'm talking about is in terms of when it comes to national outlook. Take, for instance, when there was some years back, decades of years ago, when there were emphasis on technology. And that's when you see School of Technologies like, what's it called? Where government technical colleges springing up and being well funded by governments. And you see people that the admissions, people that want to go to that area to go study is a lot. And over the years, what happened? Government stopped paying emphasis on that area of education that has to do with skills acquisition. Because that's what government technical college is supposed to do. And what happens? Those areas die down. If you go to a government technical college in my state, there is nothing there anymore.
Bumia, you want to say something? You want to say something?
Yeah, if you want to say something, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to say something in regards to leadership because I feel like we talk a lot about leadership, and it's very clear that leadership is a key problem
Godfather,
in
just to
Nigeria.
ask, who is that person? Almighty Judah. He doesn't seem to be on the platform.
Yeah, it's from this thing. It's a Cameroonian. Jude, if you want to come on, you have to put your camera on. He's been here before.
No, as long as you know
He's been
who
here
it
before.
is, that's all.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so when we talk about leadership, I feel like we need to understand, and I don't want to go back because it might seem I'm changing the topic, but I feel like it's a key thing that we do need to have a conversation on. We need to understand who consists of Nigeria and what was their style of leadership before now. Because if we should start going to, because there were different empires or kingdoms or however you want to call, they were existing before the creation of Nigeria, and they had a different style of leadership. When you talk about, let's say, the Igbo people, they had a very distinct way of how they did things. You talk about the Edos, or you talk about the Yorubas and other smaller tribes, or we talk about some of the tribes in the north, because the north is not just one group of people. There's so many different people. I feel like when we start understanding the style of leadership, we can understand how to have leadership that works for us in when it comes to the whole concept of Nigeria. I feel like why we have failed so much as a society with leaders, apart from, foreign intervention, and apart from just having, just people who are not willing to participate in making Nigeria advance, is because before then, we did things differently. And now a different style has just been pushed to everyone and say, here, take, accept it. There's no way you can accept, because I hear a lot of people talk about how the Igbo people did things. There's no way you expect the Igbo people to just come and accept a style of government when they have never put power into one place. And now you've just done that. You just kept power and you expect them to just say yes sir, and obey everything and not question things. And I feel like if we start from there, we can create a system that will help us, and then this leadership of a problem will be easier to tackle. When it comes to education, there was a different style of education before the creation of Nigeria. We need to understand, how did those people learn, how to implement that. When it comes to people who are good at certain skills, or people who are good at agriculture, we need to know how to create education to fit those people's style of learning, because people learn differently. I don't learn the same way Mr. Local P probably learns, or Mr. or forefathers. We learn differently, and we need to understand that. And as an empire or a group of people that have been existing for years and years and years to come, just so we can implement a Western style of democracy when we didn't have that. We probably had monarchies or whatever we had before. That conversation needs to be had.
But from that, based on that, most nations around the world barely
they have
100,
evaluated. They have
barely
evolved now.
100. The blacks, don't worry, don't worry. You know what? If you want to, the last time you interrupted me, I let you talk. Okay, please let me finish this time. The most people that are practicing different forms of education around the world today, they just started it relatively recently too. And also when you said something about how how they were governed, they used to govern themselves and everything. When the British came, some areas were easier to govern than others, but they were governing all parts of the country. However, where I think what you are saying may resonate is what they left behind, the structures they left behind. Because remember, they didn't see us as a people that are just aspiring and they are going to the moon, and they see us as people that are serving them. And if the structure they put together is to serve them, then maybe that is where some of our problem is coming from. Because there are certain things we are going to look down on, and there are other things we are going to look, elevate because of their own preferences too. So, like in the military now, people talk about the structure for our military and the way they behave towards us come from the legacies of their presence here. So all that type of stuff, I'm sure, is present in the education system. We also need to move those things away. However, at the core of it is the culture of the people, the way they see some traditions, there are some professions. I mean, if some professions are given the recognition that they deserve, I think the way people approach it will be different. People gravitate towards what everybody prefers. The reason why people want money is because people want money, and the reason why people want money is because there's too much hardship. So you have to. How do you end hardship? Is the question. If you end hardship, you have to. You would naturally see that people start gravitating towards different professions again. But in the end, you have to end the hardship. And to end hardship, you know where I'm going to go. You have to start doing all those things that are going to end the hardship itself. But I think you can come from it from different directions. Please go ahead.
Forefathers, my argument is that we have been complaining about a leadership problem. We can all identify and agree that we have a bunch of different sets of people who have done things differently for the past hundreds and thousands of years. For you to then bring all those people who have been doing something so different and just push them all together and say, here, take. Of course, we're going to have a leadership problem. And that's why you see this where you keep blaming someone from the Southeast, because we have not yet identified what works for us as a group of people together, because we are still different entities separately. So when it comes to, for example, I listen to a lot of people from the South describe the North, not knowing that the North is such a big and it's not one group of people. They're different tribes. and they did things so differently. So it's like they are not just Hausas and Fulani that consist of the North. Now there are other tribes that they have their own culture, and they have certain things that you will agree or disagree with them. But we have not yet, as a collective, said, okay, these are the good things from the South, the good things from the East, and let's put it all together and agree on that. Until we do that, you see this problem of leadership, you see the problem that you keep on talking about insecurity, you keep on talking about education, is going to be a constant problem. We're never going to go anywhere because we forever have that one person that would take power. In this case, is either the Hausas, the Igbos, or the Yoruba majority of the time.
You know what I think Nigeria needs? Nigeria needs a form of leadership that can see beyond all this. And sometimes it doesn't come easy, but if you have it, I don't even know what kind of leader that kind of person will be, but they do appear in many other nations that go on to transform things. I hope this generation that are coming through, because if you ask them what is the problem of Nigeria, they will list three major ones: religion, tribe, and corruption. I think that's the three critical things that they list. And I hope a leader that emerges understands these things and be zero tolerant on any of the toxic aspects of these areas, and go headlong to make the changes that are required in the country, no matter whose horses are God. And that leader will need the support of the people to get it done. And this is why sensitizing people is very, very important, because if the country is going to change, you can have meetings after meetings after meetings. The thing about meetings is that the moment you finish it, somebody's coming out of that meeting angry. Where is it going to end? That's the problem.
Forefather, excuse me, please. I want to speak to Bumi thing, if you don't mind. Okay. Bumi, you are a very
I just carry my time.
The Blackstone, you don't get time. You don't get time. Your time is swallowed. All the things you've done to me today.
You do well.
You are a brilliant young lady, and nature also have made us to understand how to identify ourselves as a nation. And when I say nature, is that if you look at the Nigerian space, you know where they are doing well in farming. We know where they are doing well in business. We know where they are doing well in education. And we know where they are doing in leadership. And like we said, leadership is all of us collectively trying to do what is right. The role of government is to provide a healthy environment where the citizen can compete in a good health and strive. The notions that we are just being gathered anyhow is a talking point that they just bring us together as a nation. We have people that, a little story that you should know, that there were Igbos, there were Yorubas, there were Hausas, and they were with the British people. And they have a little meeting and we come together. Now,
we're also the Edos.
Edos, you don't know everybody. So don't strive on the bringing us together like that to become an issue. I live in the US. I think you are part of the US, and any other people that live in Canada. There are French people in Canada, and there are English people in Canada. And there are other people there. In UK, there are places where the Jamaica live mostly, what they call Jamo and all of that. I don't want to speak, so for father would think I know so much about UK. So those are not the key issue. We know our strength. We know our weaknesses. We know that leadership starts from home. And if you look at all the excuses, I want you to do our own assignment and see from the time we have, even for the military, from the time of independence till now, go and do your homework and look at every leadership that has come to Nigeria, and you see what happened under each government and how they govern their people. So the issue is that people, like we're talking about farming and all of that, people are not content, and somehow people want to jump into what other people want them to push them to do. Oh, you are not good at this, you are good at that. We know how Igbo are talented people in Nigeria and what they can do in Igbo land in terms of technology, even those people that do not go to school. So what we could have talked about is that we know how some things you can throw on the street in Benue, in Niger State, and they can just grow like that. So what we are talking about, and we know that area, we know where there's a crude oil, and we know what the tribe can do better on. Everybody knows that. So the notion that we are just put together, we have not identified ourselves. All those we are pushing to the top, where we have individual responsibility from our local level. We don't grow from the top down. We grow from down to the top. So what we lack of, personally, what I believe is that if we have a leader who can emphasize and bring us together and talk to us and just motivate us and give incentive to those areas like farming and those people that are good in technology, you invest in that, so we can be a nation that produces what we use according to even a talent and a gift. You know, in the West, that they love education in the West, and all of those things, if we put it together, we complement each other. It's like a husband and wife. We can compete in a very healthy way that can build our nation. You don't want your neighbor in the physical. When you talk about all those things, if you live in America and you live, your next neighbor can be a white man, can be a Spanish guy, it can be anybody, it can be a Nigerian. Why you guys stay side by side and being governed by other people you don't know and things are going well? It's because there is, did you say, oh, they bring you guys, we go down and just put you there? Because there is a functioning society where things are organized and where there are rule of law are respected. So that is what we'll be clamoring for. By the way, we should take individual responsibility and also know that we should not think that because my neighbor is Igbo, it has anything to do with me, my own lifestyle. If you live life and do your own well, another person do well, we can build a better society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Father, just a second. God bless you, Janaba. That's why I was emphasizing on that leadership, not in the context we used to talk leadership before. That was exactly the context where I was mentioning leadership. And that's the only reason why I still have hope in Nigeria. I believe in our people, individuals. It's just one thing that is holding us. It's not going to take us more than 10 years to transform Nigeria significantly if we can get the kind of leadership that John Abba talked now, that will identify those differences and harness it. It's not really going to take much. You will see Nigeria being unleashed. You'll be surprised the kind of progress we make within 10 years. So God bless you for emphasizing on it.
Thank you, Olumide.
Father, put me on the backstage, please. Thank you.
All right. Olumide, you are muted. I wanted to share something about a new development that has just occurred, which is quite interesting, actually, that for Nigerians to see what's going on. Let me see. This is Niger Republic has now decided to end its military agreement with America. This is something that just occurred maybe 30 minutes ago. Which is going. This is going to have ramifications from.
24 hours.
Pardon?
24 hours ago. It was 24 hours ago.
I don't know why CNN seems to be behind the curve.
Yeah, it's been up to 24 hours. Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Okay, that's good. So the fact that they are decided to end their agreement with the US, that's going to mean that they want those US bases out of there, which is going to be a problem. And it's something that we have to watch the space now. What America would do about this is one thing for French to leave, is for America to agree to leave without any backup plan. Where would they want to go to? Is it Ghana, Nigeria, or Chad?
Nigeria.
They better not come to Nigeria. Maybe that's why they've been prepping Nigeria all this while with Tinubu and everything.
Sambisa Forest.
And exactly. We'll give them Sambisa Forest free of charge. Free.
They better not come because they don't give anybody anything. I think if you look at what they said they call it probably unfair. They don't give you anything.
No, they always, whatever they are is listen.
Yeah, thieves.
Where we send where we build our base is just for our own national interest. It has nothing to do with the country we're establishing that base.
You mean the US? You mean when you say our?
Yes, no.
Yeah, why would you call it America? Okay, I guess it's your country. You want to call it your country, but versus when you call America your country versus Nigeria, that doesn't sound right.
I'm talking of home where I am now.
Yeah, but you're talking about building in Nigeria. So
you understand the reason why I said what I said. We are saying the same thing. I just don't want to. Okay, would that be better if I say one day?
Yes.
The substance was not lost with the conclusion I made.
Yeah, it's not, but it still implies something. Your way of looking at Nigeria. But I get your point, though. But you see, my concern now is if they are going to come into Nigeria, what would our people ask for them? Because look at what Nigeria did. Nigeria welcomed them in, nothing they got for it.
No,
the same thing with.
If you ask me, we shouldn't. Nigeria shouldn't even
entertain it.
I don't think it's necessary.
I don't think Nigeria will entertain it. And definitely the northern Nigeria will not want it.
It's going to yield any benefits.
But you see, the thing is, I'm not an absolutist when it comes to.
But Tinubu will be so happy.
See, I'm not an absolutist when it comes to this sort of thing, because if you look at America has relationships with Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, even India. They are not all doing that badly. They do have good relationship with Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. It's not all countries they exploit. So then you have to ask yourself, what is the ingredient that they have that we don't have?
They exploit all countries. I think it just
but the countries develop. That's what I mean.
No, it just what about Niger? Niger develop. I think it's just your
but but you're not letting me finish now. That's why I'm saying that some develop while others don't. Question is why?
No, see, if I met come right, there's nothing with bilateral agreement. It's just like if you are going to agreement with anybody, stand your ground and ask for what will benefit you too. You understand? The benefit should be mutual. Going to be
so you think it's the leaders that are not asking for something.
Me and Loco want to sign me and Loco want to sign an agreement, and I'm telling Loco, okay, you know what is best for me, whatever you can provide for me, provide. You understand? Loco will just focus on his own interests. But if we are doing the agreement and I'm busy strategizing, looking for the things that will benefit me in concrete terms, you understand? There will be terms of reference so that in 6 months' time, I know as I'll be doing my ticking my own destiny. You understand? In 1 year time, but I think we always I think I've also said this one time ago. We always enter such agreements from a point of weakness.
Yeah. No good bargaining chip.
A point of weakness. It's not the duty of the other person to think for you.
That's what I'm thinking. That we have to start having leverage. Like now, if they are being kicked out of Niger, Nigeria could say, you know, if we are going to be cooperating, you have to tell the French to remove their hands from Benin Republic, Togo, and all the rest, so that we can all form a stronger ECOWAS and come together, and then we can partner with you to actually develop and have fruitful relationship. It's not impossible. As a matter of fact, Nigeria and America should have a better relationship based on even geographically. If you look at it, Nigeria is West Africa is America facing, Atlantic Ocean, America facing, compared to China and all the rest. But So far, we've not made it count for us in any way, and we have to find a way to make it count. The way the Japanese and the others did. Go ahead.
Fathers, you see something I want to say is this. That can only happen when you have leaders that are not influenced or imposed on the nation by this same set of people that you're talking about.
Abil. I did tell you,
They be like, okay, if people want to come, okay, no problem.
Abil.
We have land here.
We've already cleared this.
No wonder they've been offering to help us with Boko Haram and all this. They've been offering to help us all this. Maybe that's the plan, you know. That's why they are kidnapping so many people now.
The Boko Haram help. The Boko Haram help.
There's a story.
We not pay them. We will not pay Nigerian leaders.
There's a story. There's a story of one security expert that said that prior to Jonathan's leaving the office, that they already had a contract that they were meant to fizzle Boko Haram out.
I saw the documentary.
Suddenly that was stopped when Buhari came. And when they did their digging and they discovered that it was the US that asked them to stop. Look, when you have leaders that are placed, look, you see, the US, they are, don't let me just say, but I believe this thing in my heart that they are not seeing certain countries as countries. They are seeing them as colonies still, even to now.
Of course.
And that's
and it's up to us to convince them of otherwise.
That's why they will continue to influence those who lead in those places. And when you're talking about influencing, they won't allow people that have clean hands to go there. They only put people that they know that there is a thing to shame them for, so that they can listen to them.
But don't you think that if you have a stronger country, they are less likely to be capable of influencing that country the way you described?
What do you mean stronger country? What do you mean by stronger country?
A country that has a strong clandestine security force, police, and military.
He wants to go military.
No, but it is true.
Anyway,
what do you want me to say? Should I say we should eat more Gary?
No. What about if we have stronger institutions first? Stronger
judicial system doesn't stop them from coming, sending the CIA to come and ruin you.
You can't. It's not possible. The world is not blind. The world is not blind.
You have to confront them like for like. They have CIA, they have NSA, they have all those things. You know what these people are out there doing.
Father, you are correct. If you have that kind of country that you speak of, you have to understand that you will be the enemy of America and not the friend of America. You just have to be ready for that. Straight.
You could be friends and you'll be more useful friends.
You don't understand. If you say that, you don't understand what's going on. You have to become a kind of Iran without being necessarily Iran, but that objectionable to the West and America particularly. They are not looking for partners. They are looking to see who they can dominate. They don't want to partner in this. You understand? The only partners that they partner with, they don't partner with countries. They partner with individuals within those countries in order for those countries to run in the way that they wish it to be run. This is the paradox that we're in. We shouldn't get confused, thinking that America is so great, they must be our friend.
How do you explain Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, all the other countries they cooperate very well with and doing very well too? His audio is gone. His feed is gone.
You have to also talk about it. You have to talk about the culture here. Look, what is the culture of the average black man? That's to say, do we really want growth for ourselves? If the answer is yes, to what extent do we want it? To what extent do we believe in our own to make sure that we channel, just like Bumi was saying? To what extent can we also, define our own story? Tell our own story, equip our own selves. That's to say.
See, the truth is,
and it starts from not being greedy. Look, we see that is why we continue to shout when somebody was saying Emilokon is still the best and all these things. There's a reason why some of us are like saying, you're not saying nobody is the best, but for us to start a new beginning, we must just find somebody else that we think can just start it.
Look at Niger, for instance, right?
Who will be less greedy to spend money where money should go to.
so that
the
people
way
can
the
do
see,
so,
Emmy,
Father,
the way
can
you
I
deal with these
can I
things,
can I can I can I ask a question? I just want to can I contribute? Can I ask a
you are
question?
not going
I'm
to
sorry.
ask a question. You're going to make a speech. You
No,
always say you want to ask a question before you say what you
I
want to
want to
say.
ask Bumi a question. I want to ask Bumi a question. Can I ask Bumi a question?
Hold on. You will be able to speak your turn soon.
Let me ask you a question. See, why do you think Niger is stronger? It's not really necessarily because of the military. It's because the military is there. You understand? The military there cannot stand France if it's going to war. No, they can't. France will run them down. The people are backing the military, no matter how small the military is. The people, the nation is backing them up. They are ready to die with the military. You understand?
That plays a role. It also helps that he also helps that
what
can I
Emmy
just say
said.
it, please?
The
He also
people is not
helps.
really ready.
Loco, can you hear me? He also helps that they have a military pact with two other nations. They have military pact with Burkina Faso,
The
and they have
people
military
are
defense
fully
pact with.
behind. No, Papa, listen. One country started it first, not the three countries. The three did not go at once. One started it first before that joined. But when one started it, the country, the whole country were behind their military first. That they were ready to die with their military. So
No, I agree with you. That plays a role, but it's not the only thing. Because I remember Nigeria wanted to go after this in Niger Republic. They almost went after Niger Republic
what happened?
until
The people were not supporting. The people said no. And the people said no.
The people were not supporting, but when they went on to, if you look at Burkina Faso, Mali said, if you attack Niger, we're going to join. Algeria said they were going to join. That is, and why do you think Niger just seems to have backbone now to just say, we don't want an agreement with America. If we want them out, they're going to go. Because now America knows if you want to go after them, you're going to go after 3 countries at least at the same time.
So can I ask my question? Bumi, I want to ask Bumi a question, please do. And I'll ask my one question. Bumi, this guy Jonaba addressed you the other time. Did you gather all of everything he said?
Yes, I did.
Before he left. Okay, I just want your reaction. If you like, if you don't mind, then I can go on to. If you mind, I can go on to ask my other question, but not to you, but to the whole house.
Olumide is not your fault. It's not your turn, please. Stop doing this.
I asked permission.
This is what. No, excuse me. Excuse me.
You gave me permission
No.
now.
Excuse me.
Are you the one moderating?
See, listen, wait. Let's do the
I'm
right
not
thing
listening
now.
to you. You are not the one moderating.
Why are you forcing
My guy, don't
the reaction?
no. Don't raise your voice.
See, I
Don't raise
asked
your voice. You need to be respectful.
No,
Please.
I'm
Don't raise your voice.
respectful.
I'm just
I'm
telling you.
respectful.
Yeah.
I asked for fathers for permission. I don't want to talk to you, Tone. Please. I don't want to talk to you. Let fathers react. He gave me permission. He gave me the floor. I'm talking to Bumi.
Go ahead now. Go ahead, Olumide. It's Olumide's turn. Let's let him talk now.
Don't you think if Bumi wants to respond?
No. I gave Bumi the option. Should I respond or not respond? If she doesn't want to respond, I respect that. Or everything Jonaba said, do you want to react to it? Everything. What is your thinking about what he said?
To be honest, I don't think he understood where I was coming from. I wasn't advocating for let's divide or no. I was just advocating on the fact of we keep on talking about leadership, but we're not talking about what we have. It started from something. We need to go back and evaluate what we are doing here because it seems like a joke.
So the reason why I asked Bumi is not to put her on the spot. It's just the fact that when Jonaba decided to address Bumi's concern, he talked to her like, you know what, like somebody who knew what she wanted and that she should be listening to her without necessarily giving her an option or whether agreeing to his point or not agreeing to his point. So I just wanted to hear her view that is not right. It's not right, in my own opinion, for you to just talk to somebody and kind of accept, oh, this is the way we should be. This is the we put together. It's leadership. Is this fine? Steph talked about leadership too, which we've been talking all along. But asked a question earlier on before Jonaba left. How do we get this leadership? All of these ideas, forefathers that you are putting on the spot, you are putting down. How do we get those kind of leaders? to come and implement those ideas. That is the critical point we are in right now.
I think it's a fair point. It's a fair question.
In your primaries, stop counting from 350 to 700, from 700 to 900, and make them win. It's the people. It's attitudinal change. People have to change their attitude first. You understand? Leaders do not you can't raise your family in your house in a decent way. At the long run, an armed robber in your family will emerge. It's not possible. You understand?
But I think it's simpler than that, though. I think it's simpler than that. I think there are certain things we've not necessarily done. These politicians respond to the people when the people demand things.
Exactly.
Like the other day now, when I was saying that they should demand security that they promised us, but people were like, no, don't do that. And you are going to do it now too. You're going to be like, no, don't do that. And then you say, why are they not doing what we want? Because you're not pushing them to do what you want.
No, but I think your own case, you were asking, you mentioned Peter Obi. I wasn't on live that day. I was listening. I think you mentioned Peter Obi's name. That was why somebody said, no, why are you calling Peter Obi's name? Like, Peter Obi should accuse Tinubu of the agenda of security and that. So it was that way. That was the argument they had with you. So, but saying that we should
they were against the idea of pushing Tinubu to fulfill what he promised in his manifesto to
but not through Peter Obi.
Local answered some of the questions that I asked, but you haven't answered it. I'm saying, how do we choose the leader that you want to implement all that you are talking about now?
Yeah.
How you choose those leaders? One, you have to create the right environment before those leaders can emerge. That's what I believe. And obviously, if you create the right environment, the leaders will emerge. That's how you choose them. To be brief.
How do you create the right environment? Let's get specific.
Like by getting the people to understand what good leaders should look like. A good leader should not be running to foreign countries, sleeping in foreign places, being compromised regularly. No, that's not a good leader. A good leader should not be advocating use of foreign currencies. A good leader should be promoting local manufacturing. I'm not just saying it, actually being seen to do it. A good leader should be empathetic to the people. A good leader should want the country to advance technologically.
I'm not asking about the quality.
You have to teach people to understand those things. You ask me, how do they know? How do they know who to believe that is?
How do you create an environment for that leadership to emerge?
By, like I said, by teaching people to look out for these things. And when you have people to look out for these things, when they see a leader that is doing the opposite, like the way Tinubu was doing, they are not going to go near him. They're going to see him. That one definitely not an option. So they're going to be looking for the leaders with the right quality.
Do you guys agree?
Olumide, wait a minute. If I could put this to you, Olumide, do you believe that the question that you just asked is an easy question to answer? I just want to understand that from your own sense.
Well, it will be an easy question if you hit the nail on the head.
What does that mean? I'm asking. You hit the nail on the head then.
Give specifics. You understand?
Bruh,
give specifics.
The question that you've asked, if you don't understand, is an almighty question that we as a country have been trying to answer for 60 years. That's the question you're asking, like it's some flippant thing. We're in a Maya. Wait, let me put it to you. Let me just put it to you. We are in a Maya, a shithole.
That's right.
And you're asking how to make this environment clean so that we can bring the correct leadership in, which is a valid question, but I put to you, it's not an easy question. So you expecting a bang-on answer. I don't know what planet you're on. You answer it if you've got that kind of nous.
I have an answer.
Okay, let me answer the answer.
This is my answer. Do we want a change? If the answer is yes, then we must replicate what the Egyptians did, I think 10 years ago when they started their new revolution, the Egyptians and the Algerians. Look, somebody said that those people, they could die for their country. You see, a time must come where everybody, like the Nehemiahs and the Israelites, when they wanted to rebuild their town, that gate again, the Bible says that they were using one hand to build, one hand with the sword. Everybody must come out on your election day. No, don't allow 2-3 persons just come and raid the whole 100 men and go with ballot boxes. Where is that done? we must come to that anger within ourselves, like we want this country to move, and we
So
must determine,
Heme is hitting the point now. He's hitting
and
part
we
of the
must,
point.
you see, because until we get to that point where we are angered enough that we say no, is it not to die? We must be, it's best that we must see this country change, or we lose ourselves into it rather than being cowards. That's what I say.
Think
Because
about it from this. Think about it from this point of view.
we've been
If a lady, if
made that people are afraid. If you look at it, you question yourself, how many people are oppressing how many? You have to question yourself.
yeah,
A
look at it from
microscope.
this point of view. Hold on, I can't hear you very well. Your line is breaking up, I think. Look at it from this point of view. If you have somebody like a young lady, and you want the young lady to go and marry a successful man and stuff like that, what the women or the mothers tend to advise the women to do is, the girls to do is, oh, they will say, look out for this quality, look out for that quality, look out for this quality. If you see a man like this that is behaving like this, don't go near them. Those are the kind of things you want people to recognize in leadership materials that are good for the nation. If you don't sensitize people to recognize it, they will keep choosing the wrong people, even when it is only up to them. They will make the wrong choice, because, like, when a lady that is not aware of this, they will just go and pick anybody that is as their boyfriend. It
Who is
doesn't
responsible
mean
for
that they are right,
Steph,
even if it's
Steph,
voluntary.
Mr. Steph, do you agree with what forefathers is saying?
Did you hear what I said?
He
I'm
said
not even
no.
sure.
He said no. Loco,
Not
do you
my.
agree?
For what reason?
Yeah, say what?
Do you agree with
No,
what forefather just
they
said
just
now?
disagree because I'm the one that said it, not because it's unreasonable. Give us the reasoning
No, no, no,
behind
no.
why you
I'm not saying
disagree.
this. I'm not saying DJ disagree with you.
Forefathers.
DJ disagree with the point you just
No,
made
the
about
reason
choosing
why
the
I
leader.
disagree,
Jagu, do you agree?
the reason why I
Bumi, do you
disagree,
agree?
Let Steph speak. Let Steph speak. I'll come.
the reason why I disagree with forefathers is because those good girls will still marry bad boys. Eh?
After they have been advised
They'll still go
not to.
ahead and marry bad boys. Hmm?
Why?
And for those that people like Olumide and Bemen, let me surprise you. Hmm? The kind of shit that we are in, if I should use Jagu's word, Maya we are in. This thing you are thinking that is possible. Hmm? If you like, use two hand hold this word. I use your tongue to hold the ballot paper. They're not gonna give you ballot paper in the next election, this 2027. You know they even see ballot paper on the election day.
Yeah, but Steph, you didn't answer the question.
And they
Hold
will
on, I'm going to
they
get
will
him to
announce
answer
the
it.
result. They will announce the result and
I'm
tell
going
you
to get him to answer
let's
the
move
question
on.
because he didn't
And
answer
they
the
will tell
question.
you let's move on.
Steph, you said, hold on, Emme. Steph, you said, who is it? I think this is
It's
making noise.
Emin. It's Emin.
Olumide.
Disturbance.
I think it's
Yeah.
Olumide. Steph, you said the girl will still go on to marry a bad boy. Why? When you have equipped that child with the best information that will enable them to be able to discern, out of 10, yes, maybe 2 will go, or maybe even 3, but majority will pick the right person.
Okay, listen.
Who is
Why
responsible?
That's my thinking anyway.
why I gave you the answer I gave you is because you are assuming that the leadership that we have over the years was actually elected by the people, but because they don't know how to distinguish, which is not true.
Are you saying the people don't know how to
It's not
distinguish?
the people
Are you
that
saying the people know how to distinguish?
Well, yes, your point of view is assuming that the people does not know how to choose. That's why they choose them. They didn't choose them.
No, Steph, they did.
You see, that's your assumption.
No.
That's your assumption. You don't know.
No, listen.
So all those millions of people that go out to vote, taking money in the money bribe, taking money to go and queue up to vote.
You
They are
also
not. They are
summarize
nobody.
that if you give them the opportunity, they won't choose right.
I'm not saying that people didn't vote. But what I'm saying is that if they said that the person scored 300,000 votes, it's not like that 300,000 votes were people that either collected money or whatever and voted for the person. or voted for the person wrongly. No, there are always add-ons that makes up the win. Especially since this dispensation. Forget it.
So,
I've done elections in Nigeria.
Now,
Can I answer your question now, Olumide? Because it is a
please,
difficult
can I
question.
say something?
But I'm not
I
going
have
to
a
take this on the fact that of what Forefather said necessary. Forefather and others have attempted to answer your very deep question. The only way I see transformation happening in that country, if we're to go the way of normalcy within the democracy that we have or supposed to have, is for a true leader to emerge in the first place. I don't believe that we have true leaders. I believe we have troubleshooters, people who run to put out this fire while the bigger fire is raging behind them. The leaders that we need has to emerge. What I'm always afraid of where Nigerians are concerned is those of us who have the capacity, the nous to lead are cowards. They're too afraid to come to the fore. So they continually point before they step into the arena. Now, you see, we may see that this arena is a hot cake, is a hotbed, it's for the superstars. That's why I'm not there. But that's not true in any respect of the entitlement that we have as human beings on this planet. We have agency, but sometimes I listen to this channel and I see that we refuse to actually utilize our agency. We want somebody else to do it for us. We want to sit down comfortably in our front room while somebody else is doing the hard work. That is basically where we are within our, what's the word? Our Stockholm scenario that we find ourselves. Nobody wants to do the work anymore. Everyone's afraid. Everybody's suspicious. Everybody's everything else but a leader. And you see, until you and I understand our responsibility in this thing called leadership, then we are continuously doomed. So I really don't. Some of the things I'm hearing, I'm thinking we're still sleeping, mate. We're still sleeping.
Yes, we are still sleeping. We are sleeping. But this is the point. You see, when hunger reaches the point that suffering and hunger wires the whole nation, they will wake up. And that's where we are going at the moment. And that's
the reason why they will collect 2,000 in the next election instead of 5,000.
That's why I said, don't let the poor breathe. Suffocate the poor.
Suffocate them.
Let hunger beat the poor.
Steph, how do you explain to somebody that collected 2,000 last year, and now he realizes that 2,000 can't even buy 2 cups of rice?
He knows. Emmy, he knows before. He knows.
He knows.
He knows. He knows before. Trust me, he knows.
At next election, he will tell you, this 5,000 they're offering me is the only thing I can use to eat food today.
Exactly.
This 5,000, I won't even have anything to eat today.
Emmy, sorry. Listen to this nonsense phrase. Than the one we see today, maybe your own. No, leave tomorrow. Tomorrow, take care of yourself. All this nonsense talk that will hide, that you want to hide under to just do something good for yourself.
Then there's no need for us to discuss again that Nigeria will be great. All of us,
guys, let me ask you everyone a question, please. And starting with Forefather. Oh, he's just gone. Anyway, everyone, I would like you to attend to this question. Do you think in your right mind that you as an individual can run Nigeria better than it has been run by some of the past presidents that we've had? Let me see what people think.
Say that again. If what?
I asked, do you think, Loco P, that in your right mind, you can run the state called Nigeria better than it has been run by the former presidents in our nation? Let me ask you that question. Let me ask everyone that question.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, I believe.
Absolutely.
Good girl. Why? Tell me, Boomy. Why? Why do you believe so?
This is my point here. I believe if we have a leader that simply shows that he's not corrupt, I think he's going to garner a kind of critical mass of people. Of course, he will have a lot of enemies, but he's going to garner a critical mass of people who will be like him that will also be encouraged to stand their ground. I think at the moment, the righteous are suffocating right now because they feel like they are the only ones fighting and they can't even see themselves. And they are eventually also joining the gang. Let me put it that way. But when you have a leader that can just stand his ground and say, no, okay, we want to reduce corruption to maybe like 70%, people will begin to see the fruit of that money in the good light. And gradually, a lot of people will begin to plug in faith into the system. And because it's less corrupt, it will definitely create a channel through which we have less corrupt people at least coming into the system more and more. And that will begin to reduce it gradually. It might take 20 years, but it's going to be a journey that we all see and know that no, we are going into a place. Unlike now, we are seeing like we are not even, in fact, like we are going backwards. So that is my own belief. Obasanjo had the opportunity to do that. He was destined to make that happen. His name was destined to even make Nigeria happen like that. But he failed because of his own particular greed. He wanted the third-term agenda. And he began to do things, pay prices that are not, that now we can now look back and say that was the foundation of where we are at the moment. If he had chosen otherwise, we wouldn't be in the same situation.
For those who answered the question, only got one full response from you. I don't know if anyone else wants to back why they believe that they would be a better president than those we've had. Does anyone else want to say before?
So let me come from me like this. Yeah? Okay, see, this is Tinubu's regime that we are right now, right? The kind of corruption, the depth of corruption, and the amount of people involved in corruption, they are way, way, way more than those that were involved in Obasanjo's time, right? So because they are both, we've had taste of both of them. We won't say one Obasanjo government is a good one, but it's far better than Tinubu's own, right? But the amount of corrupt people, the amounts involved or corruption involved, the depth of corruption is way, way worse, higher than that of Obasanjo. That's to tell you, the lesser of or the better of a good governance that we have, the lesser is easy, or the easier it's easy for you to lead a country. You understand? And those corruption mentality.
You personally?
Sorry?
You personally, answer the question, bro.
Yeah.
You personally, what do you think you personally would do that would beat the levels that we've had in Nigeria?
Okay, fine. For me personally, like, is strengthening institutions. And first time, for you to strengthen that institution, your process of you going there first should be okay, should be transparent, should be accountable to everybody. You understand? By the time I'm there, and my process of being there is perfect, is excellent. Now I will have the guts to change all institutions around me, because it's institutions that are toothless, like a toothless dog that we have, that is causing this problem. Nobody is held responsible or accountable for anything wrong done in Nigeria. You understand? So by the time we have these institutions, you understand, bite you as soon as you err. Trust me, nobody next in line will want to be beat by that bulldog, that institution that can bite like a bulldog. Nobody else want to experience that. But if I see that you are there first and you did the same thing, nothing happened. Imagine me having the guts to come and tell you in National Assembly that snake swallow money, that elephant chop money. What impetus, what guts would I have had? What I smoke when I say I want to tell human being that elephant swallow money? might eat
But
10 billion naira.
Kokopi, as president,
You
how
understand?
would you make
It's stupidity of how low we are as a nation.
Yeah.
That's how I can have
To accept
that
that kind of
impetus
rubbish.
to tell you that snakes
Absolutely.
swallow money, and I was
Lokopi,
ready to believe it.
Lokopi, as
come on.
president, in what ways will you make the institutions under you work?
No. We don't have to go that deep. We don't have to go that deep. This is just a quick synopsis. Like you yourself can answer the question rather than objecting to what somebody else says. Answer the question.
No, I'm not objecting. I'm just saying in what ways to be specific.
But as a synopsis, we don't have time to evaluate everybody's presidential qualifications. I'm just asking a blatant question based on the government that we've seen. Because I tell you why I asked this. I'm asking because of the fear factor. Wait. Let me put it down.
I want to respond to you now. I'm not
Don't
talking now.
respond when I'm speaking. You can't respond when I'm speaking. You have to wait and respond at the end, please. All I'm saying is that for the government that we have seen in Nigeria, especially of late, over the last 20 years, we who say yes, we could do a better job. I accept that. And now I'm asking how and why you believe this.
Okay. Well, Jago,
I just want a quick
answer the question.
breakdown. You don't answer them now. No, Local P, you've had enough time.
No,
let it move on.
The question. You will still answer the question. You will still answer the
question.
question.
Oh, yes, now. I'll go do them.
All right, no wala.
Oh yeah, Olumide.
Right?
No, it wasn't me. It was
It's Tom.
Say, we're always in that time. It's not going to work under any civilian administration. You know why?
I'm asking you to personalize this thing, or not to give. I'm asking you to personalize it.
I will take over. If I've got the opportunity, I will take over the government, jail all of them. People that will go under firing squad will go under firing squad to put the fear of God in them.
But you can't do that without the courts. But you can't do that without the court system.
Listen.
Judiciary
listen. We keep saying human rights and all that. Human rights. Who we help? See, Akpabio, the kind of the level of corruption. There's even more that's happened that we're not even privy to. And you said these people should not be fired?
No, but your courts have to put them on that first now.
We don't have courts. The last election showed us that we don't have a judiciary. The whole system is corrupt from top to bottom.
Remember, Abacha was tough and they took him out. Remember,
it's not about being tough. This is not about
Abacha
being
was tough and they took him out.
See, it's not. This is not about being tough. Listen, Abacha came there. I wanted to establish a kind of military monarchy. I'm talking about a military leadership that has vision. Okay, we're talking about Niger. Are they not military? A military that has vision builds. See, the constitution we have now, tear it, pin it. Why are Biafrans? Why are some Igbos wants to leave Nigeria? Why are some Yoruba people wanting their own Yoruba nation? That's one thing you should address. If we think that civilians will come and make a law that will make corruption illegal and with a punitive measure, it's not going to happen. We'll keep on talking about this in the next 50, 60, 70 years. It's not going to happen. Something drastic, it's not going to be nice. Something drastic needs to happen to strike the fear of God in people that you don't steal. And when you steal, if you dare steal, there's a consequence for it. Ultimately, you may lose your life, even lose everything you have. And all this nonsense will stop. And then we can all sit down and build a system that will work for our country, not the one that we imported from America or Great Britain or not. The democracy we are practicing now, first off, is even too expensive. The senators, how much are they being paid for doing for doing nothing? That's just the thing. So we can talk and speak big English very, very fanciful stuff and all that. It is not going to work. Everybody coming there is coming to come and loot. We all saw it. We said the bribe that was given to some members of the National Assembly and the Senate, and all, where the obedience were not there. They did not collect money. The SUVs did they not collect it?
Olumide, there's distraction coming from your mic. Do you mind just turning it off until you speak,
How
please? Thank you.
How many
Thank
of
you.
them? How many of them said no to the SUVs? And we're talking about OB or see. Listen, let's just cut all these things and all that. You see, unfortunately, something drastic needs to happen because they don't have the fear. They don't care. They don't care. I mean, listen, APC is already planning for 2027, and if we continue that way, they've got it. Like Steph did say, there's not going to be any election paper. They will write it and tell you, guys, this is the results. Deal with it. Come back next time. Let's just get that. Let's just understand that we don't have all our institutions have all been captured.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Would anyone else like to follow that before I come through?
Yeah.
Yes, Bumi, please.
Or maybe forefathers.
Oh yeah, Bumi now. Oh, yeah, now.
Okay. Okay, so to
I'll
answer
go after Bumi.
Okay. To answer Mr. Jagun's question, to be honest, if I was somehow put into power, I think the one thing I need to do is I would talk to the Nigerian people in terms of like we need to realize that if we're looking at the food chain, we're at the bottom of the food chain. The pride that we think we have or the ego that we think we have is a delusion. For me, I always wonder why we say African giant, but I don't see anything about us participating when it comes to even West Africa or Africa as a whole or the world as a whole. It's just a joke. The only thing I think we're doing very well is entertainment. And my question we would ask Nigerian people, is our purpose in life to entertain? If that's it, fine. I'll be the best entertaining president you ever want. If you want to have that respect, but not just respect that just comes that you're demanding it, but it automatically comes with a standard of living. It's like it would be first of all to talk to the Nigerian people, because I can't fight any fight if the Nigerian people are not on my side.
I mean,
next thing then we'll obviously attack the institutions and the corrupt people, but first thing first, because I could be easily eliminated. But if the people have a vision for themselves, they will be able to see through terrible leaders that will blindside them. So I will first of all try and talk to the people. So in case I am eliminated, that vision, that standard of living, that standard they should expect from a leader would continuously keep on coming. I'll let them know, like, if you elect someone in the next 3 months and you're not seeing improvement, don't stand for it. Don't say, let's give him, no. You're educated for a reason. You're not some child that they brought up. No, you're educated for a reason. And that's why I think it's very ridiculous that we talk about all these people in leadership that have gone to university, the ones that say they went to uni, and you cannot do anything. You're a waste of money. You're a waste of resources.
Wow.
Because if you can talk about electricity, it's not rocket science. Either you want to use dams to produce electricity. Why are we still having conversation about electricity? And I need to tell you, if you don't get electricity in a blink of eye, of an eye in Nigeria, don't listen to that person, because you're a waste of time. So that's what I'll do first. But to regards to what Mr. Olamide asked in terms of how do you select a leader or how do you get a leader, I was talking to my therapist, my physiotherapist, and I don't know how we got to this conversation, but she was talking about how they got their prime minister in terms of how he was just a high school student and he came for some political event and they saw him and they said, "Oh, he has charisma, like has this charisma of, or like he just produced this like aura or whatever." So they gave him 30 people to help him build himself. So they sent him to America. He had 30 people just working for him to build him to become a leader and create that image. And that's what he used to run for the prime minister, whatever here. And I feel like that's what people
Where in this country?
in Austria.
Where? Sorry.
In Austria.
Austria. Okay.
And I think maybe that's what we should do as a people. Find one
Can
person.
I just quickly push in speaking to that point, focused on Tone. Tone mentioned Tafawa Balewa some time ago. What Bumi has just broken down in how a leader can be built is how they actually built Tafawa Balewa. The English put him through 4 years or a series of statesmanship. It was like statesmanship education that he went through. 2 years in Nigeria in one school, and then 2 years in the UK, and then he was back in Nigeria vying for presidency, and he won. And as Tone rightly says, if you watch any of Tafawa Balewa's excerpts on film, he conducts himself fantastically. There's no way any Nigerian from anywhere of Nigeria would not be proud of this man. But at the end of the day, he couldn't really cut the mustard because it was all manufacturing. So thank you for that, Bumio. I don't know if anyone else, Olumide, you said that you would speak.
Yeah, so for me, I'm going to answer my own question differently. So for me, I want to start from the fact that I want to start from this level. See, I want to start from the last election. That I specifically want to address local and forefathers about what they raised before, saying that forefathers saying that allowing the people, if you allow the people choose, they will choose wrong. So if
you said that was why I said that.
No, forefathers.
Huh.
If you allow the people choose, they will choose the wrong person.
That is not what I said.
So how do you then choose the right person?
I said you should give people information to choose the right person, not to choose. If you allow the people to choose, they will just choose wrong. They will choose who they think. No, maybe you are right. They will choose who they want, not whether it's wrong. No, okay, if you want to put it that way, put it that way.
You're right, Olumide.
One thing is,
Olumide, that's not how he said it. By implication, that's what he meant.
Yes. The only thing is, controversy always follows Olumide. If you will stick to answering the question, or we go find with that.
Why is it a bit controversial is that you lump forefathers' view and Lukuki's view at the same time, which is not, there's a little difference.
I want to address it at some point. If I don't address, I'm going to forget. And I won't be able to. And then local, so forefathers said something about the people not being able to choose right, if you allow them to choose right. And then local said, well, the people deserve what they're getting because they allow themselves to be bribed or to be used to rig election. Am I right?
Continue, my brother. Continue.
Yeah.
Please,
so
please.
what in essence, what I'm saying is that in 2023, Nigeria had an opportunity to rejig this thing right for the first time since 1999. You understand? And the people, we can say that people were paid money to vote, fine. People try to rig the results, to overvote, to do this and do that. But the first time we had a system that was going to pick the person who wants the majority as chosen by the people for the first time. But that system was corrupted. You understand? So I want to say that in any election, no election is totally free from corruption. Perhaps if the guy who won the election, that we thought won the election, was there today, maybe we wouldn't be talking about this many kinds of money that's being looted, or the many the foreign exchange, the naira losing power to the dollar and to the pound and to the euro. You understand? So we all know, for me personally, if I was president, the first thing is to look at the constitution and tell the people. First, I will have to apologize for the many wrongs people have been wronged over the years by this bad leadership and for the wrong actions. Can you lower the TV for me, please? So
By
you
your brother.
understand?
By your brother.
I will first I have to apologize. Then I will call a conference of all indigenous people and sit down and write a constitution that we all agree to, that we all subscribe to. If you want Sharia in your part of the world, adopt it. If you want conventional constitution, adopt it. If you want, I mean, let's have a conference and let the people agree. Let's have a referendum. Do we want to be together? Maybe that's the first thing. Do we want to be together? And if we want to be together, on what basis do we want to be together? You understand? And if you want to run a true federal republic of Nigeria, we don't want to go back to regional, allow the states to be truly independent. Allow the units of the democracy itself, the unit of governance, which is the local government level, to be independent. See, democracy, if done properly, would have benefited us. But a few people corrupted it. Why do I say that? At the local, see, when you have a multi-party system, everybody does not have to see eye to eye. Everybody does not have to agree. That is why you have a multi-party system where the people can choose who they want them to implement the kind of policies that they want for themselves, right? Starting from the local government level. But when one man determines who is going to be the councillor of all the local government, the chairman of all the local governments in his state, because he wants to pocket the resources of, like for an example, in my own very state, Ogun State, where the chairman local government couldn't stomach it anymore. It's APC, chairman is from APC of a local government in Ogun State. The man couldn't stomach it anymore, that the governor was not remitting money that was used to the local government for over so number of years, over 4 to 6 years, billions of naira. Imagine if they had a good, then maybe if we truly had people who were allowed to be elected without rigging, we will have people who truly have the quality to come out to be chairman, not necessarily state governor, not necessarily presidency. You understand? They will use that resources to develop the local government level, and people won't be crying the way we are crying, always looking up to the federal government for everything. It's been corrupted. The state governors too. He wants all the people in the House of Representatives to come from his party, so that they all sit together and so that it won't be held accountable, make laws as they like, steal the people's resources as they like, part budgets as they like, and they all share the money. But when you have people House of Representatives from different parties, from Labour, from this, everybody has an agenda. Every party has an agenda, ideology. You don't know each other. All you want is to use the people's resources. It will be easy to bring the governor to account. That is why they rigged this election, because they know.
Well, I thank you, my brother Olumide. Thank you for what you've been saying, because I like a lot of what you said, and you are very particular as to how you do things. And what I liked particularly about what yourself and me have said is that what you would do at the very beginnings. But we said that she will speak to the people, and I really did like that. I really, really did. And you have said that you will call everybody to attention. What do you want in this country? I think that's fundamental. So yeah, I like all that. Anybody else wants to follow from Olumide before I quickly say my own?
Sorry.
You go ahead. If you want to say something.
Yeah, not being disrespectful to Jagu, I enjoy this topic. I just want to sign off a little bit. Maybe later in the night I will come back. There's business I need to take quick care of.
No problem, brother.
I appreciate your contributions today.
Later in the night, 24-hour service.
I love you guys.
He's down for the night shift, though. That one and the night shift posse.
I'm using Tinubu's network, and I need to recharge my data.
Okay.
You try.
Nice one.
I would also
Let
go.
let me just follow up with me and Olimide. Olimide, yeah. Olimide, you have really repented a lot. You know, watching you for the past 2 months is not more go. You are now talking like, you know, people are now like, yeah, people's mind now. And the issue is that in Nigeria, you know how Nigeria worked. Even in the last election, even when the guys are not want to vote the right person, that minute they change their mind instantly. I see that happen. Hey, who is winning? You will just hear a result. Hey, so person is winning this vote. Because poverty level, they will just say, hey, I'll give you guys 5,000, mess up the whole buses. They will just burn all the buses and take the 5,000 and leave. The same person will still call you, asking for help tomorrow. So that's what is going on. The poverty levels is too high that people can easily do what they know that this person is a bad person, but because the poverty, they have no choice and collect the money and put the person there. So that was most what's going in Nigeria. Not that people doesn't know that somebody is not a good person. They know, but they have no. They will still vote the person. They will still vote the person. If they don't vote the person, they will destroy the election or mess up the whole process. So
Amodia, my brother. Amodia, I'm wondering, are you answering the question? Are you aware of the question? Shall I ask the question again?
Yeah, ask again. I just give my own little contribution.
Sure. Thank you. What's on the table right now?
Amodia, I agree to you, Amodia. No.
Fien Ledger, I put to you that we have had 60 years of governance to which none of us is satisfied. And I'm wondering if people on the panel believe that they themselves, you as an individual, would have done a better job from any of these presidents that we've had in the past. And if so, how would you do it? A quick synopsis before it goes back to forefather. Oh yeah, now.
System that is corrupt, it have for it to change. I will see somebody that at least who said, I think American people are more poor people. Went for he came back without doing it. I also see some governors. This present also talking the way I'm talking. If I go back, I will change. But it's because the system is more corrupt than every other thing. If the change does not change, it's hard for you to change that system. Because for me, if I'm doing the other way around, I don't think I will be. I know how it is. I will even want to take anything. I know a brother of mine that went to go and make a change in Nigeria in this past election. The guy spent all his money. All right. They after the whole thing is did, what did they do? They were conjoined and put a murder case, something that happens 2 weeks under his head. Now the guy become wanted because he come to challenge the system. All right. So if the system is not right for anybody, you have for it to succeed. So you have to put them. First of all have to make
technical issues.
Yeah,
Obviously,
I just want one example now that I was listening to that. I said, how would that work? Me, for I was talking about sort of data status today. We're talking about what's going to be the reaction of the military. No, if on this century, military is still because there are those serious in Pacific, people killed, some of them, they want to raid the full community. That means we're still very, very far from where we are heading to. If they can start burning houses without going to the proper channel on this, I would say we are running a democracy in Nigeria. That means we're still very, very far. So
at least let's try to keep on talking and change the system. If the children can change, then anybody can come here and go and run for an election, win and do what he's supposed to do. Or else, even though he had a mindset, I've said this story before. I know a guy, the guy do a city job here. He went back to Nigeria to have some road construction. They pay him the first money. He was sharing to two. The Ministry of Works take half of it, give him the rest to share to workers. The guy said, okay, let him manage. The second batch come again, they share the money to two again. Tell me how that kind of person is going to succeed. He had the mindset, he took some Mexicans here, he bought healers. How is he going to succeed on that level? That made the money comes, the Minister of Works giving half of it and take half. Anybody that win the contract, take and tell me how you're going to succeed if you have a good mindset. So that's just my point, though.
Yeah, we understand you. Thank you very much. Forefather, I think you wanted to
Sorry,
speak.
Amadua, sorry, that case, let me tell you what happened. If they pad the contract sum, if they pad down, and the contractor know that that budget is padded, that's what it's likely to get. If the contract sum is the actual amount, nobody, no matter how powerful he is, he can't try it.
Well, you don't understand this thing. Let me tell you what happened. He meet a friend during the time of OTC, during the time of Desani here. So okay, what did the guy do? City roads, construction, gutter, drainage. So come over, I will give you some road to do. All right. The guy came, he won the contract, he brought some Mexicans, brought some Mexicans, all the way professionals. Let's do something good. But when the money is paid, it's okay, it's 10 million.
I know what you say. I heard you.
And let's not go round and round, please. Don't do local, please. Don't do that all the time, man. You always taking the conversation elsewhere. Let Forefather speak, please. You don't take the conversation where nobody wants it to go, Joe. Forefather, I think you're with us.
Yeah, if I'm to add to the conversation, I would say 10 years ago, I may have made it moderately okay, better than these guys. One, because I've never really been of the opinion that you just come into public office to come and steal money. Because I remember when I was at a university here in the UK where some students from Nigeria were talking about these things. I always looked at them, I was like, why do you? And I kept always like saying, but you can do stuff, not only coming to take money, but I probably would have seen it as a way of, 10 years ago, I mean, doing good work and also getting a good life out of it, but I would definitely do good work. But now, because what I'm looking at is slightly different in terms of an existential issue, I'm not too bothered about whether people like me or not. From that point of view, is to get a job done, and whatever it takes to get a job done, to change our strategic positioning. Like the key things is security, transparency, this in technological, this in transformation. Those things are essential for the nation, and definitely on that front, I would definitely do better than these crazies that we have right now that don't seem to know what they're doing at all. Without a question. And all the other aspect of this is that I may not have been prepared for like 10 years ago. Is the risks involved? People know there are risks involved, but they never really consider. Can you face it when you are standing in front of it?
That's right.
I'm not even sure I can face it now.
Deep talk,
And
bro.
that's the thing people don't fully understand about leadership. It's a dangerous business when you are trying to transform a nation like Nigeria, because there are a lot of forces at play that prefer the way it is right now. And you have to be prepared to confront all of them. But given what has happened with Niger and the other country, you can see signs of how you can do these things so that you cannot be undermined when the time comes to make such a change. But it's not to expect it to be easy, to expect people to thank you while you are doing. They're not going to thank you. But those hard things need to be done. For me, the strategic shift has to definitely happen, because if that happens, you will see that all the other African continent will start kicking into gear. Nigeria will start kicking into gear. The transformation will be almost miraculous. I believe so. And hence why I will do that. And,
Wonderful.
It's just what it is.
Bro, I like that a lot, mate. There's certain people that have spoken on this subject that I really take on board what they're saying. and they've answered the question as well, as opposed to veering here and there. You see, the fact that we know in ourselves, just on this platform, and I don't believe that any of us, me particularly, me speaking for myself, I don't particularly want to be the president of Nigeria. You understand? That's not my particular goal. However, if I found myself there and I've got a job to do, I'm telling you, firstly, I'm not mentioning the word corruption once. I'm not going to mention it. What I'm going to do is focus on the job that needs to be done in education, in commerce, in infrastructure, in all these serious things that just need to be put in place. And that would be my focus as to making Nigeria an economic powerhouse, because that's what it is. So my focus would be on that. However, I would make mention of the rule of law and how I'm taking the judiciary very seriously. And then I will just be catching people here and there. They won't know that I'm coming for them. They won't have a clue, but I'm coming for them and I'm catching them and I'm recovering our money and I'm making statements when statements like this are to be made, because I'm coming as an example. When in my time, there ain't no fucking about. Anyone called fucking about, and I'm putting it in these terms, death is a positive. Death is a positive penalty. This is what I'm doing, because our country needs upheaval. It needs complete change. It needs an about turn, and I'm not doing anything that is basic.
Jago. So to answer your question, your own question, you've not answered it yet. Do you believe that you would have made a difference better than
I've
those
answered
who
it
are
though.
doing it?
I've answered it by saying what I would do if I found myself in that position, because I believe
So that means
me.
that is what
I
you would
believe
have
me.
done.
I believe me. Of the last 20 years of my existence, I'm a more founded, rounded individual than any of the presidents that we've had. There's none of them that that impresses me as an individual. None of them. There's none of them that tell me that they're special in any way as to lead in such a country. None of them. I have no fear of them. If they're in front of me, I'm telling them like it is right now. I won't be doing all this yes sir, no sir. And I know a number of you, if you met Tinubu today, as much as you might like or dislike him, the respect you would offer him through the fact that he may be president or through the fact that you have some fear factor within you would be more than he deserves. You understand? But I'm not built of that kind of ilk. I'm a person that really and truly, as I said, I have no liens. I have no wanting to lead our country. It's not what I desire. It's not my most desired thing. However, because things are continually getting worse and worse and worse, and I'm feeling that me myself, I could do a better job than half of these people, much better job. And therefore, what Forefather had mentioned in terms of the ease of it, he's clear that this kind of thing is not easy. To change a nation is not easy. But rightly said, countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali have suggested ways on which these things can be done. And I'm wondering if we're paying attention. What Bumi said, which is to speak to her people, mate. I'm going to speak to these people and see what the hell's in their mind. Because I want to show them a change, a difference, a more valued approach to living. I like that. So it's the fact that we have a really good understanding that we all can be living in a much better Nigeria. I think we all have to gird our loins and appreciate the confidence that we have and how to grow our confidence and enter into leadership, no matter in which arena it is. We all have to try to enter into some level of leadership and gather more experience in this thing. That's what I have to say.
Well, I think you have spoken quite well, and I'm glad you asked this question because I think it's a good thought exercise for us. I think it's a good one. Mazi Prince, I don't know. Eme, are you there? Oh, Mazi Prince. Okay. So Mazi Prince is ready. The Mazi of Nigeria.
Oh.
Are you free to talk because you're muted though?
Now maybe that.
No, it's Mazi. Mazi,
Oh,
please.
okay. Okay, can you hear me now? You know what? You know, you guys are really teaching us. We're here in America. Most of us are in our full sunlight, and you guys that are supposed to be sleeping are not sleeping.
Exactly.
And you guys are still there.
You see?
This is where the power is now. The power is here.
Lord Jesus Christ. Well, I think to tell you the truth, if forefather, if you really notice, I've been backstage for about how many hours? 2-3 hours.
2-3 hours, yeah.
Yes, I kind of like traveled out. I'm just coming in from where I traveled to, which is understandable. For me, I just really want to touch the main topic of today. If I'm not digressing, you see, when they talk about this gender equality that we're talking about, it's not that from my own understanding and from my own professional, understanding of it. They are not talking about giving powers to women. No. They are just talking about, how it is that most of us, that live in the Western world, you working, your wife is working. Assuming that your wife got like, let's say she got about 12 hours shift to do, and probably you came back early, earlier than her, and then you sit down at home, probably with a bottle of beer or bottle of something, and then watching TV, and you expect her to come back, probably go and pick the kids, and then come and prepare dinner and do all that stuff. So, in a nutshell, what they are saying that we should be able to recognize the fact that no matter what, they are also human beings just like us. And what it means is that the men lending their hands to their wives, to the women, they overheard people. The essence of people went into Bible talking about whatever Solomon, how Solomon was a black man, and I heard all that stuff. And my question to them is this: the greatest commandment in the Bible, which Jesus said, He says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." In this context, your neighbor is your wife. Would you want your daughter to have a husband who will relax and have your daughter do everything in the house, do all the chores and everything still, and then still he's talking about that it's a woman's job. You understand what I mean? So it's kind of like, I'm not gonna tell another man how to run his home. How I run my own home is different from how any other person runs their own home. But in a nutshell, those things that those visitors talked about is things that we really, really, really need to, look into, really, really need to encourage each other to do it. In my home, I've said it before, I'm not shying away from it. This is me. I've been here for about, I've been on earth for over 5 decades. But I do not shy away from getting into the kitchen, or from doing dishes, or from helping in cleaning. It makes the home lively. And you see that one secret in life, if you really want to have a longevity in your marriage, make your wife happy. Happiness is not through sex. Happiness is recognizing the fact that
but Prince, let me ask you though, like your ancestors, like 100-200 years ago, were they go inside the kitchen and taking over the kitchen and cooking?
That's why you're forefather, you're an ancestor now.
Hold on, I'm just curious.
I know they did not do that. But guess what?
You don't know whether they did that or not. All is within culture. I'll tell you this straight. Can I just say this real quick? You know, and this is not a global look on things, but you know, there are very many similarities between Igbo and Yoruba in terms of culture, but there are very distinct differences also. And I could tell you that sometimes I, as a man, am quite jealous of the Igbo culture of man na manu. Man don't need, I'm because in our culture, men are brought up to do what women do and vice versa. There is man, you find the boy, the typical Yoruba person boy would know how to cook by the time he's 10. Know how to cook. Whereas a typical Igbo boy, perhaps only if he has interest in that area would he venture into the kitchen, because he'll be exonerated from those kinds of duties. You understand? Now, these are major differences. So we don't know historically in terms of how the world makes itself up.
I understand where you're coming from. I know sometimes some people, I'm not saying I'm not Igbo, but in the real sense, I'm not actually a core Igbo person. Now, our lineage actually came from Kogi State, the Igalas. Okay? And that is how we moved from there towards the River Niger, and now situated by the riverside. But I'm not gonna go into all that. I've lived in Igbo land and I know their culture. You see, one thing is this, just like you rightly said, probably they did it, I don't know. But one thing I know and I learned from my father is I never saw my father argue with my mother. They do have their argument, but never in front of us. They don't do that. And that's one thing I've also copied, and I do that now. Another thing that will blow your mind. I know some people will say, oh, some people will even call me stupid or whatever it is. The greatest rest of mind that I have is making sure that all my accounts is joint account. You know why? It means when there's money, my wife knows. When there's no money, she also knows. So it's not gonna be probably waking up in the morning and somebody is waiting for you to give them money. No, she have access to it. She can do whatever she want to do with it. I did it that way, and I'm proud I did it that way. And that have saved me from a lot of stress. So, this whole thing is just, I cannot hear people keep thinking, oh, is it gonna mean the women are gonna sit down and the men are gonna be doing all that? Everybody's not the same. But the more we have men helping in the household, helping in raise the kids, your wife could be at home doing something. You go and do the school runs, pick the kids. But you see some men, they will just, they believe that they are just the, how would I call it? The all and all in that house. And that makes, that reminds me of something. I don't know how many of us have watched, what do they call, Lion King. Now, if you watch Lion King and you see that towards the end of the Lion King, you see that a guy was thinking that he was the one that actually killed the father. No, he did not know that he wasn't the one that killed the father. And when the brother who accused him, who framed him up, was about to fight him, the people that came to his rescue was the lioness. The lioness that he had a good relationship with, that were the ones that came to fight with him, to fight the brother. Because the brother came with the, what do you call this, this other animal? Is it the raccoons or whatever? No. I forgot what they call those animals.
Hyenas.
Hyenas. Yes. The brother came with the hyenas to fight him. And to the extent that the brother even had to lie later on that it was the hyenas that made him do that. And he didn't know that the hyenas were waiting for him. They overheard him. And they were the one that finished the job. You know, so in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say in all this is those who can, you are not power tussling with your wife. You are not power tussling with your girlfriend, those that have girlfriend, but just try it. Try to give them some kind of equality, some kind of like,
But
you
but
know.
Prince Akwachi though, that not Prince Akwachi, I think Prince Mazi Prince.
Mhm.
Don't you think that instead of trying to be the metrosexual man, we should be getting out of the kitchen and doing the business of keeping your people safe and defending your country, which a man is supposed to do? This thing that we keep doing, we want to be metrosexual men, we want to
Jesus
be
Christ.
cooking, changing the napkins,
You
and
You
all
know
those
what? You
things.
know what? You
I
know
don't
what,
think that
forefather?
should be our priority. Oh. Your
Well, you
forefathers
forefather,
is inside the kitchen.
I must say, when you use the word "but," when Mazi Prince finished saying what he
Yeah.
said, when you said "but," I'm thinking,
Did I?
yes, and you did
Okay.
it twice actually. I'm thinking, you know what? I don't think "but," because there's nothing that I disagree with in terms of what he said or to put "but." You get me?
Well, I don't
However,
necessarily disagree with him, but there is something missing there,
yes.
isn't it?
But I think sometimes we're in this Western society where we are given all these new narratives, all these new phraseology to say what a man and a woman is. Whereas me,
Mhm.
I disregard all of those things, or metrosexual, heterosexual bullshit, fuck off. All I deal
Yeah.
with is man and woman. And we are the partnership in this planet. And if we are not reasonably communicating with each other, we're doomed. It's very simple. We're
Yep.
doomed. And right
Yep.
now, there's a position in the world where the communication between male and female is at an awful ebb. It's not in a nice place generally, you know. And I suggest that it's the Western input of how
Maybe,
to
but
how
maybe
to describe
Jago,
things.
Jago,
Mm.
Jago, have you seen situation whereby sometimes when the man hangs around the kitchen, there's a little bit of tension in the air when the woman feels like the man is taking his place, her place, or something? See, I think
I've never had that. I personally have
okay,
never had that.
okay. I think I've seen cases like that. And besides, that's
What about
minor.
you? What about you
No,
personally?
hold on,
You know,
because that is minor. Let me just try to explain what I'm saying.
okay.
It's like our role, the role we should be playing, we are buying into other roles, especially for us, our community specifically, because Europeans, they've taken care of business already, but we haven't. And I remember speaking to African American men when he was trying to describe what he can do for his wife, cook, and, I was like, but you are doing all those things, your people are getting shot on the street and all the rest. Maybe you should put the pampers down and put the napkins down and go and do the business and keep your community safe. That is your job. That is the job of a man to do. And sometimes I feel like we are busy trying to be the metrosexual man when we should be trying to be the protective
For,
man, which is our
for,
primary role.
The point you make is very. Wait, please, guys. Please, guys.
I know, Jago. Just 1 second, okay? You said something about African American.
Yeah.
I dated one for almost 5 years, and I bet you what saved me from being killed is because of kitchen duties. You know why? Because sometimes you see us going to club, mingling with, you know how it is and all that kind of a thing. And there was one particular day I was supposed to go out with them. I just declined, being the fact that I believe I had tomato that I wanted to parboil, that because she likes it when I make the stew, and then they will all come. They're like, "Oh, we love that that beef stew that you made. Oh, please, we want to eat that." But they will not make it. Their specialty is oyster sauce and egg. They know how to make that. So I stayed back, and they went. By the time they came back, they told me a guy was killed. It could have been me.
Yeah.
It could have been me.
Or maybe if you went, there would not be any
Well,
killing. And
what I want
because
to
of
put
your absence, now people went and died. You could have saved lives.
Absolutely.
You were
You
not
can look
there.
at that in any way. What I want to put to forefather is the point you made is very valid. I like it a lot. As per how we should be dealing in our community as men. Real talk. However, I will put it to you that in a relationship with a woman, the time you spend with her is the most valuable time you'll ever spend with another human being, if you understand what a man and woman relationship is about, away from sex. I'm not talking a sex thing. I'm already the champion at that, so there's no point in discussing that. What we're discussing is, in the household, with or without children, the symbiotic nature of a woman being in the kitchen and a man coming into that kitchen space and assisting her, for that woman, and indeed for that man, is a time of value. It's conjoining. It's becoming closer. It's enriching your. That's what I found. I can't lie. I found the time I spent with my girlfriends in the household. There's times where my girl has told me, you know what, I think we should take a holiday. And I'm thinking, when? She said August next year. And I'm thinking, look, I can't even think to August next year. Just shut up, leave me alone, and stop your rubbish. So I'll be continuing my work life. I'm just focusing on work, hardcore, burrowing away, don't know. By the time that August came, and she had already prepared everything where this vacation was concerned, bruh, not only was I ready for it, it was the most enjoyable time of my life. You understand? There's this special thing that women have that if you don't really communicate with them properly, you're missing me. You're just missing everything out. You're missing.
No, I agree with you on that. In terms of communication, I think what I'm saying is that for our community, while we are trying, you can be a great partners and husbands and boyfriend, you without necessarily doing some of the things. You can still do those things, even, to be fair. But the reason why I come across as being a little bit saying our focus on these things are a bit too heavy sometimes, when we should be, because where we are getting our own what the kind of instructions from is the way the Europeans behave, what they consider good character and all the rest of it. But while in reality, every other culture, while they do that, they go and do something else, which is ensuring that the community is well, healthy, and well cared for, well defended. Whenever anything is going on, they make sure they stand up for the community. Like the Asians stood up for their community when they were being attacked in America, and then Biden went and signed anything. But our people, they will go and march, and then they go back to the kitchen and start helping the women, thinking that they are making the best. I think the men have no. And my thing is, you can do that, but maybe now and again, put down the napkins, put down the spoon and the pot, and get out there and do the business of a man. That is the one they are going to thank you for, truly, because that's what our forefathers did before they lost their grace. But we can restore it. We are alive today. We can do better than we are doing so far. That's all. I don't have any issue with people getting on with their wives, going on in the kitchen, and women like that, especially now these days. They like it when you go inside the kitchen, cook with them, because they see it as bonding time, and they value that a lot. But the one they value more is if you are a provider and a protector. That's the one they value more. They will take all kinds of nonsense. I've had women that will tell you that I don't care what you do, just get me money. And this is in the West too. And this is you'll be surprised. They will just get me money. I don't care. Go and do whatever you like. So it tells you what they value more, not necessarily your changing of napkins and all the rest. But that's me anyway, and my experiences.
No,
I do hang around some weird people sometimes. What can I say? I do hang around people sometimes. So okay. So regarding the main debate anyway, about women, I think for me anyway, my own summary is women are not necessarily victims, and the idea that they are subordinate in some areas, just as men are subordinate in other areas. It's not every area a man is supreme. You know, men have to sometimes get up in the morning and do certain things that women don't have to do. Men have to sometimes, they will queue them up if there is a conflict with the next door neighbor tribe, and they will queue them up to go and fight the next door neighbor, and they may end up dead. So men go through all kinds of nonsense. Look at the soldier that perished in this Delta State area yesterday. I saw the images you sent, Tone, and you know, how many women do you see there? It's men that are perishing in all those things. So that tells you that men have hazards that they have to deal with too. Yeah, and I think society seems to have forgotten that to an extent. Where now,
definitely.
yeah, they've forgotten that to an
Men's
extent.
life, men's life of a man is far more difficult than the life of a woman. We may not see this, as we grow up as adolescents, we think that women have to go through all these things. They have to go through childbirth, monthly pains in their monthly menstruation. They have to do this, they have to do that, all the rest of it. And we think, my goodness, to go through all of that is too much for me as a boy growing up. But as you grow and you realize that the main responsibilities of the planet lies on our shoulders.
Yeah.
What we see in terms of the infrastructure is men, is the endeavor of men that create that. What we see in terms of our food supply, the food chain, how we get food on the table in the very first place, it's all men's construction. So we understand the pressures that we're on, and we do give some grace to the value of women. But I think within this day and age, that it is the fault of women. I don't like getting into the blame game, but it's the fault of middle-class, white, Western women that we are at the stage of this LGBTQ scenario. It is yes, it can be
Most of them, many of them are
directly
against it.
to them. Directly to them. All that confusion is theirs. It's in their hand. So yeah.
Are you sure?
Bro, I can tell
Is
you,
it not the men that are passing the rules? The men are the ones
No.
in the House and Senate and
In
everything.
terms of, you see, what first happened is that women, suffragettes in the late 1920s, pushed out and wanted women's equality, which was fair enough to a level, because there were hundreds of years of women's oppression that me and you as men can appreciate. But we're at the stage now where there's now a campaign and a force working, whereby women are saying that they're just as good as men. I can do anything a man can do. This kind of thing and this kind of thing. And whilst they start getting into that, it is entering into the psyche in such a way that men in themselves have become effeminized by this kind of reasoning, to the point that these men are almost wanting to be women so that they can get into the arena of pointing the finger and complaining and pushing for their own rights. Then it goes to the point that this level of confusion says that I, as a man, I'm not actually a man. I'm more feminine than I am masculine. So therefore, I want to be called by pronouns that depict women. This is where confusion begins, and that's where it began from. Telling you.
Jaguar, I think we should start a campaign in the UK for polygamy. Because if this people can decide to have two men married, two women married, it's going to be embarrassing. It's going to be embarrassing if they are against polygamy. They will be embarrassed.
That is my reason.
Papa, would you also act like Ned Nwoko that said that said he only married virgins? You know what kind of a lie?
No, that man is creepy, man. That guy is creepy.
That's what he said.
Who is that?
A senator, Ned Nwoko. You know, Regina Daniels. You know, you remember the name there? Regina Daniels. Yeah, that man is 70 years old, and he marries girls.
But how many years is he talking about? If you imagine, how's that your business? Is that your business?
It's not your business, but he should stop lying.
Mazi Prince, how can he? Is he trying to tell us that Regina Daniels is a virgin? And all of us know that. We know who
that's what he was trying to do. That's what he was trying to do. That's what he was trying to do, and Nigerians gave it to him. Nigerians gave it to him. They almost was gonna get a leaked sex tape. It was like, and some people were like, "Look at the senator. You see, that's why they lie. They go there and lie all the time." You know, talking about Regina Daniel was a virgin.
Someone that even knows him well was telling me that he actually was dating Regina's mother.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Oh, yeah.
I heard that too. You know, that man is just a liar. He just lies. But anyways,
but I think when you were making it sound before, you made it sound as if he was talking about underage girls, like 15 years old and all those things. But if he's 20-something years old, I think they are old enough now, aren't they?
I bet not to be come out to do something.
It's up
But
to
that
her
kind of
now. If it's up to him now. If he believes that she's a virgin, he can believe anything.
That's what some people say. So, some people say that probably she must have used the cream and not her, so he believed that. He believed that. Oh Jesus!
He doesn't mind now. That's his business. As long as he's not underage, it's the underage ones that I'm concerned about. You know, all these one that want to go and get married to 16-year-old, 15-year-old. That's a bit much. You shouldn't do that. Allow them to at least emerge. Biologically, they are not even that mature. You know,
No,
so
they're not.
yeah. So from that point of view, and also the action that Niger, they are really giving Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, they are giving West Africa a lot of hope. You know,
Is
because some
it,
of the things
is it
they are
hope?
forcing our government. They are forcing our government and ECOWAS to be on their game. They have to start making, because now before they will return back to ECOWAS has to meet their demands. It's crazy. They have the cards.
Are they vying to get back into ECOWAS?
Oh no, they are not vying at all. ECOWAS is the one
No.
trying to welcome them in because they remove all the sanctions now, isn't it? They
Yes.
want them back. So it's like, please, don't leave us. It was a
But
misunderstanding.
you see, you're right in a way. But you see, for me, it's like it was such a faux pas, such an elementary error for ECOWAS and Nigeria and Tinubu in himself to make. No matter who pushed him to do it. To make such an error that you want to go to war with your neighbor, it's for over a domestic issue, over an issue that is completely theirs. It's got nothing to do with Nigeria. Nigeria has had their own coups. Nigeria's had their own coups. Did anyone come to say that we're going to war? I mean, really, it's. Whilst you use the word hope, I think you're probably right. But I look at it almost. I feel sorry for the position that they are in, because they feel betrayed, and they rightfully, I think, took the the correct action against the betrayal of so-called ECOWAS. You sided with Europe before you sided with us. We're in the same I mean, it's so pathetic. The way Nigeria should have really kicked Tinubu out of government just for that. I mean, he has a litany of errors that he has made since he's got into governance. And really, right now, as far as I'm concerned, he's a disgrace. Tinubu is a disgrace, man.
And he had a chance. He had the chance to do the right thing. You know, it's funny enough because when the stuff happened, that could happen. He was threatening this, and I said, Tinubu should be using this as a leverage to say, you know what, I'm going to talk to them. You know, I'm going to tell them all those things you are angry about. You are going to make sure we get it now, but they still remain within the fold. And we instead of them to move towards Russia or China, they will be part of the ECOWAS. I would get them to remove the French control, because the French are the ones blocking the progress of West Africa.
That was the most important thing. That French
get them
control.
To remove all those things.
Yeah. Because
but they didn't do anything.
That in itself gives a warning to the America, whose parastatals are still there in the West African region. Really, we want them out as well. Out. And unfortunately, the position that the Russians have played in terms of the West African regions at war, I think they've played a valid part. And I feel that there's a way that Nigeria, Africa as a whole, has to control its allies, which is not control them, but where the African space is concerned, is what the Africans are demanding that's taking place, as opposed to vice versa. Because to me, it seems like within all our negotiations, business, military, infrastructural, health, doesn't matter what we're talking about, it's their agenda that's being pushed on our land. And I find that fundamentally unacceptable. And this is what Tinubu and his people are forcing in our land. They are the instruments that are being used to put this strategy in place, and it pisses me off. It's terrible.
I think it's often, you see, the thing is so deep. I think for them, they find it alien to them to be able to push back against the Western people. Like in Nigeria now, most of their top brasses, institutional military, they get trained here in the UK. They get trained, and God knows how many of them are recruited to serve the British in any format while they are being trained here. And many of them, in short, almost all of them really, they come here for training. So by the time they go back to Nigeria and to serve, you find that most of them are already, hooked to
I
the
can take
Western
that.
way of
I can
thinking.
take that on board for a moment, except to say that countries like Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, all do the same training as we do at Sandhurst, and they've been doing it for eons. Yet it doesn't take away from their own countryhood or their own culture or their own direction. But for us, somehow it seems to have bamboozled us. That's why I don't put it down to that. I put it down to what you began with, which was the kind of fear and over respect that we have for West and the Western way of doing things. Do you know what I mean? We give them too much respect, mate.
We give that is the key word, too much respect. Maybe if a new generation comes in, who knows? But that new generation cannot be part of the current clique, because the current ones have already, and that's the problem. They've groomed them to be similar to them, and their mindset is not so far away from where they are. And we need a total
But this
shift
is why I'm
in them.
saying the kind of trouble where we're inside, especially with that identity matter, and especially with the pride, the true pride in which we should have in us as being African. This thing is a deep thing, deep seated, and we are all suffering
It's
from
so
it in
it's so
different
deep
ways.
seated. It's so deep seated that Nigeria is facing a foreign exchange crisis.
Yep.
And the House of Assembly is giving its members $30,000 each in dollars.
Come on, man.
The foreign exchange Nigerians are looking for, you need to give to governors and
Anyhow.
members.
It's pathetic.
They don't learn, man. The people
But
are
this
don't
is where we
understand.
are. This is why, for me, I really want us to always continue to understand the country that we're dealing with in Nigeria, because that country needs such a deep Dettol, domestos, some kind of, you understand, make we they pour the thing down and flush the shell and drain out all the germs and disease with the inside that place, because it's riddled. The place is riddled.
It's really, really bad. The thinking, the mentality
Everything.
of the people is bad. And when you say that, people just think that, oh, you are just attacking the people. But it's not their, and I'm not saying it's their fault. The people, the masses didn't program themselves. Majority of people didn't it's just the environment has made it this way now, that this is how the people think. And until we start changing people, when Olumide asks, oh, how do you change, get good leadership? I said the way you get good leadership is to get good followers. Good followers will recognize good leadership when they see one. They will choose them. But when I gave the example of a lady picking a man, if you don't know how to recognize a good man, how are you supposed to know how to pick the right man? And in the America today, you see some of ladies saying that their picker, they call it the picker, is broken. Why? Because they feel like they keep attracting the wrong kind of men. And that is the same thing in Nigeria. Nigerians, because of our culture, we keep attracting the wrong kind of leaders. If you know how to look out for bad leaders, like me now, I can look out for bad leaders and be able to say, nah, man, that guy is gone. He's totally compromised. But if Nigerians can see from my point of view, if you can get them, sensitize them to see from that point of view, the moment they see a leader that is compromised, they will not go near them. It's just no question at all. If they see that you are always listening to IMF, they see that you are always running to Western countries to ask for permission for anything. They see that you are not making progress in your country. Corruption. They will know quickly.
But you see, this is the difficulty, because even with rigging involved, I would have thought somebody like Peter Obi, I thought there would have been a groundswell, as he did extremely well in bringing up this groundswell he did, but it didn't bring everybody, it didn't bring enough people to the ballot box to vote. For whatever intimidation they got, there should have been such such a force for Obi. Reason being, he's quite different from what we've had before. So if Tinubu didn't have to come back twice for us to understand who Tinubu was in such a position. Obasanjo himself should have been the very last of the old guard to become president, if at all. You understand? So we've gone through repeating 2 decades. Nigeria in the last 20 years has simply repeated the 20 years before. That's all it's done. It's made no real movement forward. So what we have done effectively is to waste time, valuable time. People have lived and died within these spaces with unfulfilled legacies. I mean, this is really what we're playing with. This is what we're toying with. We're toying with our very lives. I know that if Nigeria had good governance throughout my time in this earth, I would have had a different accent than I'm speaking with you with now, because I would have been back home. Would have been back home for a long time. You understand? My life would have been completely different. And I value my life in that I've had one living in the West, you know, which would have been completely different if I lived in Nigeria throughout this time. But if we had good governance and I lived in Nigeria, bruh, who knows what kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think if we had good governance, our lives would be very. I wouldn't be out of Nigeria by now. I would have been. If Nigeria was safe, I would be in Nigeria right now. Many of us would be in Nigeria right now. See, that is what pains me so much, because Nigeria is a place you feel like when you are investing, you are building for your children's future, you are building for your own ancestors' future. That's your own heritage, your own land, and at the same time, you are also looking to make money. That because you are part of the nation, you are a citizen, you are a full-blood citizen of that country, you are likely to succeed. You know, you feel at home. So why would anybody not want that? That's why I would be in Nigeria right now if Nigeria was this is secure and nice. And many of us would be, and it's true, many of us would be there too. Just what can we say? The people have not done the job they're supposed to do.
There was one Jammu friend of mine. He was talking to me about Wodemaya. I don't know if you know that Ghanaian guy, Ghana baby. He now is in the Caribbean. He's been all over the world. Those of us that have been following him. And my Jamaican friend was telling me that, you know, as I was looking at Wodemaya, he said Wodemaya it makes me very proud. I said, why? He said when he was in Jamaica and he was in the forest, and he said, look at this. He was going around. I saw the series he was talking about. He said, look at this. You won't believe that I'm in Jamaica. It just looks like Africa, you know. And he was saying, the Jamaican friend was telling me that you could take Jamaica, which is a small island, and plonk it anywhere in Africa, and it just fits. It's just like that. So realistically, we as Black people should be able to live in any Black African country in the world and be completely comfortable. And realistically, we can, but we are just the confidence that we need to do that kind of thing, to make that kind of lifestyle, isn't here with us right now. But what we do know is that where we are in the West, largely, it's a 50-50 kind of lifestyle that we live in, if that. You know, we like being here, we have amenities, electricity is always on, okay, fair enough. However, it's always cold. People live inside as opposed to being outside mainly, apart from when the small summer comes and we spend 2 weeks of summer and then it's over. My brother, because see lifestyle in there now. Because there's no lifestyle in doing that. There's none. You know, you're just going to work and coming home, going to work and coming home, you know, and the rest is making trouble. You know, you want to be in a country where you're, as a man, you're seen as a man. And there's no way where I go back home, the way that I have respect from the nation in terms of the people, man, that's when you know, say, now human being matters. You know what I mean? Because here, you're invisible in these countries. You're invisible.
I'm just looking at the these you know, when the earlier, I think it was Eagle or Eagle Air said something about having dark skin.
Master, you are back. I have a question for you. I have a question for Mazi. It was Mazi who came back, sir. So
Oh, okay. I've been here. I've been here. It's just that I wanted to drink something. That's why I turned it off.
The greatest
But
cook
I'm
of
here.
all time. The greatest
Yeah.
cook of all time is back. Bazi, you know, I do like your style though, because you are in America, and what he's doing is quite good, because he does help. America is a tough place to be a Nigerian man, actually.
Oh yeah.
That is in touch with the Nigerian roots, is a tough place,
Yes.
and you guys make it work. You guys are
There's
making
a
it work.
question I wanted to ask. When I say Utango is back, I want to paint a narrative. I want his opinion. Let me hear what he's going to say.
Sure.
If you are working, right, and your wife is working. Sorry. Let me paint two scenarios. First thing first, you are working, right? Your salary is enough to take care of your family, pay the bills, mortgage, rent, school fees, feeding, and other stuff, right? And your wife is not working, right? What should be your wife's contribution?
So pretty much, like I said, that's actually the scenario right now.
No, hold on. Okay, fine. Now,
okay,
you are working 9 to 5. Your wife is not working.
With me,
and your money is the one taking care of everything. What should you
no,
do?
no, no. She's working. Okay.
No.
But what I'm saying is this.
No, Matthew, hold on. I'm taking two scenarios. The first one is if she's not working. I want to start with if she's not working. What should be her contribution?
Okay. So that's when I say that's the scenario right now. The scenario is this. My wife is into IT. Okay? She's into IT and she works on a contract basis. There are times the contract is not there. I put the bills. You understand? Currently, yeah, she's working. Mine is all, mine is more, but at the end of the day, I don't care whose is more or who is less.
You are still asking me a question. I'm painting a scenario, not your scenario, not your situation.
Okay.
I'm just asking you a question.
What could I have done? What could I have done? That's what I'm saying. If she's not working, I will still support her.
Okay. So what would be her contribution? What would be her contribution?
If she's not working, there's nothing she can contribute other than, helping to take care of the house. But at the end of,
helping to take care of the home.
Yes. Okay. But at the end of the day, she's also, like when it happened to us that she wasn't working, she was also having some time to look into other things and other kind of a thing. So I don't just think that she's not doing anything. She's doing something.
No,
yes.
You're still not getting my point. You are the one bringing the funds, the finance to the house. Whatever she's doing, she's not working. So she's not expected to contribute financially. Right? In that situation, what should be her contribution to support the family? Not monetary wise now, since she's not working. So there's no
and I said
that's an easy question.
And I said she will help in taking care of the house. But that doesn't stop me if I have the time to help out.
Okay, so with
how do you answer that question, Okopi?
I'm coming, I'm going somewhere now. I'll answer you. So she will just be a traditional housewife, right? As a full-time housewife. She's not doing anything, no work, no nothing. Morning to night at home, except she wants to go to the market and come back. Maybe drive to the market, come back, and if she wants to drive to the market, you will be the one to give her the money, give her money for fuel, maybe drive one of your cars, go to the market and come back, right? Then maybe she will cook, take care of the kids, right?
Well, look, like I said before, I said right from when my wife came, I'm not just exaggerating. I opened joint account. That's what we have. So I don't have to give her money. She has access to it. She can take whatever she wants.
No, it's the same thing. It's still your money. Yeah, even if you give it to her, but she will drop herself. It's your money. What would be her contribution? That's what I'm asking.
Where are you going, Loco P? Where are you going?
Not letting me go where I don't know.
Loco is trying to say if she's not doing anything, find something for her to do.
I don't think so.
Then what are you trying to say, Loco? What
I'll
kind
tell
of
you. Okay,
positioning
fine,
is
fine.
this?
Okay, Mazi, okay, fine. Let me help out here, right? I was like, okay, probably if she's not doing anything, maybe financially contributing, right? Then maybe the domestics, you understand, domestic work should be the one taking charge of everything, right?
Yeah.
If when it comes to you assisting, like maybe lifting heavy stuff or just giving her a happy hand to succeed in doing whatever she wants to do, then you come in there, right? And
Yeah.
then she will complain that, oh, I just came from the market, I'm tired, I can't cook with my husband. She won't complain that, right?
She won't complain that.
Okay, she won't say all that. Okay, now what about this same scenario whereby she's working 9 to 5, right? But your own money is sufficient to run your family, even excess over excess. She doesn't even need to even spend any penny, any cent for my allowance, right? She don't need to spend, or you ask her not to spend anything for my allowance. That your money is enough to run everything, right? So in that aspect, what will she do to contribute?
Okay, so
Apart from finance?
just like what I told you, that is even the basic scenario that we're going through right now.
Okay.
I will stop her from working. She chose to work.
Okay.
You understand what I mean? She, from my understanding, from what she told me when we talked, is that things like IT, you have to be in it to develop yourself more and more and more. It's a constant thing going. If you say because you made a lot of money, then you're not gonna do that. By the time you get back, other people must have gone so far, so deep into it. So right now, she's just doing it based on what she chose to do. It's not that it's necessary. You understand? And I'm not gonna stop her. If that's what you wanna do, it's fine for me. I have no problem with that.
What is I still haven't understood your whole concept on asking these questions, or what your take is on it.
Okay. Now is easy, right? What I was like, okay, fine. The idea of some women saying because they work, right? They don't have time to do some certain things we are supposed to do in the house, right? That is not really sometimes or 100% correct. Like what I'm saying, like if she's not working, she's not providing financially, she have the strength and time to do whatever she wants to do in the house, right? She won't complain. But if she's working, but not contributing financially, she's working, will she contribute to the family? Not contribute. She's working, but she's not contributing financially. Her money with her. Her husband's money is enough to run the family. In that scenario, what will not be her contribution, except financial wise?
She'll be a woman. She'll be doing the normal woman duties as a female. It doesn't detract her from cooking, from nurturing, from giving love to the husband. It doesn't detract from any of those things. So what are you getting at?
So that means those who are saying because they work, they are tired to do those things for their husband, they are lying.
Well, the way I see it, to be frank here, we can get into these negotiations and see things from a objective point of view, which is fair enough. However, in my experience, when I'm talking about these things, we have to go back to our own true-born experience. My true-born experience is that of the many women that have been with me, there's only one that I have complaint with. And that one that I have complaint with, I knew her issue from the beginning. So again, I point to myself for choosing her. But all those that I've chosen, I can't give you any complaint about them. They've been marvelous people, marvelous women, loving, kind, respectful, as women should be. Those people that I find when they complain about the women that they have, I'm thinking, now you choose them now. Now you go and choose one plastic idiot woman, and then you're bringing your shit to the table. Fuck off. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know because it's not my experience.
Jacob, I'm not taking words from your mouth. Look, is it true? I'm just saying something. I just turned on the TV, and I am just on Voice of the People, which is 90.3, and I'm seeing the caption: INEC Chairman Mahmood on the run. Facts emerge. How true is that? What is he running for?
And let him run. Make it a run or make it they catch him.
And neck on the
One
run.
more,
Like,
one.
And the chairman Mahmoud on the run.
Soon. How much money have you made in the last 2 hours, or where you never talk anything, or you just make money there?
How much you don't make last 2 hours?
He can't even hear us. I think he's stuck. Actually.
See, where's Arise? Not just Canada. Where's Arise TV?
Let me
Or
see
channels?
that.
I think it's in Lagos or so.
And yo, I don't know. You see, because that station now is just a podcast now, so you can't take that as credible news yet. But I don't know.
Well, we'll see.
Can you say? In fact, let me even see. Let me check internet. Let me even check internet. So make I will leave news. Let me check internet.
What's happening?
You see?
I said, what's happening? What are you checking?
Is it true that Mahmoud is on the run?
Mahmoud?
Yeah.
I've not heard of that too.
I'm a chairman. They just showed it on Voice of the People.
Amid resignation polls.
Let's see.
He has a contempt charge against him. Yes, sir.
I'm not seeing any latest. I know that
I'm not
people are calling for
anything news concerning the guy.
people are calling for his sack and stuff, but still
The guy
nothing.
just done. Anything has to do with Mahmoud Yakubu. No news. No news. No newspaper. Punch. I'm not saying anything for Punch.
This is the kind of news that we want because
Premium
these
Times.
people, this is the life that Nigerians are living right now is totally illegitimate, mate. You know, they shouldn't be under such governance. To be honest, they need to get rid of the whole lot of them.
The way he screwed up that election, he should have stepped down as a matter of principle. The way he screwed up the IRF stuff.
Their principle was to rig, and they rigged.
Go for the Google VAP 90.3. Google, you see it right there.
I know.
What is that?
The rest of that. See, Akwachi say, like normally on the internet, if you just put in his name and put news updates, all the Nigerian news concerning him will come out. All the newspaper headlines will come out concerning him. Updates. Then you click on news. Google search. You click on news. Anyway, let me try on that one.
I don't see him now.
Let me try this one.
Nothing on Mahmoud though. I'm not seeing nothing on him.
I'm not saying anything.
If he's on the run, even I'm not even sure that
that story is a fake story. They just had that. As I've read that earlier. It's nothing. There's nothing in it.
Is it fake?
They just it's just one of those things to draw people to come
those captions
their channel.
It's not good. At least that's not viable news anyway. It's rubbish.
No. It's just one blog. It's just wants to get people into his channel.
That one is podcast. It's just another podcast.
This is any government that is what they assault in Nigeria that knows how distrustful the people are of them. They should make it a capital offense to steal public funds, and they should also be looking at making sure that things are extremely transparent. Where you make things, if you are serious, and clearly this government pretend to be serious at first, but the race at which they are taking now, are they faster at committing all these corrupt practices compared to Buhari? Because I don't think I heard about this type of stuff in Buhari's first term.
If government really wants to save money, I would say let them start from ministers and what do you call it, National Assembly. They shouldn't be paid in millions.
National Assembly.
Who cares? They're going to steal. They don't care what
they should make it unattractive. Something like probably 250K a month. That's it.
See, it doesn't matter. They will still steal. The problem is you have to make it so that when they steal, the consequence is high. It's so high that when they are stealing, they have to think carefully. Like now, look at when Tinubu went to UAE, telling them, "Oh, if anybody tries to take bribe, report them. Report them. You just sack them. So what? They don't care. They've taken the money. Who knows? Maybe they've even gotten away with a lot of money they've stashed away already. What you should be doing is you do this kind of stuff, you lose your life. Then next time you think twice. No, in short, you will see the criminal activity will drop just because of that. Human beings, they like deterrence. If you incentivize them, you be nice to them, they don't want to agree to it. But when you make it the stake, if you raise the stakes for them, they will think twice before they do this thing. But again, Nigerians say they don't like corruption. But when you tell them that to make such a thing a capital offense, they start thinking, oh, maybe that's a bit too harsh. How is it a bit too harsh? You're killing people. When you steal people's money meant for hospital, what do you think you're doing? When that lady that doesn't get the right prescription or don't have the right machines in the hospital for her to get go through childbearing safely, and she loses her life, or the right medication is not present, people die all the time because of the decision these useless ministers are making, and they just get away with it because nobody is holding them accountable. But it's okay. This is Nigeria. You know, I don't just, if you are serious, demand something serious from them, because people, one thing they do is they'll say they are serious about these things, but when sometimes when they even catch one person, you will see some other people from another quarter will be saying, release them, they did nothing wrong, release them. You know, there is nobody to catch them. It's anarchy. The country is being run like a house of anarchy, really. You know, nothing is a criminal offense. Nothing is worth being punished for in Nigeria anymore. The only time, like now, in the south now, when something happens in the north, we say we should punish all those bandits, and why Gumi will come out like, let's have a conversation with them. It's not nice. Then in the south, IPOB will do something, they will jail the Kano. People will be like, people in the north will be like, let's punish the Kano, don't release him. People will sound like, the Kano did nothing wrong, let's let him go. It's like it doesn't end. It's a circle, and we don't want to take responsibility for our nation. That
they killed some soldiers in Delta State.
Oh yeah, I heard that, but that was, you know, if I was a military guy, I would be crossed about that, man. The people
Why?
responsible for that.
So just what I just suggesting, like they say, yes, when they do it in the certain part of Nigeria, the army will be so vexed. Let's go and destroy them.
They've already started defending on them. They defended on them.
The government will be negotiating. Why like that? Why is it like that?
If I know anybody from that village, if I know anybody from that village, I will tell the person, run, no, don't even look back, run.
But why is it that when it happens in the north, we don't see the same proportional, response? Why?
I think it does happen in the north too. There's a lot of mass killing going on in the north now and again.
They did it in Niger State, nothing happened.
You see when the Nigerian Air Force went and killed thousands of cows? You didn't know what it takes to kill thousands of cows. No, my point is that the fact that they killed thousands of cows, people died though, but the fact that you went and killed thousands of cows, it means they were bombing the people without even checking what they were bombing. They were blowing things up. And people in the north, they've killed a lot of people in the north, they don't mess around. There was a time they killed over 1,000 in one day. No, up to 1,000, not over 1,000. And it was because of just extremism. It's not like proper terrorism, like as we know now. It's just because they don't like the Shiite leader, and he was an extremist Shiite leader. They went after them, killed all their followers and everything in one day. So we do get these events in Nigeria. It's happening everywhere. It's only in the southeast you don't hear this type of stuff too much. But here in the south, in the southwest. It happens in the southeast. It happens in the south, and it happens in the north and middle belt. Only southwest is a little bit spared the full brunt of all this, and maybe Akwa Ibom and the Cross River is a little bit spared from all this nonsense too. But what can you say? This is Nigeria, where everybody wants their own person not to be punished, And sometimes even when I can't even help that. Sometimes when I look at the way they go after Akpabio now, I'm beginning to feel like the people that they want to punish are the people that are from certain minority groups. They don't punish all the people that are from the big groups. Nigeria is so, they don't like. If I was a leader in Nigeria, this kind of stuff you do, you set an example with somebody from a major group, maybe even your own group. If he does anything wrong, you punish them. Set an example that lets people know that you don't care whose horse is God. You get punished if you do something wrong. And the only leader that has been able to demonstrate that fully is Obasanjo, you can argue, in the current dispensation. He's the only one that displayed that. The rest have a little bit of a weird behavior where they don't.
Obasanjo's an idiot.
I'm not saying he's a great leader. I'm saying in terms of not being tribal, he's one of the few. He doesn't care too much about religion and about tribes, so he actually takes action on stuff. I feel that those military officers that lost their life, I saw some of the images. It was quite bad, and the actors, God knows why they did what they did, but those actors that did those things, this is what gives me sleepless nights. Why do we let them walk free? You cannot allow people that are not under Nigerian government's control to walk free, capable of doing such things in that country. Like, if you can you imagine somebody being able to carry out that kind of crime inside the UK? The UK authorities will never rest. If that person is still hanging around free, that was able to do what they did to those military officials, even if it's not the military official they did it to, just civilians, because they will feel like that person that is capable of carrying out that level of violence out, that person can be on the street.
It's free. A threat. It's
a threat. They will hunt that person down restlessly. But we'll see what Nigerian government is going to do.
Nigeria, Wild West, though, it's not a normal place. Though.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse and worse. And I've been wondering about it. I said it now. People keep thinking we have enough people. They say, "Oh, send them to the north. Send them to the north." Who's going to protect the south when it happens?
Me personally, there's no way that I will be in Nigeria without a weaponry of about 50 guns, mate, spread across my area. I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking. And I'm not a man that would endeavor to take a man's life. I know the sanctity of what it is to be alive. So to put this kind of level in my mind. But I've been in Nigeria. I know what it's about. I know how wild it can be. And how things can change. The atmosphere, everything that's around you can change in a snap of a finger. And you have to change your thinking instantly. I know what it's like to be in that kind of environment and to be unprotected in that environment. I'm not about to take those risks. Not at all. I mean, no way. Not me.
If I was living in Nigeria, I would definitely have firearms.
You have to.
I won't go without firearms, and I will. If I had a property, I will also protect it heavily, because you can't live. This is why I don't want to do those things. I want the nation to be secure instead of having to be getting firearms, burglary proof, everything. Jesus Christ, it's a lot of work to do all these things. So even the ladies that came on today, one of the things they said was, security again. I've been in meetings where you have a lot of retirees in Nigeria. Again, security. They can't come to Nigeria because they are worried they are gonna get kidnapped, and the implication of the kidnapping is that they will bankrupt their family, because the kidnappers will demand the money, and every money that they have, they will bankrupt the family just trying to save them. This is why they don't want to go back to Nigeria. It's just a horror show, really. But what are we going to do? Personally, one of the advice I gave recently was that the online platforms like this one, Niger Watch, One Man Went to, all of them, we combine our efforts and demand the government to fulfill their promises to recruit into the military. They talk about everything else they talked about. They are doing, like buying equipment, synergy, training. I think they are doing those ones. They say they are doing it, but They are not recruiting people. And every single time you hear about the terrorist incidents occur, it's not because soldiers don't get there. They get there late because the place is far from where they are. And that tells you that there are not many enough on the ground. Let me just finish with this one. There was one that happened a couple of days ago. I don't know how many days ago. They were trying to kill, some bandits were trying to kidnap some people, and the soldiers got there. They were able to kill 2 of them and thwarted the kidnapping. If they can get there on time, these people are no match.
No,
they can't. They are never there. That's the problem. Remote locations. That's where they target. That's why you don't see kidnappers in the city. You go and kidnap 10 children in the city. Now it's going to be very hard. But in the villages, you can literally round up a whole village and disappear into the bushes. By the time they come, you are gone. Long time gone.
It's highly possible.
The north is big now. The north is big. You know, it's a large landmass, a long stretch of land. No, you will not see anybody. You know, and it's hot. You know, during the day it's hot. You can't just walk into the wilderness and not have any way of surviving in there. It is really hot. People don't know how hostile it is. You know, when I was in Abuja and I went to use the train to this Kaduna, along the way there was this, where the train slowed down, there was this not young man, just a man coming from the side towards the train, and he had a kind of gun on his back. People were like getting scared. Only one man were getting scared. And if you need to see the terrain the guy was walking on, hot, dried. And I said, if anything happens here, people will run inside this place. Many of them will die because of the heat alone and everything. The heat alone, they won't make it. Because
the thing is, you see what you thought. It's good that you can think like that at periods as opposed to just gazing, because you have to work things out really quickly if you're to make any alternative for your own security. Because, mate, if you don't actually think in those scenarios, you're going to run into trouble.
Yeah, it's very, very tough.
Yeah,
and this kind of place, people say, okay, get the soldiers, go into the bushes and go and hunt them down. No, have they not heard that the Nigerian military has been hunting them down in the before? Haven't you heard how many times they've been ambushed? How do you think that happens? Because they thought they can just go in there. When these people know the whole area, they will leave you, so you go in 3-5 kilometers deep, maybe even 10 kilometers deep into the remote areas, and then they will circle you around. Do you have a whole convoy of supply? They will circle you around and isolate people. They will give a quick attack.
The sad thing is, where many problems are concerned in Nigeria, there's a power base behind it, and especially to do with terrorism in the north. This is why I was asking some of the questions I was putting to Mascat that last time, and I wasn't satisfied with the way he was answering any of it. You know, he just sounded like scapegoating. There's a problem, and we have to identify what that problem is. And there is obviously too much data that is in the hands of terrorists in that Nigerian Sahel area, whereby you know that politicians are involved. And where politicians are involved, then it really does turn into scribble, whereby you can't understand what's going on. Because in real terms, the Nigerian government by themselves, without no other extraterritorial, extracontinental assistance, they can take Boko Haram and any other terrorist out of that nation. They can take them out, but it's not happening. So we always have to wonder, why are they still there, being a menace in our society?
You see, I don't believe they can do it. I think we keep thinking that they can do it. They can't. But let me give you one of the reasons why. Look at this. Warring communities ambush Nigerian troops, killed 16. Now, this is not, they are not even, I think maybe it may even be by accident. They may have targeted them because they thought they were the other side that they were targeting. Because why would they ambush the military, except they thought the military was on the other people's side? Maybe they did.
It's possible.
Yeah. And then look at this one is again, they killed them. Look at this one, 2000 August, Niger State. How bandits ambush killed soldiers for Shitoro military talk. So this is an helicopter. They've been ambushing Nigerian military, at least 36 killed.
Now you tell me, tell me now. Tell me this. If you think that this is something that can't be defeated by the army, if there is not, if there is not political partnership with these criminals, I put it to you that during the ages of military rule, especially Babangida, Abacha, all of them really, see all these kind of things that they're talking, they could never win, never ever. All of a sudden, we're in civilian rule, and these things are rearing their head up all over the place, causing carnage across the country. In fact, Boko Haram are the most successful terrorist group in the world in terms of the amounts that they have killed in comparison with ISIS and all these other horrible groups all around the place. That's how they're pronounced. Now, I'm telling you that somebody as horrible as Abacha would have taken these people out within a week. It would have taken all of them out. They will regret the time. But all of a sudden, Nigeria can't manage them. Rubbish.
They've been ambushing Nigerians. Look at this one, goes back to 2020. They've been ambushing Nigerian soldiers and killing them when they go into those remote areas. And what I just said just now is you're gonna see that when they go, look at the areas. That's what we are dealing with here. These areas are hot, isolated. You don't know where you are at night. Can you imagine? This is all you have.
No,
in that area.
For a trained Nigerian soldier, that is their terrain. All that level. This is our land. You know, if a foreign group came in to fight Nigeria, it's because the Nigerian army are used to the Nigerian terrain. They would have an automatic upper hand. Now, tell me why the scenario is not the same.
Let me finish my point. The point I'm making is that no matter how trained you are, they too are. The other side is also trained, specifically trained in the specific area you just came into. That this is their backyard. You just walked into. They know the corners, they know the hills, they know everything there. And you don't the traps that they can set is it's just unimaginable. And it's clearly the results have shown that it is working. They ambush Nigerian military and they get away with it. And about this thing where quite a lot of people argue that because they have elements in the military, hence why these things are happening or not. Yeah, they may, but the same thing can be true with any other country too. But they overcame it and still went on to defeat these people. And the only strategy that they used was increasing the size of the military, increasing training, and going after these people. Because you have to be everywhere. That's the way you win. You have to be everywhere. Because if you're not everywhere, like now, look at these people now. This one's here. You should have a whole supply line of military going in there. That is going to be kilometers long. Take over the entire area.
You see the interest that you have and the evaluation that you're placing upon this. Would you think that this kind of evaluation is going on in the powers that be, talking about the same issue? Because I tell you, I don't think so. Nah. You are speaking about it. You are speaking about it from a point of view of caring in the first place. That look, this thing is manageable, and if we did X, Y, and Z, we'll put ourselves in a much better position to tackle this offense. Granted.
I think what you are saying is that that whether they intend that they have no intent. They have any intention or they want to solve it.
None.
Yes. But in reality, the point I was trying to make was that they are fully aware. This is why all the major political candidates actually ascribe to recruiting more. They know exactly where the problem is. This is not they know it's not a training issue. They know it's not an equipment issue. It's a people issue. Otherwise, all of them will not just uniformly say the same thing, that they need to recruit more people. They know, but they pretend as if they don't know it and try to doodle around it, and everybody just let them walk away with it. Because and the beauty of it is that I think because they understood that Nigerians don't care about the numbers, which is strange. Because why did they even bother promising people that when they know people don't care about it? You know, because nobody is holding them accountable. They are getting away with it. They come to the press, send their ministers and all their spokesmen to the press. Nobody questions them. Hey, look at all our people are getting kidnapped here. You say you're going to recruit more. There's nobody. I don't see you marching 100,000 soldiers into the north. Can you imagine if this column of soldiers were like 50,000 strong marching into the north, that would be the end of this insurgency in the north. 50,000 strong marching into that area. The length of the column alone, once they see them, they know that business model is over. They will start packing, because the moment you show up, they will be there. If you show up in a village, by the time you go 1 kilometer, you're going to see another military outpost waiting for you. You try to go the other direction, you meet another one. And by the time you start fighting them there, within 10, 20 minutes, the others have joined. You will lose. After one lose, two lose, the rest will learn and disappear and go and find other forms of income. But I think our leaders, part of them is that they are scared of the Europeans for some reason. Whether they told them, don't even try it. If you try to change your security posture, we are not going to be happy with you. I don't know who was here the other day that said something about that they've never caught a Nigerian Secret Service agent doing something anywhere. That it's almost as if they don't even exist. That they catch Israelis all the time. They catch other countries' Secret Service, and you see that they try to exchange this is spy, this is. But Nigeria, they never catch anyone because
there are no spies who are Nigerian now.
They're not doing
They're
any
only
job.
they're only for our greatest institution is 419 or more.
So, and I feel bad for the military to an extent. I don't feel bad for them from the point of view that they are very mean. Sometimes they can be very mean to the civilian population in Nigeria. However, because I know they are fighting an impossible task, I really feel bad for them. Can you imagine how remote that area is? It's just nonsense. And that one annoys me sometimes when people say, "Oh, they should be able to do the job." Yeah. Who is going to protect Delta State? And when I was saying it 2 days ago, people thought it was a joke. Look at what happened now, how many days ago? Just yesterday in Delta State. I said, who is going to protect Delta State? Who is going to protect River State? Who is going to protect Lagos? People don't understand that without security, things fall apart fast. And they killed these people that killed these soldiers were willing to kill 16 soldiers, including majors, senior officers. They were willing to do that. What do you think they would have done to the other tribe if they had caught them?
Now, forefathers, if you from that image I sent you, did you notice something? That's just what pissed me off. Do you know they took off their uniforms and their guns and even beheaded one or two of them?
Yeah.
So what are they doing? So what are they going to do with those uniforms? And now somebody here will come and tell me that is Fulani. That is
exactly. And the fact that they took it out on the soldiers, I'm a little bit curious why. They took it out on the soldiers, either because they thought the soldiers were on the side of the other side, or it's by accident.
So. Yeah, but they don't have a business. They don't have business. This is just pure murder. Yeah, and they took their uniforms and their guns. That means they're going to use that for criminality. And then somebody like Pansat will come here and be telling me the problem is with Hausa Fulani.
It goes to show you now that these things. I am not a military expert. All I do is simple deduction from the information that one can see, common sense. Where when people keep saying, "Oh, we have enough soldiers to go to the north," we don't, because if you remove them from the south, look at the kind of mess that just happened now. Without soldiers there, that place is going to be burning and exploding, getting worse and worse, out of control. Then they will start running from the north back to the south again.
Because I believe they did not go prepared. They did not expect the people to really
definitely.
attack them
They
as much.
didn't expect it.
They went for sort of reconciliatory kind of a mission to tell them to calm down, and they just jumped on them. That means they were armed before. Now, how did they get those arms? That's another question.
You mean the people that jumped on the soldiers?
Yes. How did they get the arms?
Oh, because they were fighting already.
They did not kill them with cutlass. They did not kill them with juju. They must have been.
Of course. See, this stuff started all the way in December. I saw it. I think I shared a report yesterday about that they were complaining to the governor that the governor should look into this in December. So they said they were looking into it. They caught 2 boys from the other tribe, and they didn't do any harm to them. I don't know which side they didn't do any harm. They handed the 2 young men back to their tribe, and the tribe paid them 30,000 naira, which is customary that they pay as a way of if somebody messes up with the other group's tribe. So this stuff was already heating up in December. And now it has spun out of control that resulted in the death of 16 soldiers. So it goes to show you areas that you think are not secure, are secure. There's a reason why it is secure, because people are making sure it is secure.
That's right. Because me, bro,
I just
let me
think
take
that.
let me just put. I was gonna say this earlier, but it's timely for me to say now. When I was last in Nigeria, maybe two times ago, and I was in my village, and my village is quite tranquil, peaceful, and a delightful place to be in. You know what I mean? It's quite delightful. Like, you're not feeling the smog of Lagos. You're not getting the mosquitoes all over you. It's tranquil. The sky is blue. You're breathing really good fresh air, and you know everybody, and everybody knows you. Ross, me and my mom were having a discussion. She said to me, should we have the security be armed? I said, Mom, of course. And where we are in Ondo State, within an hour, 2 hours, you can be in Benin City. And Benin City is big and rough compared to my village. Then there's Owo, there's Akure, Ondo, and Idanri. Those villages are very small, apart from Akure being a city of kinds. The rest are very small. Mio, if I've got money, that whole place is secured. Believe me, with arms. Nobody will be able to come there without a battle. And that's because it's just too open and too easy to pickpocket anyone in that area. It's too open, it's too easy. You know, if I'm in Nigeria and I wanted to be a bandit, I could bandit that whole country and become wealthy. And especially if the security measures are afraid of me, so that they're not even really looking for me. They don't want my trouble. It's too easy in Nigeria to become Nigeria. You know, as much as we cuss the place, it's actually a country that has a lot of marvels in it in terms of the culture and the people that are there. Because if we were all wild as we have been shown to be, that place would be hell, to be honest. If it wasn't the fact that there are some guidelines, there are some cultural norms, there are some ways of having manners, there's culture. If we didn't have that in place, we'll be Haiti. We'll be Haiti. Directly. You know what I mean? Mio, I can't go back home to Nigeria the way it is right now. I would have to be armed to the teeth. You know, basically.
These private hotels now, can you believe they have to get on 2 armed security men overnight every day? You know, why should that be? You know, and even to it's the situation in Nigeria is really messed up right now. It's a really messed up situation.
It's terrible, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Constant terror, because it could be worse. Whilst it could be worse, it is disgusting enough. I mean, economically wise, Nigeria has never gotten to the levels it should have. So even in the
Jago,
good time,
I know somebody right now. Each time he goes to Nigeria, Lagos, he doesn't fly directly to Lagos. So I was asking him, bro, why? He laughed. He stops over in either Togo or Ghana and takes a local flight or by road and go into Nigeria. He says, in case any shit happens, I can escape. There are many back ways I can escape, go into that country, and then I can fly back to the UK. and it just begins to make sense. You know, the thing is, once you kick out all these criminals, we can't start talking. We can, you see, you can't build, you can't have a new wine in an old wine skin. It will burst, like the good book says it. You know, and that's what we're trying to do. If I even think, even Peter Obi himself, he's even tired, mentally drained. Look at what is happening in Labour Party. You know, the accusation of with regards to Abure and all that. You know, so the whole thing, you don't know who is really straight, who really. I mean, it's corruption left, right, and center.
It is.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to highlight now to Olumide, that if you don't get the people to a place where they can start picking up on some of the attitudes that are decaying the society, they need to know too. They need to be aware, because sometimes they see it as an individual act. They don't necessarily, even if they know at the back of their mind that somewhere along, like, this is what I'm doing is not good. It's not good. Yeah, they know it's not good, but they don't know until they clearly see that, okay, their own action is what is creating the problem that they are seeing in front of them. Maybe that will start clearing their eyes. Okay, this police officer that is abusing me right now, because of some of the things I have done myself, if they start recognizing that, maybe that will start changing things. And this is why I think sensitization matters quite a lot in this type of situation. And that's a mercy. Believe me, if you can sensitize people to correct this type of behavior, it's quite a remarkable achievement, because this type of stuff historically tends to correct itself by cataclysmic events. You know, some very, very serious stuff that is going to be messed up. That's the way it corrects itself, because other people, I think that's a little bit dramatic, but that's enough. I think I was being a little bit dramatic, but it's going to be chaotic and upheaval. You're going to have upheaval, you know.
I hear you. I think you're right. I think you're right to use that word, because that's what it seems to me. Because it seems to me that 60 years have passed and we haven't stopped entertaining our pain, our failure, our demise. Every day for 60 years, we've been entertaining all of this rubbish. It's terrible. It must be something cataclysmic.
We don't seem to realize it now. I told you now, when you see Nigerians, they work with a boss and they will make the boss keep paying extra for every single thing that their own boss that pays them a salary asks them to go and buy. They will make the boss pay extra, like almost 10-20%, sometimes as much as 50% more for an item. By the time any company starts doing that for everything they buy out there, you are running the company down, and they don't seem to care about that, because it's all about an individual end this thing goal. And they forget that individual end goal that you're thinking about, you're looking at it from a short-sighted point of view. Overall, you're all going down.
Yes, sir.
We're all going down when we all behave like that. So I try to remember that sometimes when I will never initiate corrupt practices in Nigeria. I will never initiate it. But as somebody that has to get out of Nigeria wahala, if somebody wants to hold me down forever, either I try my best to avoid it by making their life difficult. One of the ways you can frustrate Nigerian, like let's say police officer that wants to take money from you, is to act as if you don't have any life, you don't have anywhere to go. If they see that you are ready to sit there with them for the next 2 hours just talking to them, they might just let you go. Or you have to bribe them and get out of there.
I don't bribe them all. I've never put money in the Nigerian people's hands like that.
Oh no, when you're driving on the road, they will stop you.
I'm telling you, I've been on the road many times. When they stop me, they hear my accent, and then South London just comes out of me, right? I'm not playing that idiot game. We can stay here for the next 2 nights. I don't care.
You're talking about Lagos, though. Is it like in
no,
Lagos?
No. I'm talking about anywhere. I'm talking about anywhere in this. in the south where I've been stopped. Because I travel in the south by car. Sometimes I'm driving myself. Sometimes my cousin is driving. Sometimes we have a driver. You understand? But anytime
That's
we are
quite
stopped
impressive.
and I'm in that car, I'm not paying them a penny. The last time I gave them so much, I gave them, this is what they said to me. I gave them so much talk. They said, Oga, your grammar is too much. Make you they go, make you they go. And he let me go because I'm going to be trouble for them. I'm not going to make it easy. Fuck that. Why? You're stealing. I understand that you're not getting paid, but that's not my fault. Go and speak to your chief. Don't speak to me about paying you more money. You know what I mean? You don't know my circumstance. You don't know what I have to do. You have no idea about me. You're asking me for money.
They just keep wanting more money, not knowing that life is hard for everybody.
For everybody. For everybody in that country.
It's a kind of, you know, that analogy I gave now. It's like individuals pissing in a swimming pool, and if everybody starts pissing in that swimming pool, then they all end up swimming in fields. That's the way Nigerians behave. One person does one thing wrong, the other one does another one wrong. By the time you know it, you have the contraption you have.
Everybody, for real.
Everybody is swimming in field, and they don't until every one of them start thinking, okay, maybe I should stop. I should not be pissing in the pool. And eventually the pool will clean out and we'll all be happier for it. That is something that we need to kind of mentality
address.
People need to, they need to have that kind of mentality.
You see that scenario that you just pulled, we are all guilty of it. I am guilty of it in terms of I make my own rules up, bro. To be honest, every day I make my own rules up as to how shit is gonna happen. And I don't care what anyone else thinks. And I know some of it is a bit against the line. Maybe some of it is over the line. But it really, I'm acting in a line, if you understand what I'm saying. But, you know, with this kind of balancing act, you have to wonder if you are getting more influenced by the bad and wicked, or if you're trying to trade a good path. And that's a scenario that I think we're all in. Which is why I keep saying we have to continually look in the mirror, because if we want to make a better Nigeria, it's actually better than the standards that we have as individuals. You know.
Yeah, the man in the mirror. We really have to start looking at some. That's the reason why they sang that song, really, isn't it? Look at the man in the mirror.
Michael
Start
Jackson,
from there.
Michael Jackson, yeah.
Yeah, I have to find a Nigerian analogy for this. You know, I like the pool analogy, but most Nigerians can't relate with a pool. Like how many of them has to be pool? You need a better analogy that they can relate with. I don't know. Do you know any other analogy that is similar that you can come up with?
That works for me, mate, because I'll be Elijah by now. I know how to swim.
No, that one definitely works for you. You know, you have exposure, you know about those things. But like, if you use a stream that most people can relate to in Nigeria, they might still not get it because the stream flows. You see, they're like, "Why? If somebody plays in the stream, it's gonna flow."
That's what we always do. Now. What's wrong with this, brother?
Exactly. You know, like, why are you giving that out? Like, it doesn't make sense. So you have to.
That's why I'll stick to swimming pool. Because it makes sense, you know. Sometimes you force people to think when you give analogies like that.
Yeah. That kind of analogy, he explains himself, doesn't he?
It does.
If he just tries to explain himself, so that
even if you've never swam, if you know what a swimming pool is, you would understand.
That's true. Actually, if you just need to know what a swimming pool is. Yeah, that's true. You see, let's hope things improve, because I'm not even want to hope anymore. I just feel like one needs to be doing something. I'm just trying to, I did say that I was going to try to make some kind of, how do I put it? A kind of ad or a kind of advert. So it's something I'm going to be looking to work on. And I think who else? Flagship is working on something too. So we're all trying our best, trying to do what we can to improve stuff. It's not easy. It's not easy in Nigeria.
It's not easy.
And capital, I think, is resources is at the core of most of our the reason.
You know what? I'll tell you this, forefather, and I think you've made mention of it before. If you build the plan. That is the true beginning. Because I'm telling you, everything would follow from there. If your plan is solid and it's good, you will get the money that you need. You'll get the support you need. You'll get the paraphernalia to go out there and go to war, as it were. I think it's all in the thinking. It really is all in the thinking. And that is the real test, you know, is our education, is our understanding of the way the world works at a point that we can put forward a suggestive plan that will change the polity of a country like Nigeria. Because as you rightly say again, if Nigeria changes, then it's a domino effect across the whole of the 54 countries of Africa. You know what I mean? Some will be challenging than others, but you'll get a good... If Nigeria started working, I'll put it to you that within a year and a half, a good 30 of the other African countries would automatically climb on board. When that happens, the difficult countries that we have will have to have a strategic plan for them specifically. Like the way I see it, North Africa, parts of East would be the most difficult if we get West Africa working. If we get West Africa working, Southern Africa will get involved, East Africa will get involved. We keep the Congo as our diamond piece, which we're working on to get all the horror out of that nation. And then we face the North, which is to say, you northern countries, do you understand that this land is Africa? It's not fucking Arabia, it's Africa. And as Africa, we're Africans on this land. If you agree to that, then climb on board. If you don't, bro, there's going to be questions to answer. Very simple.
See, I was astounded. You know, you heard about the controversy regarding the Cleopatra stuff. So this guy was having a kind of to and fro with some, you know, black people that were making documentaries about Egypt, and one of them saw him make some kind of assertion as if Egyptians were like this thing, people of the Levant and all that. And they do that quite often actually, and that is why I think those black guys felt like they needed to respond. And then he too responded, and in this video that he responded, this guy is quite big, almost 1 million subscribers. So, and in the end, what he admitted on this video, I feel, is in terms of YouTube community, I don't know how wide he goes, maybe he goes on TikTok and everything. I think this is big what he did, because he had literally went on to admit that the black people were in Egypt, and those black people, which he didn't state it categorically, but he said the black people of the South, in the South, were the founders of Egypt. In other words, he didn't say the founders of Egypt that they were black people. He considered that Egypt was definitely mixed. But the other black people say no, Egypt was actually 100% black, not mixed, not even mixed. He said they were 100% black. He said then, but the fact that he came to say the southern part of Egypt was black, not even mixed, black completely. And then, and what that also implies is that the founder of Egypt, which is this guy, Nama, came from the south. This guy came from the south. It was a big admission, because, and to be fair, the result was already there. Look at them now. Look at the guys that founded Egypt, and look at the people they were killing. So they were clearly black. So he admitted it, and I think that was a seminal moment in terms of YouTube. This controversy where people are arguing among them. You would think because of pride he would want to hold on, but I think because he had scholars that he was working with, those scholars probably told him the argument is not very sound, so he had to come out and admit it.
The thing is, my brother, this is where we know that they have an agenda, because they know the truth of these things already. If you look at what they call the Levant, Southern Europe, North Africa, and where the world's civilization was supposedly budded from, how it budded in its instances. When you look at Kush, not the Kush of Africa, the Kush of India.
Nah, guys.
That's how far it goes.
Yeah,
My
good
brother.
night. Are you
Good
heading
night.
off?
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
night.
Thank you for joining us, Tone. We really do
Well done,
appreciate
Tom.
you, spending time
Okay.
with us. Thank you for your services, as they say.
And I
As they
would like
say.
to just add, Tone, I always used to enjoy your background, thinking that, man, Tom's got a nice front room. He's got all
Yeah,
these...
nice book.
Just
A
for
lot
me
of
to
nice book.
find out it's just background. Nonsense and incredible, my brother.
No, and the thing about Tony is that with all those background, he will break out of form and like, hey, who is that?
Yeah,
You're an
that's
idiot.
right.
You're an idiot. He will break out of form. When you have that kind of book background, you're supposed to be scholarly.
Scholarly. It looks
Yeah,
very
yeah.
impressive. You know what I mean?
I will put Agbado background next time.
Give them trouble now. Give them trouble. All those people that like to think that they are the only ones that are troublesome people. So yeah, thank you for joining us this episode. I appreciate it.
All right.
Easy, Tom.
Take care,
Easy.
guys.
Yeah,
Have a
we
lovely
should,
week.
we should be running off now. It's a Sunday, and you have a great week. May your week be smooth and productive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if
Yeah.
there's anything left
Yes,
over,
sir.
I'm here. You can put it in my pocket.
Exactly.
I know you have
We
made
just have
20
London
grand.
together.
I know you have made 20 grand in the time we've been here. You're just,
All
he's
these
been
money
focused,
mongers.
mate. My man's been focused on something. If they make money there, they leave us laugh here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good night. Right.
Look out, bro.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you for joining. Yeah, let's try to round up. Jagu, exceptional today, and you did ask some pertinent questions that I thought was good. That's why I just remain quiet. Let everybody answer it.
I thought that you appreciated it from a point of view of resting. I saw you kind of resting a bit. So I thought
I was busy with stuff too, and I
same.
also like the question. I wanted them to answer it. I was listening to every single answer.
Yeah, I was happy that you allowed that little arena there. I just wanted to go around. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I wanted them to answer it, and he pushed them. And I think this because if somebody comes a month's time and asks the same question, and those guys are here, the answer will be modified a little bit, to change a little bit. They would have grown. In those areas, because you have to think about this. You never know. You might be the last man standing to rule the country. You don't know. You end up in office and you're like, I don't know what to do here. What am I doing here?
Bro, to be honest, since so kind of joining this discussion basis, looking at One Man Went to More, I was there first and I was interested in everything that was going on. I thought One Man Went to More was very strong and good. And then looking at Maya Gould's style, and then coming here, it tells me that there are people thinking in a similar way as I. And it tells me that it is amongst people like ourselves that somebody truly needs to emerge. Because I can't trust any other scenario, really. I'm finding myself there where whatever Nigeria brings up as a leader, that's not the person. It's just that is not the person. I come across more people on these kinds of platforms that if you push them to be serious with their argument, that they can come across as a much better candidate to govern that country. And we should not, any of us, take our thought processes away from that actuality. It can happen. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And if the right person raises, you'll galvanize a lot of support. You know what I mean? Ground-based support. I mean, if somebody came from this platform and they've got all of us here who knows that, you know what, this guy actually, his conduct online, his mindset, his direction is so good. We'll be his candidate. We'll be the people speaking on his behalf now. You know what I mean? Yeah. We will send him viral. We'll make that person viral just because we believe that, yeah, this is the kind of person that we need to make the changes. You know what I mean?
True. Thank you for joining us. Let me call out the people on the chat.
Loco P did it now. You know, go thank Loco P.
Thank you, special Loco. Thank you for joining us, Loco. And I really hope you have a great week ahead. and you really contributed very well to the platform and challenging. It was look, you were a lot more alive this week. You are more. All right from the get go, he came in. He was talking all the way through. Sometimes
Loco
will come in and just keep quiet for a while.
Loco has a lot to say. It's just the way sometimes Loco would interject and interrupt and speak on things that aren't even in the subject. Just my own
You don't do that to yourself, right? You don't interject people.
No, I do. I know I do. But your one very aggressive. I
oh my God. Loco speaking English. He just whenever Loco speaks, he reminds me that I'm in Nigeria. He makes this guy is speaking English. So it's like yesterday he left Nigeria or something.
Bros,
he's so
that deep Delta, he they talk. He doesn't speak English. Even Nigeria, he doesn't speak. Now Delta, where they speak. If you don't understand what it happen, you go miss everything. I'm telling you.
That's hardcore pidgin English. That's hardcore. I have to give it to him.
Mate.
Okay. Christian Ikago, thank you for joining us, Christian Ikago. Thank you, Ikago
nice
TV,
name.
for joining us. Soji Adamo, thank you for joining us, Soji, and Jago, you are here on the panel too. Cynthia, I see you there, Cynthia. Thank you for joining us. Oga Kifaru is a Cameroonian, and he also started the Pan-African Alliance, this party. He has actually drawn up a manifesto for it. So the vision is to have a Pan-African party in every African country. So that's the vision. And they
very interesting. I like that.
Yeah, Kifaru.
He should come on board and talk to us about it when he's ready.
I need to get him to come on board actually, because he can come up. He doesn't have any problem coming on camera now and again. Nwachuku, I see you there, Nwachuku. Thank you for joining us. Oga, thank you for joining us too. Justice. Thank you for joining us. Justice. Roland Gabriel, thank you for joining us. Titi Erewumi, thank you for joining us. Titi Erewumi. Quinty A, thank you for joining us. Quinty A. Who
Ronald
else is
Gabriel.
Nwachuku. Yeah, Sidonio, I see you there. Sidonio, Oscar Blackstone, thank you for the donation too, and also spending time with us. Tracy Jacopin, thank you for joining us, Tracy Jacopin. And who else is there? Adesina John, I see you, Adesina John. One Nigeria, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, One Nigeria and Adesina. Let's see who else is there that I've missed out. I don't want to miss somebody out, so that I have to recognize them that they were here. Jude Empire. Jude is a troublemaker. He likes to fight. Jude, next time you come on there so that you can come and man, that guy fights a lot, and most of the time he's fighting me. So I'm not sure I should. I'm not sure I should be asking him to come on. I'm telling you, half of the time he's going to fight.
Oti, they get one spot. Is Bonaventure Oti. Who be that?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. Let's see who else is there. I'm sure I missed somebody.
Iroko TV.
Iroko TV. Yeah, that's it. Zizi Tefera. Zizi Tefera. I see you there. I don't think I've seen that name before. Zizi Tefera. Thank you for joining us.
2023.
Yeah, I see Bumi there too. Bumi, thank you for joining us, Bumi.
Yeah, Bumi was nice today.
I appreciate that. Yeah, Bumi. Yeah, I think Bumi was very good today. Actually, I have to commend her. She seems to be,
she's on it, man. She's on it.
Engaging. She's engaging.
Very, and a very pleasant voice and accent she has also.
Yeah.
She's nice to listen to.
Tone, I see you there too in the chat. Tone, thank you for joining us. Tone, I see you there. Who else did I miss out? Black Experience. Long time I've seen Black Experience. Thank you for joining us. Ebiano, thank you for joining us. Mr. Triumph, thank you for joining us. Ijioku Jane Adim, thank you for joining us. Ijioku Jane Adim. And let me thank the ones that donated. Igbo Basics, Oscar Blackstone, and Oscar Blackstone. Thank you for the donations. And we like to also pay some condolences, as they say, to the families of the bereaved soldiers, because those are a lot of people that have lost their loved ones now. 16 of them, all gone. And we would like to recognize them for the services and the sacrifices they've made serving their country. And we all know they are not very well paid. And, we have to recognize some of the sacrifices that these people pay. They do it for it's an impossible job that they are doing.
Sorry, what of in their past life, or not past life, maybe in some time ago, they don't beat somebody unnecessarily.
Yeah, but they may not have at the same time, so we don't know that. What we know is that
you can't find left hand to give us.
Don't mind him now.
But when somebody is praying for the actual lives, when forefather was just speaking now, I'm forced to think of those people who died for real.
No, I know
if you look at the life that he's describing.
Sometimes
you have to give your respect to.
No, it's just like if you say politicians, one politician die right now, you understand? You will not feel for him now because of that stigma that's with them, like they are useless people, this and that.
That's whether you're for or against what forefather was saying. I'm for that kind of talk.
If the politician was going out, let's say people's houses were flooded and he was going out to go and try to help, and somebody waylaid them and kill them there, you will sympathize with that politician because he was going to try to do the right thing. Like these soldiers, we presume we're going to try to do the right thing.
They were going for peacekeeping, something like that.
Exactly. And they went and lost their life there. These are people with loved ones, and it's a tragedy. And this is why sometimes I really feel bad for the Nigerian Security Service.
The video is boring, like beheaded some butcher, missing organs. Like
let me finish what I'm saying, Loco. No. You and your troublemaking. You need to stop it. You started now. I hope that people recognize the sacrifice of these people that they made for the nation, and many of them are still going to do it, maybe in line of trying to rescue the kidnapped victims from the northern schools. And we have to value our security. If we value them, they will value us more, and we are all going to be better off for it. It's not going to do us any harm to be more secure. Nze na Ozo, you are backstage. Can you put your camera on if you want to come on stage and say something, or except you want to have a chat with somebody back? Does anybody know this name, Nze na Ozo? If introduce yourself. If we know you, if we don't know you, I'm going to
bring him on. Bring him on and let him face us real quick. And
let's
see if
we don't know whether he's there to spam us. Nze Ozo, who are you? Say something. Nze na Ozo, can you say something?
You can't be silent here. You are on the big boy stage now, my brother.
Yeah, sometimes they just come on. They are not ready to say anything. They just come on to hang behind the stage. I'm sorry, you have to go out now. I have to kick that one out. You can't stay backstage without saying anything like that. Yeah. All right then. Till next week. Let me play us some of our closing remarks or music, so that we can start the new week off with a nice tone, I guess.
Just go through these baby steps of pain.
Well done, also forefather, and well done, local P. I could see you on the other side. Chill.
Yeah, I'll see you.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo kolaga.
Ulagani Piazugo Mawulagadoni Piazugo Abawa Wilochio Biko Rapuzuru Kona Bazia
Onyamazuru Biko Abama Wazara the Sari Ibia Uyanigana Ulagadoni Piazugo Mawulagadoni Piazugo Abama Wilochio Biko Rapuzuru Kona Bazia Mazi welcome up Odoguna Perez Nanka Onyoma niga delemo Mazi ni mazi Ibu go with melody Where'd you fall? Odogu Nachala Noka Is he one them nigga delemo? Olagadoni Pesigo Molagadoni Pesigo Amama Wilo Chilo Bigarabuzo Anabaze Tay Onyamazuru Abamazuru sorry Ibya muyanu kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni Piazugo Nazaboy Mulaga doni Piazugo Abama wilo chilo Biko rapuzuru Anabazi Aiz Odogu kenenu mikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikechobo bele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene So Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi wanne mekene Ila pulife nini neme webia Kago sili na nina gibu wanne wisdom megaji Kanyegi maiki kogo banya begu Isili maxi Obune tire gwa Malokwa malo ni mego mi fojo Wesigi mwane mi foku ni cholo nangeme Wisdom onume kenege Bama wiyo iyo Biko labo Nabasia Zoro, 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 zoro
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
sitting down for so long. I have not been a fool around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Press down for so long.
A creative mind is a.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.